could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hip list. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It don't matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to place me. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheers before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verbs from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
สวัสดีครับผม FW ธีรพงศ์จากทีม FW Esports ครับตัวแทนจากประเทศไทยครับความคาดหวังของผมคือเป็นที่1ของ APAC ครับและได้เข้าไปแข่งโวครับกับเพื่อนๆมีคู่แข่งคนสำคัญที่ผมจับตามองครับมีเซอร์เซียกับเปเปเล็กครับเพราะว่าเขาเล่นดีครับแบบแผนเขาเยอะมากครับพวกผมเอาชนะได้ยากครับที่ผมจับตามองอยู่คือสแกรี่ครับเขาเป็นตำแหน่งคอนโทรลเลอร์ที่เล่นดีมากๆครับวิธีที่จะเอาชนะได้คือการสื่อสารครับพวกผมคิดว่าการสื่อสารของพวกผมพัฒนาได้อีกครับการสื่อสารแล้วก็ทีมเวิร์กแล้วก็แบบแผนครับแล้วน่าจะเอาชนะได้ครับฝากขอบคุณแฟนๆที่ติดตามทีม FW Esports ด้วยนะครับพวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ใน APAC Playoff ครับ
Hi, this is Dubstep from Team Secret representing the Philippines. My expectations towards the APAC VCT is we want to take this thing and we want to win the whole thing because this is our one and only chance in qualifying for the VCT champions this year. I guess our rival competition would be Paper Rex and Xerxia because they are also the top APAC teams from the last tournament so far. I think the player to look out for is Forsaken from Team Paper Rex. He is one of the explosive players in the APAC region and I believe he's one of the people I enjoy playing against with, and I hope I can play him like in the playoffs, maybe in the finals or in the semifinals. He's one of the few players that makes me enjoy competing in this region. To overcome all the challenges, we will do our best and we will keep the pace and do what we excel the most. We train hard, we train harder. Even if we win, we train even harder. So we won't be backing down on any of these challenges on the upcoming APAC stage. A quick shout outs to all of the fans, the supporters that have been supporting us since day one, and I hope you guys can support us also on the upcoming VCT APAC playoffs stage 2, and see you guys there. Again, this is Dubstep from Team Secret representing the Philippines. Watch us on VCT APAC Challengers Playoff Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys there.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they start. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. waiting for me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind.
North, south, east, or west. No matter which area you're at, we're out to get you. We're looking for the best of the best across Asia Pacific, so you better step up and bring your A game on. This is it, Challengers, the ultimate test. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Trump ng magarang pagkisa at seorang diri saja barang. Doji abego edula koma gerai etalam. Use the drone information. Patience. On the board! And it's gonna fall with his nota. The Oma, your Loma.
They'll gamble and I'm gonna go clear and tip. 后续 BBR 的配合上就是做一个其他动作。
We welcome another day with a good dosage of Valorant. The atmosphere today is a little bit different compared to yesterday, probably because a little bit of the tension has been released. But before I explain further on this, allow me to introduce our panel. I'm Likeable, your host. Here's Dad Femina once again, and my ever-reliable partner here on the panel, Rix. Welcome back, Dad Femina. How do you like the games yesterday?
Man, I mean, the group stages have been so stellar so far. A few eliminations, and I kind of feel a bit broken that one Filipino team has been taken out. But I mean, both of our squads and everybody else have been deserving of this spot so far, and I'm pretty excited to see how this day will unfold as well.
I'm really excited to how this day will unfold as well. But why don't we take a step back and see how yesterday's games actually unfolded? Here it is, yesterday's highlights. Well, Trix, we started off with Griffin Esports versus Made in Thailand over here.
I find it was a surprising matchup. I really thought that Made in Thailand was going to change up their pace to a little better, but Griffin just doing an amazing job, especially since their first game that we watched.
Yeah, we were talking about how this team has evolved. They weren't the same team that we saw during day one. They've really evolved and they've really showed that they can. Sorry, I'm getting a little tongue-tied here again. But they're able to adapt to how the playstyle is here on APAC. They're able to adjust how the other regions are faring against each other. But here we are, Rextragum Keon versus Global Esports, Dad Femina.
Yeah, I mean, for Rextragum Keon, I mean, they were given the tempo that they wanted against Global Esports, who definitely put up a fight more than we definitely expected. But for talented players like SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, who opened up so much of the matches, or RQ just had the better tempo and had the better adaptations especially when they head into the decider maps. I mean, for our RQ, that was a really big test of their strength, and their momentum just rioted all throughout that match.
As well as their mentality, going into it. It's a lot of pressure. Whoever loses is getting knocked out. You want to stay on your A game. It did look a little dicey near the end of Haven, but they were able to compose themselves, close it out, play a little more coordinated and collected.
Yeah, it did feel like there was a bit of overheat towards the end, but I'm glad that they were able to pull it off in the end. But of course, the last series of the day, the heartbreaking series that Femina for us, Oasis Gaming losing to Boom Esports.
I was watching this with my family at home, and we were really heartbroken. But then again, it was Boom Esports who definitely were at edge on every sort of situation. We saw that Oasis were pretty proactive, especially on the early game, but when it came into that mid-round adaptation, just Boom Esports able to get an edge every single time and just never given an opportunity for Oasis to get back up. And I really feel like it all comes down to that individual skill as well. And Tebatal and the rest of the squad from Boom Esports just able to capitalize on every sort of opportunity that Oasis was trying to build back up.
Boom Esports really looking more on form than they did when these group stages actually started. So I'm glad to see that it looks like all the boys are waking up and coming online.
Oh, I'm very happy to see that too. On the side of Oasis Gaming, I love that they tried to spice things up with that double controller. And I do think that they've had an improvement. I always joke about how they should ban bind, but yesterday they didn't and they actually got to play it. And I'm happy that we got to see the improvement. Unfortunately, BME was one step ahead of them and was able to get that win. And they will be the ones that will be continuing this journey. Now, of course, this is day 4 of the group stages. And we already said goodbye to 4 teams from the play-ins and 3 more teams here on this stage. The competition is truly brutal. And to elaborate further on this complete brutality is Mika Fabs with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Thank you, Mika Fabs, for that wonderful explanation, as usual. Now, earlier, I explained how the atmosphere felt really different today, and that's because only 2 teams are at the face of elimination compared to yesterday's 6 teams. Who the remaining teams are, we'll find out in just a bit as we go over the brackets. I'm really feeling nervous, especially for Group D, but I'm getting way too ahead of myself. Why don't we start with Group A over here, Dad Femina?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these games were so proactive. If you look at the bracket A, I mean, Griffin Esports just edging out over Myth on one of the games yesterday. I mean, that was like a really good game overall. I just feel like the Myth were not able to get all of the timings that they needed, plus the win conditions that they also desperately had before they could even go for that opportunity. But Griffin just better on every sort of occasion. But the Vanguard we're going to be seeing later, Gaimin Gladiators versus ONIC, it's going to be one hell of a show. I feel like we're going to be having a lot of moments all throughout that game, which goes to see who will be more proactive in that Group A match.
You know, I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself when I say that I don't know who I'm gonna predict between these two. So, to say the least, they're both very good. So it's gonna be a tough match. It's gonna be a really close one. But here in Group B, Trix, it's your turn. Tell us all the ropes over here.
Oh man, that GES game versus RIQ looking a little dicey, but in the end, RIQ clutching it and getting to that next match. Now we have AE, Alter Ego versus Xerxia as well. I know I keep saying I love watching Xerxia play. Alter Ego though looking very solid. I believe these 2 matches are going to, this match is going to be happening later. These 2 teams will be playing. And I can't figure out who's going to win. And I mentioned it yesterday on the panel that I feel like it's a battle of who's going to make a little more mistakes there.
I absolutely agree with you there. Oh my goodness, look at... I can't help but smile just looking at Order versus PRX because it's just such an exciting thing to witness. Of course, yesterday, as we mentioned earlier, Oasis Gaming got taken out of the competition. But Boom Esports showing such a great improvement, just a huge improvement on their part. And I'm happy, I'm pleasantly surprised that they made it here. And I want to see more of them. They're really looking forward to seeing how this group will unfold, especially with all of the superstars there. But finally, Dad Femina, it is Group D, the final group of the day.
Yeah, we were pretty excited, especially since Team Secret was in this group. But we're seeing like a lot of like unlikely heroes come out of this group as well. We got Bleed just shining all throughout the matches that they've been facing, and even giving that 2-0, that one game that definitely broke the streak that we've had overall in that day of VCT. But Fancy United versus Bleed is going to be one heck of a match that I'm looking forward to as well, simply because both of them can play the proactive game as much as the other. But definitely looking at a dark horse match as well on the lower bracket side, which is going to be our first match today. FWE Esports versus TS is going to be one hell of a toss-up. I can't really predict whoever is going to win here, but we're going to be saving those up for later, Laika.
Well, here you guys have it, today's schedule. See anything you like to the people who are watching, because I'm looking at all of these matches. Obviously, I'm looking at the first one. That's going to be something to look out for, especially since it is going to be an elimination match. But the rest of these teams, just as good, just as much tension probably, if not more, compared to yesterday's games. I'm expecting the games, Trix, to be a lot closer today.
I am expecting the games, especially Game 3, to be close. I'm hoping that both teams really perform. I think for the sake of Tash Money not being here, I will also say Gaimin Gladiators give us that Cinderella story that she really wants to see and get that win over ONIC.
Yeah, speaking of Tash Bunny, we pulled a little prank on her last night. Well, not really. It was Trix, who's too much of a goody two-shoes. Because Tash Bunny is not here today on the panel, right? And yesterday she was like, "Oh, I want to be panel on the Paper X Order game, but I'm not going to be there tomorrow." And then Trix was like, "It's not tomorrow though." And Tash was like, "It's not?" And we were really sad that Trix told her the truth.
I just, honesty is the best policy, guys.
Oh my god. What a
Can you imagine how the reaction was last night, that Femina?
Yeah, I mean, I was like watching the games over there, and I kind of felt like a bit of that tension too between the panel. I kind of get the idea, but unfortunately, though, Trix, you gotta hand it to her though. She at least like was honest, but for the prank's sake, I mean, you had to like extend it a little bit just for her.
The funny thing was, even the director was with us. He was on board like, "Trix, why'd you tell her? You should have held back." So Tash, if you're watching this, you are one lucky gal. That Trix is very kind and very, very honest.
I mean, if you guys give me a heads up ahead of time, I could like be quiet so I don't ruin the joke or something.
No, read the room, Trix. Be on board with the joke. Anyway, the teams that are going to be on board are ready to show us their stuff. The first team stepping up onto the plate is a team that I'd like to call Fearless Warriors. Okay, wait, let me say that again. I'd like to call them Fearless Warriors. The reason why I had a question mark at the end was because I couldn't find what the initials actually stood for in their team name. So if anybody could fill me in on what it actually means, that would be amazing. But hey, I don't think Fearless Warriors is wrong. After all, these guys stormed through the Thailand Challengers and have really shown their stuff over here as well. You could even say that they were even moving forward. Get it? Forward?
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway,
I've never thought of that.
Here's FW Esports. know, Dad Femina, the last time we introduced this team, I find... Oh, not this team, the other team! Anyway, there we go. They're gonna fix that in just a bit. Just you guys wait. There we go. Okay, I was a little bit disappointed, not because of the team, but because Trix had no idea where the reference to Killua's name was. Please, don't be the same. Yes! You got it! Are you talking about the X? Anyway.
Going back to the team though, I do want to talk a little bit about FW Esports. They're a bit of a reactive team that makes set plays around enemies that are really proactive. They can't get lost when they lose a man through default, but since Glow is a pretty flexible player, that does make up for a bit of their miscoordination. He can be frontline, he can hold up a fight and can flank, plus catch off timings. They do like to play default every round, which means they like to set the tempo that they want, but that also is susceptible to teams that want to play proactive in the early game, especially for defensive squads like Xerxia, like RRQ, like Paper Rex and ONIC that we all see thriving in our group stages so far. They can make good interpretations off of info, and I saw that all throughout their last game between them and Fancy United, but they're gonna have to prove a lot more than that for them to be able to have a mark here in our group stages.
I'm looking at their camera, kind of shaky over there. Hopefully that is not a foreshadowing that their gameplay today is gonna be shaky. Just hopeful for FW Esports. Now, of course, on the other end of this team is a team that's trying to prove that they are back. They made it to Champions 2021. Such an amazing feat at that, which led to the disbelief of their fans as they failed to qualify during APAC Challengers 1. This time around, they're giving it everything that they've got, even putting penguin plushies at risk. So here they are, Team Secret. Hashtag free Yuki. Coach Fade, if you are listening right now, please cut the penguin some slack. But Dad Femina is, Trix rather, sorry. Is this gonna be a case of hashtag save Team Secret?
I mean, I feel like their starting run, or at least their first series that they played on the APAC Group Stages, Stage 2, I find that maybe it is a free Team Secret. Maybe, you know, they're a little too worried about freeing Yuki themselves. I find that all of these players, however, doing a fantastic job. And honestly, they have proven to be doing well. I know that the start of their 2022 run was a little dicey. I feel like their start in APAC Stage 2 as well, maybe they're still finding themselves, still realigning with each other. I know that Boom Esports also had this issue with their first group stage game, where they were they were requiring each other to get back on that form. You know, it's sometimes difficult for teams to hit the ground running, and I feel that Team Secret especially might have gotten those jitters, or might have been a little, you know, not on the same page.
Yeah, I gotta give like the benefit of the doubt from that last performance we saw. Maybe they were trying out a new style of play, and Yoru with Breach plus Fade and Omen, they do look good on paper, but the execution wasn't there. I do kind of get the idea. It was pretty creative since the support staff have definite utility and crowd control that do cover up Yoru's weaknesses, but that just means you have to play aggressive, which doesn't really agree to the methodical style of control that TS is more comfortable on. So maybe they can go back to that same style later and maybe polish a bit of that same style, or they can go back to what they usually go on to and be more of a comfortable style that we all know TS love to do.
Yes, speaking of style, here are players who have that style in them whenever they show up on the maps that we have here. On our head-to-head, we've got Apinya and Borkum Tricks. I know that this was your idea. You love the Borkum time, but do you also love the Apinya time?
I do. I think when Apinya pops off, he's really able to position himself for success. I always love seeing controllers kind of play the map, play the opponents, you know. They play those mind games, not really certain where they're going to be, trying to get that advantage. More often than not, we usually see, nowadays, we see those initiators, we see the duelists especially. So I feel like highlighting other players, other roles as well, gives that kind of confidence that some players need, that they're doing a good job. And to both of them, Apinya and Borkum, just being able to pop off, kind of help their teams when their teams are on a disadvantage and get that upper hand later on in the rounds. I feel both of them great head-to-head.
Both of them are also like kings of reactivity too. If you remember how they played in their respective series, both Apinya and Borkum had to be one of the later players that had to respond, and whenever they do, they're known for their clutch potential anyway, especially for Borkum, who is given that Borkum time kind of special. But Apinya has been rising up to the occasion, especially in their previous series, so maybe this time we'll be seeing both Apinya time versus Borkum time in action, but we're gonna have to wait for the series later, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really looking forward to this. That's actually one of the roles that I think is really vital when it comes to Valorant. I mean, especially on the attacker side, once you take out the controller, what's next? It's going to be very difficult for your team to proceed with whatever play that you're going to try to pull off. Okay, I think, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I feel that, you know, one of the more difficult things in Valorant, at least what I find difficult in Valorant in order to practice it, is that you're not going to be ready for every single situation that arises. We don't know like which agents are going to go down, which agents are still going to be up. So sometimes it's a matter of really being able to think on your toes.
Absolutely. And what better way to test these smokes out by figuring out which maps we're actually going to be smoking on. So let's head on over to our map vetoes. Fine question mark.
Split because it's gonna leave us soon. That'd be nice.
Oh, true. We were talking about this yesterday. We want to see more split before it goes away. But for Team Secret, that's not gonna be the case.
Oh, I mean that's fair. Team Secret throughout the whole 2022 hasn't exactly had the best time on split. Although it also seems Icebox not doing too hot for them.
And no bind either. I'm not even mad, Dad Femina.
Yeah.
I mean, Bind has been like a very stellar map for a lot of proactive teams anyway. I want to start off the action pretty early, and the Team Secret do want to do have like that proactivity to themselves sometimes. So I kind of understand that FWE want to put that out of the board. Maybe they don't want to face that side of Team Secret either. Haven though, being the map pick of TS is pretty interesting, considering that they have that same control that they would have, especially like big maps like Icebox and Breeze. So this type of map where everybody has options and just abilities to lurk all around this map kind of gives that feeling that TS is onto something here.
You know, with that Icebox pick as well, Team Secret really seeming to struggle on it during their first series. So I am not surprised by the pick. I am actually surprised that Team Secret decided to leave Icebox open. I'm hoping that maybe there's something there that they're planning now, something they might have fixed. And the decider map being that Breeze, which is also one of the large maps. I feel like teams like this tend to pick those, you know, the more open maps. Usually if they like Haven, somebody else picks Icebox. They always have that Breeze at the end or sometimes a Fracture mixed in. And it just kind of goes to show that these teams are a little more confident in their aim and hopefully will showcase their ability to control pivotal points on the maps.
Yeah, I agree. Team Secret picking Haven, really good, especially since FW Esports has actually struggled here during their Thailand challengers. They lost against Xerxia, they lost against Made in Thailand, and they did win against Full Sense. So I just hope that they don't struggle as much and they show that proactivity or like that fire in them when it comes to Haven. It's a lot to take in. But moving over here to Icebox, gonna be tough for Team Secret. I wonder if they're gonna pull out that same composition that they pulled last time versus Bleed, or if they're gonna go with their usual composition, which is Dubstep on the Jet, Spencer on the Killjoy, Jesse Bash on the Sova, Wits on the Chamber, and Borcom, of course, on the Viper. I don't know how this is all gonna go, but Trix, looking at this right now, who are the maps favoring?
I think the maps might be favoring Team Secret depending on how their form is today. I know that their Breeze has been pretty decent throughout 2022. I know that their Haven has also been quite good. So I think in general, with all of these map picks, with how the teams are performing, I'm hoping Team Secret wakes up a bit more and take the series.
I just want to pitch in real quick the Team Secret. Yeah, they've been experimenting in a few of the group stages that we played, but I kind of want to hope that they're not going to be experimenting where it's an elimination game for them this time around, right? It's a pretty important game since it is tournament life on the line, so maybe they can come back to the same type of adobo that we always are used to now that they're on this stage right now. So maybe we got that soy sauce Jesse Bash on Sova, maybe we got the potatoes that we have with Jet on Dubstep on the Jet, and maybe we could have like the Spencer like be on his usual stage, like be the flank watcher that we all know and love, who can also pop off whenever he needs to. So maybe Team Secret could go back to their usual ways, then maybe we could have more confidence. But I wouldn't be surprised if they experiment again just because they're not lovable.
Why are we talking about food again? Tash did this yesterday and you're doing it too. You're so lucky that I already had my breakfast or else. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, with that all said, let's do some predictions. I know you guys aren't too excited about this either. I'll just go first because obviously I've talked about this. I have never predicted against a Filipino team so far, I think.
That is.
Yeah, I don't think so. So I'm gonna go with Team Secret for my prediction here. But any of you guys want to go first?
I think I want to pitch in that Team Secret, I feel like they have a better shot at taking this series than the last series that we had. Yeah, I was the one who was super confident saying 2-0, but I kind of had to bit my tongue last time. But this time, I'm not going to be backing down. This is Team Secret going to be taking this series against FW Esports. They could go back to that same proactivity that they usually do on their regional playoffs. Plus, they also have that style of them that they need to get that ball rolling. And they're also the ones who like to take their picks anyway, play a bit more slowly before they could execute on the site, which could become FW's downfall. So Team Secret here going to be taking the series for the first game of the day.
You know, following on that, as a person who likes numbers, I think Team Secret has the numbers. But I have been proven wrong before, you know, with Myth and Griffin. But I am thinking Team Secret for this one.
Not again!
No. It's the same thing from last time.
Knock on wood, guys. Don't jinx it.
We're all Team Secret, dude. And last time that this happened, Bleed won. Are we cursing them again?
Okay, wait. To be fair, you know, let's just like touch up on Bleed. Bleed performed exceptionally. All right, it's not like Bleed was the same Bleed that we saw in the play-ins that was kind of struggling, figuring themselves out. They played phenomenally. And, you know, I think Team Secret probably also didn't expect that kind of performance coming in from Bleed. So hopefully, coming into this match, Team Secret's going to be more prepared and saying, okay, FW Esports is also going to be putting their all for this. They're going to be putting that effort, and Team Secret needs to match it.
Now I'm looking at these compositions. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, but we do have Dubstep once again on that KO, like we did see him during that Bleed game. Hopefully, though, he was able to make the adjustments. We talked about over and over here. We talked about how we want the initiator, specifically the KO, to really step up here. So, Trix, thoughts on this? I need to hear it.
I think, you know, Team Secret need to take into consideration the kind of lineup that they have is very information heavy. While FW Esports is going into this lineup with that kind of execution heavy, it's a lot of flashing, it's a lot of controlling, it's a lot of just forcing people out. So Team Secret here need to get their advantage by getting the right kind of information to help them get that space. On the other hand, FW Esports needs to prioritize on that setting themselves up for success by probably giving Team Secret that false information and then hitting a site together and overwhelming them, running them down. I feel if they go for the slow picks, it might not work to their favor, but Team Secret has had their holes in their defense, which might just be the edge that they need.
I kind of feel like for FWE too, they kind of have a really good comp on the map of Haven though, because it opens up so much options for them, both on the attack and the defense, especially for retake when you need a lot of that util to support the Neon that's pushing in. And Team Secret, sometimes they aren't really a lot, like all 5 of them alive once they secure the site, right? So if in order for them to succeed here, they not only need to like get in fast, use that information given by Dubstep and Jessibash, they also need to make sure that they got the site locked down, because FW Esports, their win condition here is to just brute force every single time that they need to some sort of map control. And I feel like for them to maybe dodge away from the utility of Sky and Breach, they just have to prepare for it.
They absolutely do. Oh my goodness, my heart is pounding right now. First game of the day is going to be held over at Haven. Remember, one of these teams could be eliminated. Do or die, make or break, now or never. For either Team Secret or FW Esports, this could be the beginning of the end of their APAC run. So pay close attention as the story unravels before your very eyes. Casters, it's all up to you now.
Do or die. No honey-coated words can substitute the urgency that Team Secret is facing. And I must say, with the first game of the day, with the first series, we are bound to quite a few emotions already. Welcome, ladies and gents. Once again, it's me, Raf, and Asrai here with his beautiful... Which hat is it this time?
It's the burger hat. Yeah, it is going to be the burger hat this time, because I think there needs to be some sort of layers, there needs to be some sort of complete package that Team Secret has to give us right now as, you know, Filipino fans. If you guys are still are rooting for Team Secret, because the panel did brush up on it that they really did struggle against that match with Bleed. FW, on the other hand, it was such a really refreshing take as to how they were beaten by Fancy United, but you know what? They still did as a good a job as any. In any case, we were talking as well before we got into this game, you know, when we were in the bench wrap, that it does feel that the map, even though Team Secret didn't do so well in the most recent Icebox, actually still might favor Team Secret overall.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Yes, that's the start that we were all looking for.
Absolutely, this is the SSR of all starts. Something that we've all hoped for, apparently. But again, just to really have a bit of an overview of our game here, I have a feeling, or at least I am absolutely certain, that this is Team Secret's game to lose, because going into the series, I would say that they are the favorites. With their tenor, with their again, representing us in Champions, they have quite a bit of experience over our Thai squad. But we've seen things go topsy-turvy here, Asra. Our favorites, they've been, well, to say the least, curb stomped into the ground, into absolute nothingness. And is it really a surprise at this point? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Team Secret, they're a team that can play the best at one point and then just sometimes drop the ball at the other, right? And especially with eliminations, not gonna be what you want to kind of bring out. And again, we casted that match yesterday, right? Made in Thailand and Griffin Esports. And we were, at least on our end, you know, we were discussing everything. We were 100% sure that even though it could be a close game, it still should go the way of Myth. But we were proven so wrong. And again, this was a Myth that we saw trample some teams 13-2, 13-3 with really good communication and just overall performance. And Team Secret kind of plays in the same realm. So I don't know. This elimination could maybe stir up some emotions, stuff like that. It always is a thing. We're all human here. We're all, you know, they're pro players, of course, but if push comes to shove, is Team Secret going to get shoved down, or are they going to push back?
You'll feel what you'll feel. Like we said, right? Ultimately, one team had to bite the curb and bite the bullets, hoping that one of these teams, again, we would love to see all of them compete, but the ruthless and the cutthroat nature of competition will not be merciful, as Dispenser even gets the first shot in Kahlua, but the stun just does not allow him. And now we have a 4v5 as Majesty gets that plant on. Secret maybe not off to a good start already, but we can't really pivot everything on one single frag. Tirapong says, okay, have a second one. Dubstep does get that trade-off, as Wit still trying to fight his way out of Garage. Dubstep has marched forward just a little bit. Tirapong and Majesty, they get theirs, as Borkom last alive on this squad. He's trying to try and clutch this out, but the post plan is already looking so much in favor for F-Dub squad.
Now they know that he's off the gravity well, as Borkom will have to at least get the half of this, because it's still a 2 versus 1. The double swing, the challenge, and there's no chance in heck that he's going to be able to win that unless he was just, I don't know, that crack of a shot, but the timer wasn't to his favor, so yeah, solids all around for FWE.
Dear me. The strong side, the attacking side, F-Dub, they look to make the most of it, maximize whatever gains that they can get. As Dispenser, I'm not entirely sure why he wasn't supported there. It's the type of angle you would play when you have one maybe pushing Garage aggressively, or we have another player going for a crossfire and backside. Maybe a small lapse in judgment. As taking a quick inspection on minimap, we did see the spread of death on the side of Secret. FWE, they look to take control of this match, at least on this first swing. And Secret, they have a more, I'd say a similar approach. They go for a default, but with pistols in hand, not a lot of utility. What can they really do?
Well, probably not too much. As I mentioned, there's the nice little spread all around the map to get that quick information. Dog use, lots of sprinting from Kahlua, and it's Dubstep on the first contact. He's already going to be right in the face of this, but Kahlua's just so quick to try to go for the punish. To slide in, the easy kill.
Oh,
and that flash supplemented by Tirapong. So good for Kahlua to put the pressure on. It's not done just yet. He is just taking names.
No way.
And he is able to bypass this Spencer. Yep, the drive-by. It's a thing, and Kahlua is the one handling the steering wheel? The reins. However you want to call it.
You can't do him dirty like that, man. That man slids in your DM and just kind of wreck your face. Not a good look. We've talked about how, or at least the panel has talked about how moody Secret has been. We know their capability, their highs, but I feel like still witnessing a little bit of lows here considering their recent match history. They look to change that. Honestly, they don't have a choice. They have to make that change now. Again, guys, just want to drive home that this is an elimination match. And FWE, they are looking all too eager to destroy their opponents here. We do have a bye, but Jesse Vash can't really use his utility here, banking on Dispenser making contact first. I love the patience from FWE. They do go back and still hold firm on their side of the map.
Now it seems like FWE are looking for any far forward players of Team Secret. That could actually be Wits right now. 3 players just charging outside of A, as Wits immediately runs back to his own spawn. As you can see, all of the utilities that Wits had, he has already used up. Flash setup from Dubstep. Excuse me. But nothing will be had. 40 seconds up onto the clock, and FWE setting their sights onto the A. Killua still does have the slide, but this is still quite risky for him, especially with the suppress. Team Secret are doing a really good job at delaying basically everything from FWE, but the thing is, they're going to incur the wrath of the 5 players, so it's going to depend on how well they can actually play for trades, but not well enough. Just beautiful stuff coming overall. The overdrive setup for Killua here, and he's going to try to rampage in. Dispenser not hitting the shot. It's all down to Borkum. Is the time now? Is the time nigh? As he is in a 4 versus 1. But look at the weapons from FWE. They have all upgraded. One going around for the big flank. That's going to be Jet Boys. And it seems like Borkum, yeah, no chance he's going to be able to get this. So what's going to happen now is stay in the spawn, cheeky little off angle, and just look for the exits or anybody who's going to chase you down. But I was expecting something a little bit more cohesive there from Team Secret, but FWE super solid on the entry.
I honestly feel like we all were. Borkum does get an exit on that cheeky angle. However, it's been exposed. He does get a fight and he gets a third for himself. But in the battle of thirds, obviously FWE get their better result, getting a third round on the board. Like you said, Team Secret still kind of fumbling on this map. And a lot of us agree that this is a veto that's leaning towards Secret. We've talked about how the game does start in our map picks and bans. But then we get our boots on the ground. It does seem that FWE have a bit of a head start here. Secret have to figure out what's going on. Is it the rhythm that they're playing at? Is this some sort of problem with our defensive layout? Because again, I just feel like it's so hard to have any form of resistance on either side, really. I feel like this is a problem with KO. Yeah, sure, you have your fragmentation and your flash drives, but those are utility that promotes you to move forward.
Yeah. Well, I will argue, though, that moving away from Team Secret, just looking at FWE as a team, really solid support flashes from Tirapong. 100% has got to be. His guiding lights have really guided Killua to larger heights here. Borkum on the contact, and he had the nice idea, but Killua's just really on fire right now. Standard C setup here. Seems like Wits trying to get more damage on, but Killua somehow manages to still survive. The lightning dash, the lightning sprint, a la Hunter. As he gets the heal top off from Tirapong. Yep, I know.
Actually, Aserai, talking about weebs, who is the stronger weeb? Is it Dubstep or is it Killua? As Tirapong gets a beautiful flash, and that's about it. That was interesting. I feel like that's a questionable molly there. I'm not entirely sure what that was trying to achieve. Now they get locked out of sight even quicker. I'm at a loss for words, man. So help me out here. What is going on? Maybe you have the answers to these questions. Again, the first 4 rounds are not very telling of the entire story. We've seen teams win, or rather lose, these first 2 swings and then come back. But Secret's body language, their player movement, it's just not on par with FWE at the moment.
Yeah, FWE is just, again, playing this up to a certain T. There's nothing too complicated that FWE are doing. Again, it's just a little bit of reaction and rotation, but other than that, it's just been how well, again, Killua has been utilizing the Neon to just bully out certain angles alongside Tirapong. Yeah, you do have the 3 other players that are able to follow up correctly, but I think it's the duo of this Neon and Sky that has really set Team Secret ablaze. In any case, Team Secret back on the buy. Wits has got himself an operator. He's holding hard outside of A just to get that information. That's why Team Secret are actually gravitating towards B and C. Oh, this is going to be actually pretty good. Nobody gets flushed out just yet. Borkum does have a little bit of contact on C Long. Does win the battle. And it seems like this 2-pronged approach from FWE is getting dismantled somewhat. Dubstep starting to heat up. Ooh. There's Jit Boys. Could actually probably run for A if he decides to do so. If he just knows that Wits and Borkum are coming right then and there. Oh, the swing. Nice little flank from Borkum. Nice little bait on the Cloudburst by Wits. And that should be at least the first round given to Team Secret.
Maybe that's the caffeine kicking in. It's like, oh, right, guys, we are in an elimination game. But one thing that FWE have been doing, they've been executing their takes with pride, much like the Lions main that they have on their logo, and they've been very succinct. You see the intention, it's very clear, it's very deliberate. Even though they lost that round, I believe that this is something that they'll have to continue, honestly, because we talk about APAC teams, right? The bottom line is all the teams we have here are good. They made it this far. But we have to really dissect what makes them stand out, because just being good, it's a standard that they have to get it. Maybe it's the aggression. Opening up the site for his team as Borkum tries to maneuver himself out of the site. He does fall a step lower, but with his gun in hand, Tirapong still wins the duel. Dubstep does get the trade out as well as the rest of Secret, and suddenly a wild torrent going in the way of Secret absolutely drowns out the rest of the FWE squad.
Looks like Team Secret starting to look a little bit like themselves. I was gonna say as well, Raph, if you might not have noticed, Wits actually dropped the operator the round before that round, just so he can pick up a rifle, I believe, and then he wasn't able to pick it right back up. So that was a really expensive trade of weapon, just so that he can have a little bit more firepower in the in the retake, but it still somehow works quite well. Now, this is the Team Secret that we kind of expect to see, you know, a lot of bait plays, good synergy with utility. It's not just straightforward for them, and I think they're starting to get into the groove. Maybe it's a start of the day, maybe it's early morning for them technically, but a little bit of
11 a.m.
Hey, man. Some people, they wake up at 12. I'm not one of those people, but I do know. Anyways, Hunter's Fury, taken by Vash, gets the pick off. It's going to be a bit of a hit and miss as Majesty is down, so FWE here going to have to battle with the rest of the round with only 4 squads, or 4 players to remain. Still, Kahlua and Tirapong are alive. Again, as I mentioned, these two have been such a very powerful tandem, and Wits is already down. That's going to be the signal to go straight up for A, mayhaps. Kahlua. Oh, he spotted. Oh, he cannot get away. Jesse Bash timing on the recon dart is absolutely sublime, but cannot follow through on a Pinya. Dubstep now decides to maybe go for the peek out. Flash. Good for 2. Good for 3. Dubstep. Hat-trick comes out from A Long as he comes out to play. Ooh.
That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting from Dubstep. And maybe, just maybe, like we said, right? Maybe it might be a slow start for Secret. But it's been all smoke and mirrors for them. Maybe potentially bamboozling the Lions over at the FWE squad. We have a game here. Now looking much more competitive as maybe the warm-up has finally kicked in us, right? Sometimes, like you mentioned, right? We have some early risers and we have some night owls. And Secrets, their view from the afternoon might be a little better, but now we look at this as FW, they look a little more hesitant to take into the site. A little bit of hesitation could be the start of a disaster here as Wits loves to hold this angle. We know the discipline. Oh my goodness, and we see Tirapong. He was curious, but what happened with Kahlua there? Maybe he was calming. But now he is going to have to take a bit of a back seat as the sharp spear point of FWE gets dismantled. Gets destroyed. Secret, they do open with first blood, but they do lose Wits in that exchange.
We have this set up already with Dubstep and Jesse Vash. Vash might need to pop the shot right now. Oh, okay. Ask actually Dubstep for it so that doesn't give away his positioning. The lockdown utilized. They're gonna have to start charging right in. The double swing. And they could actually, I think there's a volley maybe to destroy this lockdown, but they're gonna have to double peek it. But it's not gonna work. All right, that's a big commitment. As now it turns into a 2 versus 3. Borkum still hidden at hell here. Could explode for a really good takedown, and he goes for 1. Now the spike is planted. It's all down to him. Goes in for the swing. But again, there's one behind us, one in front. Not really he can do much there, especially with just Dubstep kneeling right in front of A short.
The Lions main, it remains unfrazzled. They keep their composure. They come back slowly, 3-5, as this game is a little too close to call as of the moment. Like we said, right? Where was the support flash Maybe if Wits had someone just there, maybe a cloudburst. But again, hindsight is 2020. Borkum did get a bit of a bonus off that Spectre. Economy, we'll have to take a quick look. It is at the reset point for Secret. They can employ a few rifles here, a pair on Dispenser and Dubstep, the duo, as they try to open things up for their team, as Wits already going for a bit of a more proactive push. Majesty will delay him, but he has to guess which part of the cloud is he at. Wits might face a firing squad, but this time he escapes successfully, finding Kahlua. He double dips, but he does make a march backwards. He retreats. Maybe trepidation has been set in the side of FWE, as operating on a man disadvantage is gonna give them that much less control, especially with Kahlua, that gap closer, that space maker. And now with Tirapong, that front line has been weakened considerably, and now the back line is starting to take hits. Dispenser and Dubstep can't have one without the other, apparently, as Apina is the last person alive, and he will make a valiant effort to resist this Team Secret march.
Speaking of march, Borkum going for the long around flank, and Apina is not going to be able to handle it too much, or even if he did, Dubstep, or rather Jesse Bash, was very near. This is such a spicy little shot from Wits there, and he thought that everybody would just be placing themselves already at the window, maybe going to see. That could have been a really deadly mistake from Wits, if not Dispenser just getting a couple of kills on Garage. Now Team Secret looking to aggress once again, both on window here. Wits, can he get away from the blades? Can he get away from the aggression? Looks like he can, at least for the nick of time, but FWE have already gotten control of the B side. One is in the back of the site. It's going to be Borkum, but he's been spotted by Tirapong. Jesse Bash gets zapped with the finger blaster from Kahlua. And look at this. A spear in the center of the map has just punctured the defense of Team Secret. Dispenser trying to be the hero, but it gets peeked by 3 members of FWE. It's all down to Wits with an operator in hand, but there is the anti-lurk of Jit Boys. It's making a lot of noise. Just Jit knew about this.
Oh,
looking right in front of him, not in the back. But Spider Sense tingling. Wits, if he is just a tad bit more impatient, he could get knocked out here. Hold the angle, don't look for the frag. And the mission now is just to save the op for the next round.
At the very least, Wits has this operator momentarily, but we see a collapse on his position. Very, very soon, we might see a duel. And if he can find just at least one, it will help his cause immensely. But as I say that, it's him falling from getting shot from behind. Secret, they're still on the back foot here, but the gap is not insurmountable. Meanwhile, FWE, they continue to impress. They've been adapting very well. I think it was the panel who brought up that they are quite reactive as a team, which does have its merits. And we're seeing it come to fruition here in this map.
Yeah. I will say, Raph, there has been no value with the op ever since it's been brought out by Wits. A lot of his kills have been turned into rifle and Bladestorm kills, but Operator, I don't think we've ever seen even a single kill with the Operator up now. I could be wrong though, but it just feels like that way. In any case, FW always with this bang up an approach. The wall, the fault line, and the kaboom boom that Breach brings to the table. Again, a very massive whiff from Wits. Borkum got the nice HP, but he's got the Spectre in hand, so it's not going to be a nice clutch for him. 4-7, one more round. And FWE, such a leading, commanding approach in this first half.
I think the most obvious thing on the side of Secret right now is that their defense is going really unsupported, or the timing has just been completely disjointed.
Yeah.
With the rounds they've lost, I feel like they've been literally caught off guard here. They tried to go for that swing, the pop and flash, rather the pop flash. Didn't work out as well as they would have wanted. And again, we're here at an impasse, really, another reset point in their economy. They really have to mull over. Very close. They do have a bit of a force buy here. Maybe pressing on the issue. Wits gets Jitboy, as this is the last round. My goodness, it did get a little confused here of the half. Dubstep with that Bulldog does have that null command. I feel like this is something that they really had to hinge on just to stop that push. kind of have to play maybe a little more receded as, or maybe play for that retake, right? Because look at the FWE. Look how oppressive all of that is. The double initiator plus the Neon pick and the Astra, which I know you're not a very big fan of.
Yeah, but at least in this map, Astra tends to have a lot more oomph because of the natural layout of the land. Oh, the pop shots from Vash. Massive damage onto Killua here. We'll have to call the heal from Tirapong. And I love this recon dart. Actually bypasses the wall and everything. Vash needs to get a little bit more value on that Guardian of his. Absolutely not. Spencer, though, lights up B site with the Spectre in hand. One more flick, and that's going to be it. 5-7. The first half ended, at least somehow, somewhat even, I'd say, between the two teams.
Who knows? Maybe this half is going to take a little bit of a better swing for Secret, because if you looked at how they were trying to defend, they were aggressively wrestling map control away from FWE. But since FWE have such a, I guess, well-adjusted composition just to resist that, it's been that much more difficult. Again, with the Neon, with the speed, the supports, they've been absolutely fantastic. Fragging power has been pretty good on both sides, really. But it's the utility shuffle and how Secret have been dealing with it. It's a bit of a question mark.
Well, FWE have been taking all they want from TS.
Well, it is a bit of a halftime. Again, yet another halftime pause. We like to talk about what are they going to be thinking about, how are they going to approach this. I feel like one of the more intangible things that we have to mention, Asarai, is that the best play to look at is the next one. You know, if you had a bad play in the previous one, whatever, brush it aside. Maybe that's what Secret is going for. Maybe we're looking into the series a little bit too much. It is the first map after all. But what worries a lot of the PH fans and Secret fans specifically is that this is supposedly one of the most dominating maps on the side of Secret. But as of late, it really hasn't been that way.
Yes.
This conversation is going swimmingly.
Absolutely.
What is going on?
Nothing.
It is early.
Like I was just pointing out something. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I feel like it really is super early in the day. We too need our maybe to get that caffeine boost, maybe get that extra surge of energy.
Well, speaking of surging energies, Killua has been my favorite player right now to watch in this first game. His ideology with how he approaches the Neon is actually pretty damn good. Entertaining to see and actually effective, and as you can see, really worth the while for FWE. Anyways, two-pronged approach. It's going to be the charge in through C-Long as well as Garage, and the trade's a little bit abundant. Killua already coming from the behind. No dashes or no slides in hand. So it's going to be just him and teammate against the world. Dubstep now corralled through onto position on default, and Majesty just immediately as he peeks out, pops the shot, shoots through the box. And FWE, again, another solid round in the pistol.
I have to say that long pause, man. It kind of got me messed up. Until now, I'm still recovering. But in any case, the FWE squad and the Secret boys, they're still fighting tooth and nail for this. The tug of war is still continuing. Secret, though, I don't know, man, honestly. Still, that long pause, you got me messed up. I'm just going to say that again. You got me messed up. Let's go back to the game, though. Let's refocus. Let's get our heads into it. Secret, now they have a 3-round deficit to take into account. One of these rounds, or at least the more this lead goes up, the more likely they'll force it out. Dispenser tries to get one, and he does successfully. It's Tirapong, but Killua and the rest are so quick on the trade. The classic on the side of Borkum. He gets one, but he does get cornered by the rest of FWE. That's all they get. A brilliant
Dubstep,
eco
though.
still. Dubstep again, who's been rising up to the occasion. But where did Opinia come from? Jesse Vash sitting in his corner here, but does he know Wits is here? Oh, and he goes to try and take and settle the smokes in. Jit Boys now has a task to find these two wonderful gentlemen who's been playing a lot of mind games. He has to sit on this. And Wits is like, you know what?
Wow.
Just relax.
Is he gonna save that Spectre? Oh. Yeah, absolutely. What a cheeky, thrifty round from Team Secret. You don't see that too much, the cheese of the positioning for the post, but I do really much like it. It's an alteration of, you know, dude, let's go to B. You as the jet just dash in, get the plant, or maybe get the plant and dash out, and then they kind of just leave everybody on certain angles that FWE weren't really even expecting. Really, really cheeky stuff. That is something that is a cheese strat that you know Team Secret has prepared for some rounds.
Cheese strats, I don't know if they work, it works.
Well,
another
that
technical
work,
pause.
and it turns into stinky cheese strats.
Well, we have a technical pause here. This morning has not been the smoothest, but everybody is trying to smooth it out, trying to get those, trying to flatten it. And my goodness. Well, yet another long break, another long silence for me and Asarai. I don't know what's going on, man.
No, we're all good. We're all good. I was just addressing something that you asked a while ago. That was on me. That was on me.
Okay, again, let's recenter. Let's refocus. I mean, honestly, there's not much to talk about as of the moment. We've seen just defaults upon defaults here, and maybe Secret overplaying their hand. And again, FWE, they're very, very happy to oblige. Like, oh, you know what? Let's just get down to business. Let's reduce this to the duels. And let's win this step by step, apparently.
I will say, though, again, it is still incredibly close with regards to all the stats that we're seeing right now and the rounds itself. It's been very much back and forth, and we haven't really seen the full extent of FWE on their defense, right? We've seen how really well their offense can be, but that is because if you look at this composition, it does feel quite tailor-made for a quick run and gun, right? You do have the pop flashes, the stun to definitely just supplement all of the blinds that you want for the entry. So how does that, again, translate coming into the defending side when you're going to have to be actually spread apart? FWE, though, at least for this kind of pistol upgrade buy round for them, it is just going to be the possible 3-man push on mid, and then they just back away as soon as Team Secret already knows what's up. Seems like FWE really spreading themselves to go for the flank, but Team Secret are understanding how to go about this. Their second half being a tiny bit more crisp. 2 players on spawn. One is going to be on heaven here. The flash onto Tirapong, and he actually still gets dubstep through the blind. Good stuff. A little bit of damage. Nothing exciting overall, but now FWE, they got the benefit of the doubt as they now have access to their gun round.
These last few rounds have been kind of like a Disturbed song. It's been the land of confusion. We saw Pina get to where he was super quickly, and then we also have Dispenser here anticipating that flank. Again, a beautiful read, but still not entirely sure what the goal was there. Maybe they try to go for a stranglehold that was fairly unorthodox in nature, but Secret, they are masters of these angles, as we have yet another fairly innocuous setup, something fairly common, a quick garage take it seems. They do get rid of that turret, but Jitboy's just here. He is too quick on that trigger, finding everybody. Dispenser is on yet another flag, but FWE, they've been holding strong and they've been looking rock solid.
Not able to clear out that specific little pocket that Jetboys has put himself in. I thought that Wiz was just going to dash into the side to get that quick little information because his teammates would have definitely needed that. It's a little bit too slow how they were kind of charging into the C side compared to, I think, the previous times that they've used it. So Jetboys had a chance to really mess things up, and he just went the extra mile too, getting that third flick on, I think it was Borkum. Any case now, Team Secret still do have the purchase power. Although, this is, I believe, their last round before they get reset again in terms of economy. And they've already committed a lot of good ultimates in that previous one. While Jetboys has now gotten access to his lockdown. That being said, Majesty and Kahlua, actually everybody from FWE not far behind from their own ultimates. So this is a really crucial, critical round for Team Secret to get to stop them, to stop FWE from using this to build the lead further.
High priority indeed, as there's a lot of confidence on the side of FWE. If you look closely, they're quite ways away from each other, barring the double initiator setup on B. My goodness, pardon me, guys. We did see a little bit of a much more compact action as well on to the side of C, but now we've seen Jetboys being left to his own devices as an attack on A is being mounted. And Kahlua may be a little confused which angle he really wants to hold. So far hasn't really caused any reasonable damage. But here we go, the trades are coming in. Secret, they flood in. This is looking fairly dangerous for FWE as Dubstep, still the man of the hour, gets another kill to his name, and Jitboy, who I did mention was all on his lonesome, will also be retiring to that, as he has to save that Vandal. The economy on their side has not been the best on this half. And Secret, they're still on their toes here. It does look like they are much more prepared and much more focused this time around.
True enough. Able to dismantle the defense there. It felt like Kahlua was just so fired up to go for the swing. He was good for the first kill, but again, he had to just manage two angles at the same time, which is short and long, and that spread him a little bit too thin. Unfortunately, not enough to allow his teammates to help him as they were still trying to rotate from the other portions of the map. That being said, FWE, even though they did lose this round, again, they will have a lot of powwow coming into this round 18. As you can see, almost all of them will have ultimates to utilize. That being said, actually Team Secret is also at the podium with a lot of ult economy on their end as well.
8-9 as that timer winds down. Maybe tension is rising on both sides here because FWE, they don't look as commanding in comparison to that first swing. Kahlua, he wants to change this, but like I said, the relay ball can really mess you up, but what will mess you up is getting electrocuted, as Borkum could not do anything to resist the hyper mobile Kahlua here. He does go back. I love the discipline again. Dubstep will try to find an opening. He doesn't have his 0 point available to him, but 2 flashes and a fragment is still in his pocket. Apina could find a timing here. He does spot out an enemy player, but he goes for the safer route. As Secret, they want to try their hands again on C, which hasn't been the greatest modicum of success for them, as Majesty still in this corner, which has been the death of them by Jitboy, and this time potentially from the breach, but now 2 fronts is too many to handle as Wits and Jesse, they slice up FWE, and no longer the pride of the Lion is standing tall, but looking a little more bruised now, as a 2v4 retake is in hand. The Seekers have been expended, Asarai, and the lockdown is still here. Is the investment going to be that much more investment? Or rather expensive, my goodness.
This is still really doable for FWE, by the way. They can isolate a couple of fights. Good bait plays overall, and Tirapong manages to explode for 2. He's taken no damage whatsoever, and now he can try to just get the information. I think he saw the shadow of Jesse Bash, and now Jesse gonna have to go away. That blade also making known that Dubstep's presence is actually all the way through C-Long. Tirapong is fully blinded, and that recon dart gives all the information for Jesse to play the situation to an utmost T. And this is what we're talking about, man. The split decision from Wits to get that dash in. So crucial, so important for Team Secret to get the entry frag up and going.
Team Secret, they rouse a comeback. They inspire their players as the march, at least the enemies at the gates, they have been amassing. And so far, FWE, they haven't been able to control that. They have been resisting, but a sensational performance so far in these last few rounds have really been tipping the scales for Secret. Yet again, they go for a much more aggressive take, but look at all this. The utility that's been winning FWE so many rounds has halted that march yet again. They've come shoulder to shoulder. The relay bolt will miss Dubstep, and a potentially crucial one. Look at this, Tirapong with the patience. He baits out one. Does he get another? Does he get two? No! He runs out of bullets, and Dubstep, he even gets Tirapong at the end. A 3v4, but Dubstep, look how severely injured he is. He'll have to rely on his teammates to make contact for him, or it might be the other way around. As these sheriffs, they look to they're looking that much more fatal for Wits and Dubstep, who are tagged up.
Man, that was such a solid, almost approach from Tirapong. Killua did a fantastic job at baiting the angle, as it were. Dubstep is just at the corner. I don't know if he's gonna get scouted here at all. Jit Boys, is this gonna get embraced? There it is. Take a taste of your own medicine, why don't you? And now it's Opinion to remain. Does have the wall, does have a sheriff, but doesn't have the moxie to try to go for this 1 versus 4. I mean, he has to still, because again, he's got to die. Cannot save, or else the cred's not going to go his way for the lost bonus. But maybe it is still possible. There is this 4-man crossfire that Team Secret were able to do. But look at that. Somehow still manages to find Dispenser. But again, the trade is going to be swift.
Somehow his foresight betrays him. They're expecting the swing from hell, but instead he does get cut off from short. And the lead has gone into the way of Secret. Revitalized, re-energized, and reinvigorated. Tirapong could have had the play of his life here, honestly. And you even see a little bit of hesitation on Wits to clear that corner. Again, the Spectre, the humble Spectre, can only do so much.
Yeah, that was a Phantom, right?
If that was a Phantom, they'd be dead. So many moments also
true.
where, if that was a Vandal, if that was a Phantom,
I would have hit that shot.
Again, gotta focus on that next play, not the last one.
Yeah, c'est la vie.
C'est la vie
That's
indeed.
life.
That's life. I love Frank Sinatra.
That's true.
He's been a puppet, a poet, a pirate, a pawn, and a king. All titles have been bestowed upon all our players here too. FWE though, that king title remains to be quite elusive for them, as this has been a fairly grueling group, a fairly grueling competition. Jesse's gonna send out his precious and his loyal Aldro and Asarai. It is gonna force out a little bit of utility from Killua, but mobility is still on his side as he does move away and he forces out a duel. The null command is here. And the only resistance they will have to meet, or they will meet later, is going to be just raw gunfights. But look at this. Another Team Secret special. They lure out so many ultimates. That somewhere else too. And Apina may have put a wrench in that plan.
This might not look too pretty because they lose the pinch that Dispenser has given his team. Still though, Wits expecting the Rolling Thunder to come in. It still does not work. Oh, that takedown from Dispenser might have really hurt Team Secret here. And Dubstep, he was making all the noise on spawn on a site with the null command, so he had to go all the way around and not actually boot the team as they try to go for C. You like to play, you love to see it, but again, FWE still somehow, some way manages to figure out what Team Secret were gonna do, and we're already halfway there to try to intercept.
I feel like it's one of those moments where less is more. And we already talked about how FWE, they've been very good at capitalizing on Secret's tendency to overplay. Again, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because we love to see creativity and innovation. But it is a fairly high stakes match with a lead that's almost negligible as things have been tied up. Wits will initiate first contact here alongside with Dubstep. And now Killua, who tries to get a frag, maybe a change of fortunes here, is forced backwards.
Go, go, go.
Ooh. I wonder what they're going to try to do here now. I might have given the information that 2 is going to be playing on short, but because of the smoke from Apinya, Team Secret can't really push in just yet. You're absolutely right. It feels like they already committed 3 big ultimates for the A side. Why not just push with it? Especially with Dubstep being on the null command, right? He can just be dropped down and you can pick him back up after the trades. Again, it's a gamble, it's a risk, it's a nice play if it works, but if it doesn't, you do see the amount of resources just expended to make that almost play happen, right? Anyways. 30 seconds, Team Secret really riling the clock here. They're going to supplement the push with the ultimate, but the Cloudburst just does absolutely nothing. Jerapong somehow still gets hit by the Hunter's Fury, and right behind him, he's actually bought the Fury of Jesse Bash to Killua, exposing him to Dubstep, and somehow they get the A site absolutely perfectly and turns this into a 3 versus 4. Okay, I see you. The best lineup of the shock darts. Just bounce it up, full charge, 2 bounce, it's gonna be good. Judge in the hand of Jit Boys does nothing. No. But Apinya, lockdown destroyed, and the shock dart is coming in, but he's starting to defuse this. They gotta actually spot him out, and they will in the end.
I really like the calls that Secret make when it comes to just attempting to hit the opposing team with sensory overload, but again, 2 rounds ago, not to harp on it too much, it does kind of backfire on them. But with a lot of bravado, a lot of gusto, they changed that misdirection into focus and sheer willpower, really going into that site. Again, sometimes less is more, and they've found quite a bit of success, if not a lot, with that type of mindset. They are a team with a lot of personality, and you can't really blame them to attempt to put on a show here, right? Yeah. The job's not done.
Job's not done, although seems like their job is not giving them too much to fall back on in terms of the creds. A weaker buy, and that is going to force FWE to try to be a little bit more proactive on this particular round. Tirapong and Killua trying to make something happen from the sewers, but they are just going to get lost in the waters of it all. Team Secret already having the advantage, already feel confident enough to just go straight marching into the A site. They could go a level higher, and what's that for? Oh, it's for Dubstep's ultimate. Anyways,
1 enemy remaining.
They could go a level higher and just start to chase down the rest of FWE, but it's not really necessary. Dispenser, his senses giving him maybe the leeway to just look straight down at Garage right there, but Jet Boy's going all the way around, only has the shorty in hand. So he's going to be looking for the teeny tiny bit of angle. Dubstep's clear out the back of the site. Man, he has no position to actually get closer with this shorty, doesn't he?
No.
Yeah, wow. Just no chance.
That would have been funny. Honestly, that would have been funny.
Match point.
But like you mentioned, the shorty has had its fair share of nerfs. Justified ones. Again, the shotguns have been a problem child of this game. A little bit of salt being thrown your way, folks. Coming from me, of course. It's Himalayan salt. It's pink Himalayan salt, so enjoy it. But I think we have a pause here from FWE. They are at the cusp of dropping this map against Secrets. We've mentioned it many times. This is Secret's series to lose. I feel like the pressure is all on them. But it does look like they're unbothered, even though there have been inconsistent swings, I would say, in their peaks. Dubstep, almost a 30 bomb. I would wager they don't get there. Maybe the match finishes, but if we know FWE, they'll suddenly turn it up and like, aha, overtimes. Maybe 8 again. Have we ever done a game of Secret that didn't go to overtime? I don't think so.
Yeah, every game that we've casted. I think that was for VCT, right?
It's always been into overtime. Secret, they are, aside from being amazing pro players, they're also entertainers. You know, like, hey
they're
guys,
the
look,
Lord.
we make this as dramatic as possible. I don't know, man. You kind of give us heart attacks sometimes. Sometimes, maybe a little too often.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of cardiac arrest, honestly.
Agreed. We'll say though, FW, I know that they have been a staple as of recent for the Thai scene, but they have been so out there. Great tracking from Jit Boys, by the way. Doesn't expose Opinion's position, so he's also still good for another frag. Not looking too hot for them. Jesse Bash has to push through the smoke so that they can at least bring back Dubstep to life, a la Evanescence. He's still holding the one angle there. Are they going to go rotate all the way around? The relay bolt, as well as the fast lane activated already. Borkum just goes straight up for the fast peak, and now it's turned into the 1v1. Dubstep versus Majesty. Dubstep playing on the back of the site, throwing out the flash, forces back Majesty, but he does have the fault line. Will get stunned, and it's starting to corral onto Dubstep, who still hits the shot. He heard the jump, and all he really needed to do was wait for it. He was dazed, but not dazed enough to lose the fight.
The Halo, it was not meant to show a sign of confusion nor a stun, but because he made Secret, or rather, he saved Secret, the savior, the first map. I would not say that was the most convincing performance, but a W nonetheless.
There's Borkum
oh, here we go again.
Cocoa water.
So, Asar, actually, I want to go back on you. Did you ever ask about Borkum's nuts? You know, the cocoa nuts. Did you ever ask?
Oh yeah, he has a lot of nuts. You know,
that'll be $4, baby.
Yeah. 2 liters of cocoa nuts, just dribbling.
I would wager this is also a bit of a feeling out process for Secret too. Both these teams not really getting exposed to each other as often as they would want. You know how the matchup goes, but I feel like that's something that the panel would love to discuss. Any closing remarks, Asrai, before we throw it to said beautiful people?
I want to see Killua back on a jet. Would be absolutely magnificent to see that, especially now going on to Icebox. So that's basically it for us. We're gonna, again, throw it to the panel and then go to game number 2. So guys, you know what to do. Stay there and we'll be back.
This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Patience, 200 every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love show.
Welcome back to VCT Stage 2 Challengers APAC. What a fantastic game to start the day, you guys. 13-10 on the side of Team Secret. And of course, FW Esports showing us the fire that they have in them. Dad Femina, why don't we start this discussion with Dubstep's triple-double? That was really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, this guy just had the perfect balance of being the playmaker for the team as well as being the one who actually carried that whole game. But in all honesty, Team Secret, they definitely played to their full potential that time. I mean, in that Haven map, they recognized that they can brute force every time that FW themselves try to brute force. It was pretty questionable sometimes. For me, I believe the team comp is more like strengthened around retakes. But then again, if Team Secret can take the fight over to FW and win it in a lot of the rounds that they did, especially in the second half, then that doubt definitely was misplaced on my part. For FW Esports though, from start to finish, we definitely saw the strength of their team comp, just giving a lot of leeway for the Breach to actually, or for the Neon actually, my excuses, to give a really safe entry, and that's all thanks to the Breach and the Sky combo. But what I really liked about Team Secret was they tried their damnedest to stop every sort of attempt for FWE to even get in.
Yeah, I agree. And that's actually something that I noticed also, the way you mentioned it, is that both of these teams weren't really playing for retake as much as I'd like them to. We've seen especially during the early rounds wherein FWE would push in and they'd always get a pick. Like Kilua is something else. Whenever he pushes out a smoke, he always gets a pick. And I would have preferred for Team Secret to push a little bit behind. I know that we talk about being proactive and everything, but if it's not working in your favor right now, maybe you have to reevaluate how you're going to approach the rounds as a defender, right, Trick?
That's exactly right. I love how both of you are bringing this up, because as I mentioned before the map started, when we got to the Agent Select, that we have Dubstep on that KO, we have Jesse Vash on the Sova, and on the flip side, Tirapong on Sky, Majesty on the Breach. You know that they're going to go aggressive, you know that they're going to concuss, maybe Aftershock, Sky Flashes, Breach Flashes, paired in with Opinia's utilities on that Astra. So you want to play for information and take that and go for that retake, because you're going to have the advantage, especially if you have good suppress from the KO and get that value out of them. So I feel that Team Secret on the defender side really lacking in understanding their own composition on what the optimizing their lineup, their agent lineups, with getting that space from Wits, getting that, you know, information and retake potential from Dubstep and Jesse Vash, while baiting more utility from Dispenser. Too often they were picked off early, and when they switched to attacker side, I feel like they really switched on playing the way that they like, being a little more aggressive, being able to control the map. Maybe it was more comfortable for them. But what do you think, Dad Femina?
You know, I really do think that they cleaned it up this time around. Thanks by the way. But
it's the name.
It's the name, definitely. I feel like I'm never gonna get used to that. But for FW at that point, I mean, they have been caught in a lot of the moments that Team Secret like to play a bit cheeky. We kind of got surprised about how they also decided to pull out these flanks. If you remember that double flank from Wits and Borkum, and plus like the Spencer even holding down the line around T-spawn while they knew the read was coming for FWE. 3 men flanking towards that side. Why don't we just try to sandwich them with Dubstep even going onto the pole? That's just really creative from Team Secret, and I like that they pull it out in the most the moment moments where we never expect them to do so. This dubstep all around this Haven map so consistent, and I really like to see that all throughout the series so far, especially since their tournament life is on the line. But for Team Secret right now, in their first game point here in the series, putting them in a really good spot so far.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I actually remember that specific round you were talking about. I think it was Team Secret on the attack this time around. It's around the second or the first round of that half, and we see Dispenser just holding the flank, right? He sees two people walking outside of a lobby, and he immediately communicates this to the rest of his team. So he gets one, he gets traded off from the side of FW Esports, but then we have Borkum, we have Dubstep who backs him up, like, you know what? We're gonna avenge the death of our comrade. We're gonna kill you guys too. And that's how they won that round, because of that little piece of information that they were able to get, and they were just so reactive towards it.
I feel that kind of communication that they had on that attacker side is exactly the kind of communication and teamwork that they needed on the defender side, which could have helped them get that, at least even the score. But you know, on FW Esports side, I find that aggression that they played was fantastic. Even on the defender side, we could tell that when the Neon pushed up, when they got that early information, early control, they were really thriving. So I was hoping to see a little more creativity in their defender aggression, in the proactiveness, because they had that lineup that was made for proactive plays rather than reactive ones.
Now for Team Secret side though, yeah, I mean, they were pretty impressive so far in their showing in Haven, but there's still that doubt because of how they played in this Haven map, right? A bit disjointed, yes. As on the panel we've been talking about that, right? And yeah, they've been pulling out really creative stuff, but then again, like, if they weren't pulling out that creativity, then they're not going to be able to win in the strength of their team comp, right? I feel like for Team Secret, they need to at least reconsider about how they play their team comp strength so far, because I feel like it would have been a lot cleaner on Team Secret side if they played that double initiator comp into brute forcing that retake scenario. Plus also, like, on the attacking side, it showed like a lot more potential since they were able to get that map control in favor just because of Desi Bash and the support staff just letting Dubstep and Wits go all throughout. But now that we're heading into that second game, that would be the window that Team Secret could have, right? Like,
yeah, I agree to that, obviously, but I do want to point this out. I know that Dad Femina was really impressed with the way Dubstep was playing on the KO, but I want to know what Trix's thoughts are over here, because I did see, again, in some of the rounds wherein the KO flashes were being played a little bit too selfishly. Sometimes it does work in his favor, wherein he throws in a flash, he gets 3k, that's awesome. But again, this is the team play, and I want to know what kind of role Dubstep was actually going in here. Trix, was it more of a supportive role, or was it meant to be a little bit more of the duelist side?
I feel like it's more likely, based on the way I'm watching it, that it started off being that second entry, because you know how at least in FPS, whether it's Valorant or other titles, you always have that one person that's creating that space, and usually you have another person behind them that's going to be the refrag, or the one that's going to trade them if they get killed. So it seemed that maybe when they started with this lineup, Dubstep was essentially that second entry to support Wits, and later on it became this whole, okay, he has to take a more supportive role now. He has to start doing those flash peaks. So I feel like that's maybe where they struggled on the defender side. We saw that the utility timing and the utility juggle wasn't exactly optimal on the side of Team Secret, in terms of, for example, that Femina pointed out, with the Killjoy ultimate, you can destroy it with the fragment nade, but that's not what they were exactly doing. So they definitely showed signs of Dubstep, really stepping into that support role on the attacker side. I feel that they still need to polish that defender side on the KO.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And that's a good adjustment on their part. I'm not sure if they were able to figure that out mid-game, or it was just, when we're attacking, we do this, but when we're defending, it's just a whole other story for them. But I do want to point out that I'm sure that you enjoyed Hirapong, because you are a Sky biased person. Let's be honest over here, you really enjoy the Sky plays. But I always see what you're talking about over there, especially with him setting up for Killua's Neon all the time. Always the good pushes over here because of that. But hey, that Femina, we were talking about all of these initiators over here. Is there anyone else that really caught your attention? Or perhaps were you really impressed with like Tirapong's trigger discipline?
I feel like Tirapong was just one part of it, but I kind of want to give a shout out to the Breach as well, simply because he was a huge part as well to giving that leeway over to the Neon. And Killua was so enabled in his aggressive entries, not only on C site, but you'd also see his decisive pushes just because he was given that confidence from the support of Breach there. I also really like that how the Breach was using the potential of Breach on that Haven map. The flashes were on point, but I really like how Team Secret also played around that too. They knew that it was going to be an aggressive push anyway, so why not bother? We're not going to be bothering to stop that push anyway. Why don't we just try to play for responding to that play anyway? We could just respond very quickly with just individual trades. And honestly, I really like how that turned out for Team Secret. But again, for FWE, decisive calls all around, which made their attacking rounds a bit more scary than it should be.
Yeah, the decisive calls were really impressive. And remember, this is just game number 1. We're going to head on over to Icebox, so I'm really excited to see the adjustments there as well. But before we head on over there, there is this one round that I found really interesting, and I kind of want to talk about it right now. So this was a really good play on the side of Team Secret. We see the Cosmic Divide being laid down over at A side. Yeah. You remember this trade, right? And you remember this is with Dad Femina. So they put the Cosmic Divide, Dubstep pushed in, but Borkum was actually lurking on C side. And so Borkum was able to give the call that, hey, they're starting to rotate to A already. Do you guys want to go here? And then they all start rotating towards C side. But here's the thing. That play did not work out. And you know why? Because Dispenser was actually caught on B window. And that right there was the catalyst for the whole round flipping over. Because now the enemy team, FW Esports, had information that, hey, Dispenser is on window. I think they're moving towards me. Let's go there already. And especially with the Neon in your team, which was super fast lightning speed, right? You were able to take C site immediately and caught Team Secret completely by surprise because they had a lot more time. They thought they did that, Femina. They had more time.
Yeah, they did. I feel like Team Secret just tried to play the secrets around magicians around the world. This misdirection is using so much, investing a lot into the fake around that A site. But then again, the team comp of the opposition was really good into retaking anyway. Plus, the speed of Neon just makes sure that you're able to respond back to the other side of the map. Even though that Haven is like one of those maps where it takes you so long to get from A site to C site anyway. So it kind of negates that effect, plus the quick response and just the decisiveness from FWE, just having that awareness, knowing that, hey, well, I feel like since Dispenser was trying to watch us from mid side, I feel like this A site might be a little tricky, guys. For FWE to actually call that out, very impressive stuff. But then again, they didn't hold that consistency all throughout that match, giving Team Secret that edge there.
I think we also have to consider, right, when you do a fake like that, and you're forcing the opponents back or you push them back, it also pushes them closer to the defender spawn. So the moment that they realize that you might not be on that side, their rotation also can be a lot quicker. And with the Cosmic Divide, as much as I love the Astro Cosmic Divide, if you're against a Sky, you must be considerate that that flash might just pop through and you're not going to hear it and it's going to blind everyone, followed by another Breach flash, and they're just going to overwhelm you because you're all stuck on that one side of the map.
Wait, now that you brought it up, I don't really use Breach. I am curious though, does the Cosmic Divide count as a wall wherein you can flash, you can use your Breach flash? Because it has to be physical walls.
Yes, so when you put that Cosmic Divide on the C side, usually there's a part on the boxes and default that you can actually flash on. So if you pair it with a Sky Flash, they turn around, you flash on the wall or you flash in the box, they're still blinded again. So I feel like sometimes with the Cosmic Divide, it also sets you up for failure if you are not setting your anti-flash, which we saw Wits do actually on C Long. He was hiding behind that smoke, expecting the flashes to come in. But when you're getting overwhelmed by 4 players, it can be a little bit of a tall ask for Wits to just clean it up.
I mean, then again, they were facing up against a team comp that had 4+ flashes anyway. You got a Sky and a Breach to actually try to just force out so many fights and to give that advantage over to anybody who was trying to push in. That flash could just turn the tides over. But then again, Team Secret, in a few of those moments, they were prepared for it. Plus, if you remember, I really like that Team Secret just tried to adjust accordingly. Then again, FWE, they had that set game plan, just always push in, always supported by that flash, but it just didn't hold true to their name.
Yeah, it did not. It did not. I mean, at the end of the day, like Trix always says, it's not over till it's over. And as much as FW Esports was leading in the first half, one side switched, it became a different story. And for the rest of this series, that could also be the case. Because remember, this is just game number 2. If FWE wins Icebox, then we head on over to game number 3, which just feels like a reset. But hey, like I mentioned, we're going to Icebox. And I don't see any unique compositions on the side of Team Secret here.
Oh my god, yeah. This is the Team Secret that I definitely know with the team comp that they're putting out. You got Jesse Bash on his Fade Sova, Dubstep back on his Jet. That's always been feared ever since he picked that up when he was back in the old Brent Esports roster, right? But Wits, this is like the newest thing around the roster. Like Wits being on the Chamber just gives that so much security for the Team Secret side that lets them follow up even if they need to. They don't need to watch flank. You got Wits for them to do that. Plus, you got that operator potential that could be supported all throughout that match. But again, Team Secret back on their form, possibly, especially after that first game win. That's good hope.
It really is. But again, if they really show their comfort, then they might thrive on Icebox. But I am a little bit worried because maybe their confidence was shaken up a little bit from the last time, right? We won't know. We won't know, but I'm happy. Okay, so let's talk about this, Trix.
Yeah.
How did you feel about the last composition that they had here? Because on one side, you know, it's always great to see these teams break the meta. I know that you're always happy about that. But on the other side, when it doesn't work, it really hurts them, you know? So where do you stand?
I feel like, you know, when you're trying to test the meta or challenge the meta that we currently have, you need to be more aware of your agents, the utilities that they have, and what they actually bring to the map. So I find that it was a little one-dimensional, the way Team Secret was playing with that Yoru. I'm not sure if it's because it was experimental, or if it's because, you know, they had a game plan set. It just wasn't really working out for them. They were trying to figure it out mid-match. But, you know, and then you go look at FW Esports playing with that Sage. It's a bit of an older meta, I would say, that we used to have the Sage a lot. We know that Boom Esports has played it themselves, but I find that a Sage can have a lot of impact, especially if you're going for that aggressive Sage that hits the shots, and FW Esports currently showing they are hitting their shots.
I mean, honestly, this old meta that we're talking about with Sage being in the lineup for FWE, there's a reason why it is meta on the Icebox map. It gives them a lot of that security, plus that fast push and that fast objective secure, already giving them security, using that barrier orb for them to be able to get that objective. That already forces, like, whoever is the defender, and if it is Team Secret now on that first half, then they're already forcing their hand. They're already forcing the time on their side. So, in my opinion, FWE, yeah, it's pretty old, but then again, there's a reason why it is one of the more popular picks into the Icebox map, right? And you still got a lot of the essentials here. You still got that flank much in the chamber. Compared to Team Secret, though, they don't even need to watch flanks. You can use the gadgets for their own disposal. Even use one of their trademarks to even stop the retake, make it a bit more slower this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. You can probably say that they are gonna be... I can't do this. This is your joke, Dad Femina. He said that FW Esports stands for Press W.
She said it, not me.
It was your idea, and I wanted you to bring it out, but you failed me. You failed me. But yeah, hopefully the F does not stand for failure, because we're gonna move on to map number 2, you guys. And what better way to watch this story unravel once again and to have our casters tell us all the details.
You know what they say, the devil is in the details, and it seems like we need to see where the devil lies as the game 2 continues. I have no idea where this is going, but you know what?
You just said it was in the details.
Yeah, but I have no idea what the details were. So, yes, maybe we'll have to exercise the devil.
Now this.
All right, I do want to approach the stage once again. There was some really good points that Trix did point out with this particular one, and another one as well. When FWE were still playing in the Thai region for their own VCT. That's a good emote. All right, Trav just had like the really blurred angry emote. It just caught me off guard.
No.
Sorry. Anyways, when FWE were playing in the Thai region VCT and went up against Xerxia Esports, actually both teams on Icebox did play the Sage. So there is some gravitation towards the healer, the healing sentinel, as part of how they approach the game. Again, it is really good. Even with the changes on Icebox, people say you don't really need the Sage, which arguably is also true. But you know what? Sometimes the wall does give you some value. But Wits not having to go up against a KO now is pretty much free flowing with how he plays. Look at that. He's just really hard holding the angle. And Kahlua, who's the faster one, who's the one with the best reaction, but still holds the angle here, but he's just waiting.
Yeah, nobody checks this out. Again, Wits, if he can just, well, keep his wits to himself, he's been discovered, but he hasn't TP'd out yet, so that's going to prove to be a bit of a passive threat. The Tirapong is going to be very active at dealing with. And we talked about the Sage, and once again, the panel loves to use the word old. I would say it's tried and tested. Again, not really a knock on anyone here, but Jitboy, who is also on that chamber, a newer addition to the roster, to the cast, not the newest, but still pretty shiny. Majesty has been discovered. That alarm bot does its job very, very well here. So Dubstep, he might go for a chase here. Asarai into the kitchen, but that's going to weaken their defense momentarily as he's going to be preoccupied. Well, not anymore. It's been dealt with, and now they have full reign on this retake.
Ooh, what a shot from Jitboy. Now, ow, another one, just hitting them all, isn't he? Swift Trade will come through, and Team Secret, a little bit more convincing in this first pistol. I think this is what we were kind of expecting to see from them, you know, with how they've been performing as of recent, but the most recent with that bleed, again, does tend you to maybe just be a little bit more hesitant with how they've been performing, but it's a good start overall.
A little more spry in their step. And like you mentioned, it is a fantastic start. 4 rounds have been pretty telling, right? Or rather, it has been pretty deceiving. We saw it in the previous map. FWE had a very convincing early swing. And Secret being Secret, it did come back from it. But this is the worst knife I've ever seen in my life. It is such an unholy creation. Please don't get it. Dubstep, he knows what's up. He's like, yeah, just don't bring that up in here. Marshall has found its value, but Jitboy with the custom Headhunter gets him and gets a bonus. But Borkum has already reduced the numbers to their favor. The classics and one Headhunter still being fielded by FWE. Borkum, he's I would say he's a little stuck here, so maybe support utility or maybe a quick jump would net him an easier escape. But look at that, Asarai. FWE already redirecting their efforts towards B.
Yeah, Borkum just not peeking belt anymore, knowing that the threat of the one-tapper Headhunter is actually real. Speaking of Headhunter, once again, Wits is actually out here, losing to the battle to Majesty.
Spike down.
He can't really push any further as the smoke or the Viper wall dissipates. Jitboy is alone. 7 shots in the chamber. The agent and the weapon. And, well, his position is kind of free-flowing again. He is out in the middle. Could get spotted, but this is still a really nice angle for him to deal some damage if it ever. And since Wits is first contact, one body shot is going to be enough. But as you can see on the perspective of ours, Borkum was already on the flank, dispenses, and now we go to the buy round.
Wonder how this one's gonna go. The last few days we've had a pretty much mixed bag of results for this type of setup again. Typically, leading into our group stage, we would see the 2-1 scoreline more often than not. But the group stages have been a completely different beast. This time, going back to our teams, highlighting that Secret has been patching up the holes in their defense. I would say that they've found a good balance being aggressive and being creative here. FWE, though, they have a very, very real chance of taking this. Wits has been discovered. I would say that's a still too much of the headhunter rounds. Already limited rounds to get rid of that owl drone. But it did get the job done. He's still here in yellow with absolute confidence. Who removed that drone? It was one of his teammates, so he does save an extra round for the headhunter. But where's the rendezvous? Hasn't been set up. It's been removed from play. Shock dogs do come in, and he is down and completely out of the round as Jitboy not missing about Aserai. The spike still has not been committed to any of the places really, but Jesse Vash has a Vandal of his own. A classic hold with a classic skin from one of our more classic players. Secret, they look very, very impressive on this round.
Spencer really loves for that lurk, man. Turns into what? Sometimes it works for him, but people just try to expect it a whole lot more. Vash, yeah, that recon dart just made it so. Dubstep can try to pick up the weapon now as he puts himself into a 4 versus 1. Good fight onto Apenya. Tries to go for the fight. What a shot onto Shit Boys. Can't even TP out. No safety when Dubstep is on the case, on the prowl. But FWE, at least, able to pierce through the B site quite convincingly.
How do you feel about the Sage pick?
It doesn't make... I don't know. You know what? Because they do have the jet, it's still fine because they do have that explosive entry. And again, Sage does create a lot more options, I think, if you're going to try to play for a lot more contact.
That is true.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, and I've always felt strongly about Sage picks because I feel like Sage is only really good when it comes to the early part of a map's lifespan. The older the map gets, the more we stray away from her. And I do feel like she does take up a very crucial spot. You could have an extra flash. You could have an extra smoke if you go for the double controller. But she's very niche, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like sometimes teams treat that res as a bit of a crutch. Again, like you said, it is very, very good on the contact. But what other value does the Sage get when she gets so much priority when it comes to the spike downs, the orb control? And again, that adds so many layers to the games and so many things to commit to.
I think specifically in Icebox, one of the things that Sage really does utilize well, if you know how to time it right, is probably the slow orb for the most part. Because again, if you're able to combo that as you're pushing in, right, it really doesn't allow players to get out of sticky situations. Hence maybe the weakness of Team Secret in that one. Even though you can argue that Wits and Dubstep can always just dash away, the thing is they're forced to do that because they couldn't really peak aggressive because, again, of the slow orb. So if FWE are playing along those lines, which I think they have been somewhat, at least in these, few couple of rounds, this actually is a really good metric that, even though, at least for us, we're not too fond of the Sage anymore on Icebox, it still does have its place for other regions and other teams that deem it to be incredibly powerful. And honestly, it still is pretty good.
You want to play? Let's play.
Definitely we have a place for all our agents. But again, here we have Wits, the operator. It's not a very picky weapon. No matter what agent you hit, it's a death no matter what. And now we look at the more patient play here. We see quite a bit of utility being expended on the A side for Secret. They have that Viper Spit and the wall for just the double the insurance. We even have Dubstep here committing another operator. But Wits still very much the king of his domain here. Yellow, the long-range firing line for him. He really wants to capitalize on that. And that he does. He finds Killua. Is he going to reaggress? Maybe his defensive line is going to just readjust. He gets rid of the rendezvous, potentially to bait out FWE, to think that he's completely vacated it. It's a completely different story. Now he looks like he's backing out here as Jesse's going to have a support recon on the way. Tirapong, doubtful of entering this Viper's Pit for good reason.
I mean, they do have a Pinya, but
30 seconds left.
this Viper's Pit isn't really easily countered by a Recon Dart because of the fact that there's just so many corners that I think the Recon Dart just doesn't effectively spot out. Anyways, that's really awkward. Opinia's still here on the high ground, boosted up onto the wall. Tries to cross into the crosshair of Wits, but that's not going to happen. I love this double up from both FWE players, but this is going to force them back out. They're going to have to reposition. Tirapong very close, but Wits is hitting those shots, already vying for the ace. Drops right in. Not going to be possible. And Tirapong, always the magic player of FWE, but not this time. He don't got no magic hands. So gonna drop down, and seems like Team Secret will be able to still save both of their ops if they do want to, which they will.
A very worthy investment, and a complete opposite of what we saw in the previous map, right? Haven potentially going in the books as maybe fairly unremarkable as a match when it came to the operators, but this time the change of scenery and maybe the change in temperature has really helped steady the aim of our snipers. As FWE, they have a bit of a conundrum. I guess, like, again, when you have the Sage, yeah, sure, I don't have to fight for backside. Yeah, sure, we don't have to fight for orange as much. But we've seen many more innovative ways to do so, and more, I would say, updated schemes. But Wits may be pushing his luck a little bit too much there as Killua. He has a free upgrade. His eyes widen as he sees that operator. And now a new Vigor. Maybe potentially foaming at the mouth here. Like I said, when you have that Sage Wall, you don't really have to fight for orange anymore. They do get a fairly safe flank. A little bit of a corner that he's found himself in. Safety as Dubstep chops up Killua. Where did he come from? Jit Boys with the trade is too quick. Dispenser gets one. He waits out the res. Can't really get the kill. So it's still a 4v3. Jit Boys steady on that. Oh, but Jesse Vash! He is ice cold. The Patriarch. He gets one, but Dispenser falls. Borkum finds one through the wall. 2v2. But look at all this utility, Aserai. It's not really working out, or is it? Secret, they've completely put the blinders on FWE and steal the round away.
Man, you were absolutely right there. Wits really tempting fate a lot more on B Long. He's done it so many times that FWE were just expecting him to have some sort of iteration of just being at B Long. Look at how they just popped the shot. Dispenser able to find the kills, but it's Jesse Vash in the end that has truly netted them this particular round alongside Borkum. Gotta love the just stability of this player, and now he's got himself the Hunter's Fury, against an FWE that will not have the best of buys. Mid, Killua is gonna get spotted by the Recon Dart. This is actually gonna be a little bit risky. First, decides to charge right in. Borkum is right there. And they're just trying to drive by. Borkum hits the shot, forces back the rest of FWE here, and Dispenser comes in for the big flank on the big swing. We're down to Jit Boys. There is the man playing all the way through B. Wits right on top, hits the shot, and ends the round.
Another headhunter to close out the round, and Jit Boys, despite getting that pick, would not really hamper Secret here. Their economy has built up to be fairly impressive, although they are somewhat teetering with death here. Secret, once again, handily taking that eco round away, or the anti-eco for themselves. This is going to be a completely equal round now. What ult economy do we have on the side of our Thai squad? We only have the Hunter's Fury. Jit Boys is ways away from that tour de force, which they would love to have. Lua and Tirapong, which have made quite a bit of noise in this map, don't have that extra layer to their game as of the moment. Here we are. The defense has been set. a commitment to be made potentially for FWE as they're still in the dating phase. You know, hey, you're kind of interesting. You do look like the open book, but maybe you're just not my vibe. Can you lure me in? That poison cloud's definitely going to be a bit of a red flag here for FWE, but do they have rose-colored glasses on is the question.
Well, we'll see if... I was gonna maybe mention the lyrics. Anyways, it's a song that I don't want to sing because Tirapong is here to perform. That's the explosion they were hoping for. I think they just wanted to make sure the Dubstep didn't have the dash anymore. Jesse Bash double with the Hunter. Oh my god, Dubstep even comes in with a shot of his own. And through the fire and flames they go. They really get burnt off, and this double operator is still getting its mark. Jitboys has already been spotted, and Dubstep not gonna miss a beat to get his teammates' efforts in line. My god, Jesse Vash, we need another replay of that ultimate usage of him. Always the one to make it Value Town.
Fighting hard, fighting on for the steal, but Secret, they look very well tempered. The Wasteland, maybe the frozen tundra known as Icebox, has not proven to be too friendly for FWE. They've been doing quite a bit, but it seems that their offense has stagnated, Asarai. I mean, I like that they stuck with their decision. Was it a good one? In hindsight, maybe not, right? Again, that poison orb, it started there. It's like, the Viper's here. But maybe let's force the issue. I feel like it could have been better if they had the KO. Like you mentioned, right? The Secret, they just seem that much more superfluous without anything really disrupting them. And Wits, again, he goes for this, potentially baiting out his teammate here. Dispenser happy to oblige and happy to provide the support, but Wits has to make a shot here. But that dart is gonna make him back out. Is he deterred? Has this persuaded him to leave? Dissuaded him? Perhaps not.
Wow.
Right here.
Oh. Dude, I don't know what kind of pants Wits is wearing, but he's got to have some pretty durable ones for how heavy his balls are.
Those are some fighting words, Asarai, but look at this Wits. Made out of steel in parts unknown. Asarai would love to focus on those, but Dispenser gets one with a quick shot onto Apina. Jitboys responds. Not too happy about those comments. He's like, hey man, yeah, we see him trudging along with those bad boys, but we're still gonna resist. This Wits, he is very, very low to the ground. Still, stability in hand and an operator to find maximum value.
Damn. Steely as can be. Yeah, that's gonna be a call on the tactical pause right there. My gosh. He is walking a fine line between giving up the site and defending it up to an utmost T. 7-1. And again, this is Elimination Series. The last that we'll be seeing for, I think at least a day, because yesterday was full elimination day, and this is like the last one supposedly. If we had like another series for yesterday, everything on the line.
It has been, yeah, quite a few things on the line actually. And sorry, I'm not mistaken when I say that FWE, this is their APAC debut, right? This is a set of players that we haven't seen before, if my memory serves me correctly again.
Yeah.
And to make it this far is an achievement itself, right?
Yep, absolutely.
But I think it's a great wake-up call. Like when you play against these teams that are, again, absolutely dangerous. They have a lot of qualities that make them stand out. When you're good, and I say this in the most respectful way, being just good in APAC, you'll be relegated to being an unremarkable team because that's just how high the bar is.
Gotta say as well, though, FWE is a team that I actually didn't expect to see here because, again, since we haven't been laser focused on other regions, you know, before APAC started once again, I was kind of expecting to see familiar faces from the Thai region, most notably again Xerxia and Full Sense. But FWE is actually that one team that has beaten Full Sense quite convincingly. How does... Okay, it was through the tag anyways. Borgum is still here at first contact, and he hasn't been spotted out just yet. Wits and Dispenser making a damn good case. Tirapong It's enough to get himself that charge up. Trades right in, and as the smoke dissipates, Dubstep just denies. What a swing. FWE went for full contact. It looked like it could have worked, but Sniper's all about. Team Secret, it's working. The double sniper is such a threat in Icebox. I don't know how it's happening, but the shots are connecting.
Well, for those who are uninitiated and maybe too young to remember, majority of the players on Team Secret side are actually fabled oppers from a different tactical background. So every single person here is proficient and incredibly dangerous. As honestly, the Tour de Force is very, very similar in feel when it comes to the big green and Wits. I'm sure he is absolutely seething to use that. Still really pushing the tempo here. Truly not a pusillanimous gentleman, but it even bites him in the back as Killua with a Guardian seals his fate. Borkum finds Jit Boys on the other side of the world, but the front line, it's been pretty much pushed. So close to the spawn here. How did Borkum get here? Majesty's probably wondering, as his fellow Viper player has definitely one-upped him here. Now look at this, Asteroid. The spike is in such an awkward position that what can FWE do here? Especially with just Opinion Killua left. Jesse eliminates one of their problems. Killua, we know he can clutch, and we know he's capable of doing these things. He finds his first victim, but time is winding down, and that spike position has not moved a single inch. Dubstep potentially tempting fate. The ace clutch? No, Borkum says no, absolutely not. Get those dreams and those aspirations out of here.
Well, he tried to. He almost actually did, but he needed to get a step closer to fight Borkum as well as try to pick up the spike, and it was kind of awkward as well. You were absolutely right. Why is the spike outside there? How has Borkum gotten through here? It's probably because, again, Wits has gravitated so much of the attention of FWE on B long that they have to expend multiple players just to deal with him, which also allows a lot more cheekiness from the rest of Team Secret. You don't see it every single round because, again, FWE will adjust, but somehow, some way, they still find it. And the cherry on top is nice double shot dart. Not gonna hit anything though. Yeah, the cherry on top is that the spike was just dropped there at their own spawn. Ooh, that recon dart is gonna give Wits a lot more to work with, but has to back away. As the FWE, are looking hard on the contact. They try to peek in, only have the pistols in hand, and it seems like Team Secret are ready to go for the contest. All three remaining members of FWE now just marching their way through the A site. Do they have any form of good firepower to actually stop the rest of Team Secret's defense? As Borkum is already here, ready on the swing. Spike has been dropped. Jit Boys, always good on the Headhunter, but is it going to be enough? As Dubstep comes in to play and dance. And it seems like after that performance, it's going to be Team Secret once again, 10-1.
Round before the switch.
Wow. 10-1. A different tune that is being sung here, Asterai. Again, we talked about how Secret can end up overplaying, but when those do work, it is one of those moments where you just can't help but sigh. Again, to win big, you gotta fail big. Doesn't look like Secret are too keen on doing the former, as this form that they're showing right now is absolutely fantastic. Same, or rather a very similar defensive layout here, but with still pushing the tempo, pushing forward this time from Kitchen, looking to cook some fools on the side of FWE. But FWE still holding strong. It looks like they're still very, very much cohesive, especially even in a situation as dire as this one.
Can always rally back. It's not over till it's over. That's the thing. FWE, well, they've taken the slower pace at this. Borkum is trying to do the trick. To get that quick little info if somebody comes into his domain. Oh, I like that. That doesn't make any noise at all. That's kind of cheeky. I've never seen that before. There you go.
Cheeky
Next
indeed.
steps. Yes, next steps with the ropes, right? It's
I
gonna be
would
B
say
once again.
Viper is pretty cheeky.
Right here.
In more ways than one. But anyway, Astray, control yourself.
30
We're on
seconds left.
broadcast.
No, I had something in my throat, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely in your throat. His wits. Still, the man of the hour. Tries to find a shot and actually tags in Apina. Still, he has a pretty forward position onto the side. They go for a post plant that is leaning towards rather B main here, but oh no indeed, as two players have been detained. We've seen Secret steal away many rounds. Is this one of them? As FWE, they look far more impressive. Wits pushing that wall. What a flick onto Killua. Beautiful adjustment. Now pushes yellow. Nearly finds a second, but it's dubstep. Actually on a massive flank. He gets 3 for himself. And Majesty tries to fend off the rest of Secret. They get swarmed.
Plenty of time to defuse that spike. And Swarm is the right context of that one.
Switching sides.
They really wanted to get things started for the post plant. They didn't get punished too heavily with the 2-player detain, but for sure the placement as well as the control of the site had to be forfeited somewhat, just so that they can let their players get access once again to their guns, which gave enough time, I think, for Team Secret to figure things out on how they wanted to approach that retake. And you saw just how cleanly they were able to get it, especially with Wits, just again, as he mentioned, hitting a lot of these shots. And he's doing the double tandem with dubstep with the double ops. Look at that, 17 and 15. And we're going to go for that quick little halftime break, as now it's going to be Team Secret on the offense. This could actually work in the favor of FWE because, again, they do have the double Sentinel, but I don't know how far this is going to go, especially one wrong step and they're already looking at match point.
Just a few steps away from victory. Potentially is Secret. But Astray again. FWE, they do have quite a bit of a task at hand here. Maybe even more than a handful. The defense potentially could look a little better. Again, we'd like to talk about the double Sentinel, but Sage, does she really fall into that traditional Sentinel slot?
That's
perhaps
true. Yeah.
Perhaps not.
She's a momentary Sentinel. Because none of her abilities last forever, technically, right?
Well, you know.
Yeah, because like if you compare it to the other Sentinels, you can leave an alarm bot. If it's not destroyed, it'll be there for the whole round. Trademark as well, and Tripwire as well. Can't say that for the slow orb. That's gonna be too OP.
Could you imagine if you get hit by a slow orb? Oh no, I'm stuck to shift walking for the rest of the map.
Forever slowed.
Yeah, again, I'm shift walking. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I feel like might be going off a little bit, maybe sidetracked, but if we had like just fun game modes that make the abilities ridiculous, that would be honestly quite entertaining. Again, the slow orb that just forces you to shift walk everywhere.
It's just like Earth mode for League of Legends.
Yeah.
Where all abilities are unlimited.
Yeah, if you get hit by a paranoia or a flashbang, your monitor turns off. Like, you can't turn it on. It's like, oh my goodness. But look, oh my goodness. I think they went shoulder to shoulder again. A dance of both Sentinels. But Wits, I think it's only one step.
What?
Huh.
How did he know?
Maybe he's just anticipating the rotation because, again, he did get that initial contact, but Apina gets the hand above Borkum, or rather the upper hand. Well, I don't know how those words came out of my mouth, but Apina, those bullets coming out that ghost, seems to be giving him the affirmation and the validation he needs. This dispenser here could potentially cut off a major rotation in the form of Majesty. Tries to play off contact of his Phantom 6 man here. But the shots, they favor FWE. Dubstep, lone man, will now be encapsulated by that blue orb. And FWE, they rally.
Solid pistol fights for FWE here. Might not have gotten the best of map controls, but they won every single crucial fight that is necessary to take that round in their pockets. they'll take it. Team Secret, what's the play? Force buy or save for that next round? Looks like they're going to go for the save. The buy, though, for FWE. 3 people have bought rifles. This is going to get really spicy really fast. Very expensive. If Team Secret can take at least, I'd say 2 players. Even that would be really risky. Actually, no, 3 players would be the optimum here. There you go. Killua's already hitting the shot. Has revealed that they're not messing about. Going to be buying up into the more favored weapons, and the force stack on A side. Is Dubstep ready for this? Well, looks like no. The Spencer and Bash to remain. They're going to be looking for the B site as Jit Boys is the one to remain. Bash now just tries to get the orb, I believe. And Jit Boys hits a fantastic headshot, and FWE, they're starting to make a little bit of wave here. But it's still just a tad bit of wave compared to the tsunami that Team Secret has brought up to this first half of the series, or first half of the second game.
Indeed, a few seas have been sailed, but the rest of the ocean still very much blue and unexplored. Quite an effort that they have to make, possibly even Heraclean. A Secret, they're just one swing away, man. Just one swing away from taking a clean map this time, a very clean map. Again, innovation is something that Secret love to toy with. They love to really get as much growing pain out of the way. But this time they mean business. And business is good, as Borkum finds a Pina. Yet another head has been split open here on the side of FWE. They look a little worried here. They do have a few Vandals in the hand of Jit Boys and Killua. But these Spectres, they have to maximize the range here as Tirapong does have a full belt of utility bar and 1 slow orb already being disposed. Secret, they're going for a much more measured approach here, trying to bait out a bit of utility. But that sound spot is gonna cue the Viper to raise that wall. And Dubstep, they do understand that they have a minute left to play.
That, and they actually waited for the recon dart for Vash before they start pushing in, possibly. Good value, actually, as it spots out Killua at the back of the site. They can still wait it out just because they still have some time left. And again, technically they do have the weapon advantage, but they still cannot play too bait from this because, again, it's Killua and Tirapong who have been the terror of Team Secret. And speaking of which, it's now turned into the 2 versus 1. Vash is playing super close to Tirapong, and he actually catches him off. Is he going to hear the flank coming in through his opponent? But regardless of, Vash now actually has his Hunter's Fury. So regardless of which, Jit Boys, what was that? Actually jumps right back out. Recon Dart will be exposing him. And Jesse Vash looking to wrap all the way around to the back. How quickly can you actually flick? Well, quickly enough, but Vash, he's got the quick footwork. This man is, well, dancing. He's the Vash Tango.
I feel like you've given Jesse Vash many nicknames. The Vash Tango, more recently, and maybe more well-known Daddy Vash. Yeah, I would honestly go for the words like, you know, Patriarch, maybe add a little bit of sauce on that, but Asarai, we are in an elimination game.
Again, weapons. Oh my god.
The weapon heckling. A skill that's been fairly underrated. Getting shot in the face, an experience not meant to be enjoyed, as Killua once again trying to rouse his teammates, trying to get a strong point for his team to come back from. And losing Dubstep, that might just blunt this offense just a little bit, but that whiff on Jit Boys is going to allow Secret to equalize the situation. If not even give them an upper hand. Finding Killua like that, the first offender will be the first to be punished, it seems, as the Viper's Pit readily available. A more proactive approach on the side of FWE as they close the gap. Wits is here. Majesty has found Jesse, so information gathering is going to be somewhat blind for them now. Do they know where the spike is? They haven't covered any of the rotation routes either. So Secret, they're going to have a pretty mundane walk to the site. All they really have on FWE is some presence towards orange. And this pit has been completely occupied. A fortress, a bastion perhaps. This is looking far more perilous. This could be the end for FWE. And Majesty exposing himself like that, even getting tagged by the vulnerability on that alarm bot. Not a good look by Pina. He could potentially salvage this. The trades are here. Majesty gets one. Down to yet another 1v1. Is this her Secret Service? His Majesty's Secret Service? No, it's Wits with a tour de force. Absolutely annihilating FWE. And yet again, we bid adieu to another team, Asarai.
We talked about the sauce, man. There's some special sauce that Wit slathered right on top of that dish that he was just serving. My God, just activating the ultimate just for a little bit more of a kick to the finale. And you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, FWE is going to be dropping out of APAC Challengers 2 as Team Secret rally back on the second map. Looked more convincing than Haven, not gonna lie. It looked very shaky on the Haven map. I think the panel was also discussing about this, but come Icebox, such a different take. Anyways, with that one, guys, Team Secret are still here in the tournament. FWE again are out, unfortunately for them, but kudos to the performance that we've seen. Really, really fun stuff. Anyways, again, we're gonna go on a quick break. When we do come back, it's more of the same as we continue the APAC 2 Challengers. So don't go anywhere.
Get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Hi, I'm DZ from Gaimin Gladiators, and we are from the MYSG region. Coming into APAC Challenger Stage 2 as one of the newer teams, we are hoping to make a statement during this tournament and show what the team is able to accomplish within the APAC scene. The team will be going one step at a time. We will try our best to gun for a playoff spot, since we have already secured a spot in the group stages. PPGL. They are undoubtedly the strongest team in APAC right now, and we are looking forward to see what new things they will offer throughout the competition. Jin. He's the star player of PPGL, which elevated them after the addition of him. Practice, eat, and sleep. Thank you to Gaimin Gladiators, fans, and all supporters throughout VCT MYSG. We hope that you guys can continue to support us under the Gaimin Gladiators banner throughout our APAC run.
Hello, my name is Xerxia. My nickname is Monyet. I'm from Team ONIC, and then I'm from Indonesia region. I think our expectation is quite high in this APAC Challenger Stage 2, just because what we did last time on the Indonesia Challenger Stage 2. So I think we can make it to Masters 2 this time. I think our rival team right now in this competition, I think is PPGL, just because like what they achieved last time in Masters 1. I think from the rival team, I don't have anyone to look at because this is a team game. So I think I don't have anyone to look at right now from any other team. We'll do the same thing as usual that we did. So we'll do some pod review to enemy team that we are going to play against, and then we do some maybe small preparation before the game start. So for our fans, we will give our best at these APAC Challengers to qualify to Masters 2, so don't forget to watch us. Go ONIC!
Team Secret fans out there probably telling this team, please, no more breach in Icebox. By the way, this is VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, and we just witnessed a stellar performance from Team Secret, closing the series 2-0 against in Icebox against FW Esports. Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix once more here on the panel. Team Secret really went back to their roots, and it really shows in their defensive layouts how comfortable they really are, Trick.
It does. I find that they were more themselves. They seem to be more comfortable rather than when we've seen them in their last series on Icebox playing on the Yoru and the Fade and Breach. I think that this Team Secret right now just seemed to be a lot smoother, a lot more team plays, and we could see that, you know, both Wits and Dubstep were picking up that operator and just dominating that control on the long range duels.
I gotta double down on that on Team Secret going back to their usual comms, because that definitely helped them out. Early on, Team Secret were recognizing key locations that would have helped FWE secure the site as a whole. You remember what's on the chamber early secure of that yellow side, just completely denying them of taking space over that B site early on. And then to follow up, Dubstep, even on the Marshall, just demonstrating the power of that long range gun, just denying them of even taking space from that belt side. And from then on, the members of FWE just hesitated to even make a move, which kind of was uncharacteristic on their part, since they're the ones who are always taking that aggressive map control early on. But then again, since they weren't playing as fast as they usually do, it's because TS did a really good job of conditioning them to play slow.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, Dad Femina. It was all about the conditioning. We all, like you said, we always see FWE being the aggressive playstyle that we've come to know and love them for, but with Team Secret being the more aggressive defender, which we were hoping to see earlier on Haven. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit stutterish over here. But we were hoping to see them kind of do this over at Haven, where they were being aggressive, but at the same time winning the duels. But this time, they applied it on Icebox, which is why it took FWE back a little bit, Tricks. I think that's what's happening.
It also seemed that Team Secret wasn't overextending as they were on Haven. They weren't exactly in positions where they couldn't run away, or they didn't have a teammate that was watching the cross. You could see during that Haven match that there was always somebody supporting another. Yes, there were some occasions, but they were a lot more rare on the Icebox match than on Haven, where some Team Secret players would turn a corner without the right utility or without waiting for that recon dart to start pinging. So I think in general, it was a good effort from FW Esports. I find that I still think that they should have been a little more cautious in their aggression, because I felt that them in particular were getting picked off on those angles. You should expect that the long range duels are going to be fought for, especially with a chamber there, especially with a jet there. So you want to try and take those closer angles or force them on those closer angles.
Gotta give a little bit of a mention to FWE though, especially when they were on their defensive rounds. They put up a better fight than they did on their first half. But since TS were playing a bit more slowly, a bit more slow, but that point, it's like TS made it no secret that they were already far ahead against FWE in the Icebox map. So at that point on, FWE were just grasping on straws, all of their options, just getting limited as the rounds progressed. At that point, TS able to get that, I wouldn't say easy victory, especially how we saw that Haven map, but now that I'm looking at this Icebox, this definitely was a breeze for them, definitely.
Well, not to put Breeze into the picture here, but again, you're right. It was just different on the side of Team Secret. And I do want to point out, this is something that Asterai noticed, that FW on the defense did not have the best of map control. They were really reliant on winning those duels, which they did at certain rounds. But overall, it just wasn't painting the best picture for them. Who is on the best picture over here is our series MVP, which is, I would say, no surprise to that, Femina. It's Dubstep.
Yeah, I mean, even though he had like a really tight game over at the last series against Bleed, this guy was also the consistent force of Team Secret. And this time, he popped off. No secret about that head on. I mean, in that Haven game, we had a bit of doubts about how he would perform that KO, but he picked out the most balanced way to play that KO map. And now that we saw him back on his pivotal jet, he just put this Icebox map on full hold. I mean, Dubstep on that KO and that jet actually just showcased so much of his strengths, just knowing when to push in, knowing when to be aggressive, and knowing when to take those fights. If you remember correctly as well, when they were already killing off the chamber, that was the perfect opportunity for Dubstep, and he recognized that once he found that mid lurk out from FWE that round.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Dubstep definitely deserves the spotlight. You know who else deserves it? Wits. My God, get this man away from the Tour de Forest. Get him away from the Headhunter, because has he missed a single shot? I don't know, because to me, every time I looked at the screen, he was hitting all of it tricks.
It just felt, you know, on the first mat, it felt that Wits was trying to find his stride, trying to, you know, figure out what was the best course of action for him, and popping him on that chamber or putting him on that chamber, it seemed that it just allowed him to move a little more freely. It was easier to get into those better angles. You had more utility that you could bait for information, which is also why I love playing a chamber myself. So I find that for Witz's playstyle, it just seemed that the chamber was a lot more comfortable while putting Dubstep on that secondary operator with the jet.
I do have to ask you, Trix, since you're the person that's more keen on the behavior that these players are actually displaying, was there kind of an overheat on the side of FWE? Because we did see a little bit of mistakes coming in as the game was getting longer and longer, and the momentum was always going into the favor of Team Secret.
I think that in terms of overheating, it was more that they weren't sure what to do, and they were trying to make plays happen, and that's where it started to get a little sloppy. Because if you don't have that kind of coordination against a team that is already playing coordinated, you're going to get off guard, and it's going to look like overheating when essentially you're just trying to make a play happen.
And then that gives like the question, right? Are Team Secret back? Are Team Secret regaining back their former form? I mean, they're down in the lower brackets, so I'm not entirely sure, but this performance that they put out, especially how they close out that Icebox map, definitely gives a lot of hope back to the Filipino fans there, but they got a bit of work to cover until they are able to actually make that lower bracket run work. I'm fairly certain that we need a bit of time before we can get that certainty for Team Secret.
Luckily for them, they do have some time to prepare because, as we know, the match schedule for today is Group A and Group B, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, my memory sometimes is a memory of a goldfish. But yeah, no elimination games so far coming along today. But that was wild. GGWP to FW Esports. Really great effort on their side, especially on Haven. I had a blast watching that game. And I really was hoping that the scoreline was going to get closer as we moved on to Icebox. But hey, that wasn't the case. Team Secret was like, oh, we really struggled last time. I guess this isn't working out. Let's go back to our comfort, especially now that we are at the risk of elimination. We cannot experiment this time around. We need to stick back to our comforts because we don't want to get eliminated this early on in the competition. We're trying to uplift our spirits. We're trying to uplift the spirits of the Filipino people and say that Team Secret is really bad.
Yeah, I mean, as a Filipino myself, yeah, I definitely would agree. We do have that hope that Team Secret could be back, but I kind of have these thoughts lingering on my mind as an analyst. Like, since they are going back to a bit of their roots, they're going back to the usual team comp that they would put out on maps where they have their strengths put forward. And it's an opportunity for a lot of these teams to put their sights and their target on Team Secret's back, right? They have a lot of these VODs up and ready for them. They could have been watching the Team Secret match that we just had recently. So a lot of these opportunities for teams to just see how Team Secret will play next time. But then again, they did pull out something unorthodox in the most unexpected way. So this is the coin flip that Team Secret could use to their advantage.
It definitely is. Now, with what Team Secret is going to do to that series, we'll do too, which is moving on. We're moving on to the next one. This first team in the next series is a team that we've seen shine over at Indonesia. Shine brightly at that. Here on APAC, they've already done some damage, and Made in Thailand was the first to get injured. They're coming right at you with lightning fast speed, so watch out because here's ONIC G. So, when I said before that ONIC the Hedgehog in the form of Monyet as Neon, I was right because it seems to me that Trix, their mascot or their symbol is actually a hedgehog. Yeah.
You know, I kind of noticed that too when you mentioned it. I was like, I think she kind of has a point. But honestly speaking, Monyet's entry was amazing, especially when we saw them on that fracture with the Neon, and we love seeing a Neon, those explosive plays, the sheer, force that a Neon can have to open up the site, but also the utility to open it alongside it. And then we had Elmimore on that Sentinel, I believe, and it was just amazing the way that he was able to hold down those sites, get those entry picks, get the clutches as well. Everybody on ONIC G honestly performing just so well. I'm a little concerned for their opponents on how they're going to do. What do you think, Dad Femina?
Sorry, my mistake. I forgot that my mic was muted. But anyway, I do have to agree about ONIC G being the aggressive team that we are used to seeing them. But I also feel like it's because the team that they faced up last time gave them too much freedom to actually give that map control away. So I'm kind of curious to see if ONIC G can get contested against a team that are aware of when and where they want to put that pressure on them before they could head on over to before that big execute. But since ONIC G here have been always here to play, then maybe the best of Indonesia has something in store for us.
Well, that's a question that we'll have to find out the answer to, especially as they face off a team that has shut down Paper X's win streak over at the MYSG Challengers. This seems to be a daily occurrence for them too, since they also shut down Griffin Esports. I guess you can say that they try to end these games with a solid GG. After all, it's in their name. Here's Gaimin Gladiators. What a feat by Gaimin Gladiators. Imagine being the team that Femina that shuts down Paper Rex's win streak. Amazing performance from these guys so far.
Reason why is because they're the type of team that can play early, that will make slow teams that rely on default struggle, especially on maps that forces the opposition to play default. Now that is because Paper X has been playing slow as of recently. They got a bit taken aback by the proactiveness that Gaimin Gladiators have been put on forward, and that's really nice from them, especially since they had good reads around usage of enemy utility on the map. It showed back in their match against Griffin. They also show signs of studying their opponents. They usually know who pairs up with who. If you remember that last series, you know that the Astra and the KO of their previous team, they like to pair up with each other. They would have that solid defense on the other side of the map, which then becomes the response for them. Okay, there's a lot of defensive options for them on the A side. Why don't we just head on to the mid side and just rotate on over to the B side? That's just the thought process that Gaimin Gladiators just makes me so impressed about them. But what I also really don't like is that they like to play the same strat twice in a row. Just fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. The response for any sort of team that plays against Gaimin Gladiators. But another thing about them is that they will play around anyone who's on a hot streak, similar to how Team Chica actually played, especially in that previous series.
Gaimin Gladiators, however, as I will represent for Tashvani, the Cinderella story continues, and we hope to see them really thrive on the stage. I find that some of their players, especially Frey, can just pop off, and it's amazing to see. You can tell that, you know, they're a little bit newer, I feel, to this APAC stage, but they're proving their worth right now.
Is the question of experience going to be a factor to this? That's my question, because maybe not, because they've been performing really well, but it has been in their favor, you know. They just really show the dominance here, but what happens once your momentum gets broken, right? That's the true test of where your experience will lie. Will you be able to think more clearly, or will your judgment be clouded as the enemy team takes the momentum away from you? So that's a little bit of worry for the newer teams who are stepping up over here on APAC. But hey, with the head-to-head coming into play, maybe these are the players that will set the bar for the rest of these of their teammates rather.
I feel like it's very important that we highlight this head-to-head too, because I feel like for this series, there are some important players that bring out or shine out the strengths of the team, and these players just put that emphasis on full force. So like for ONIC Gaming, we know that they like to be aggressive, right? So we already know who's like the most aggressive style of them, but who enables that all around? I have to know who. For the same time, for Gaimin Gladiators, who is the one, the stable force for them? It has always been Frey for the members of Gaimin Gladiators, and Elmi more just a flexible player who can be the stable force in ONIC G that always has been the consistent force for them, which also becomes like one of the more important factors into why they have their success right now in Indonesia.
You know, I'm starting to wonder, a lot of times when we pull up like head-to-heads and player highlights, Chamber pops up a lot. I'm starting to feel like he's kind of replacing that duelist role, where they're just able to shine with the headhunter.
Chamber is a duelist! What do you mean?
You know what? That's right. I might have read it wrong on the game. But yes, I find that, you know, Elmi Moore and Frey, both fantastic players. The way that they're able to anchor and really help their teammates it's that kind of level of trust that you need on your back line in order to be able to have that successful entry.
I mean, man, we've been highlighting the chamber potential for Elmi more, plus his flexibility. But what about Frey too? This guy is just a rock solid team player that we have been seeing out of Gaimin Gladiators. So if this guy gets enabled, then maybe members of ONIC G also get their way, just like how they played in their previous series. Then it's gonna be no surprise that ONIC G could actually get their ball rolling. But then again, we do talk about Gaimin Gladiators and how they played up against a playstyle that is very similar to ONIC G, and that was Paper Rex. They had a very monumental win in their upper bracket finals, and it's because they were the ones who were initiating, they were the ones who were proactive, and they were the ones who were setting the bar against Paper Rex, who had held that standard ever since they set their mark on the scene itself.
Yeah, which begs me to wonder what kind of maps are we gonna be seeing today, because there's so much to choose from, obviously, but the performance, it always differs depending on what kind of team they're faced with. And as we mentioned earlier, ONIC G very good at adjusting to the playstyle of their enemies. So off the bat though, we're not gonna be seeing Bind and Breeze trick.
I am a little surprised at the Breeze ban, actually. I felt like that wasn't necessary on Gaimin Gladiator's side, but maybe because ONIC has such an aggressive way of playing. I am hoping to see Split, although right now we are seeing that ONIC has picked Ascent, which in their history, it's been up and down. I find, you know, in their locals, they didn't do too hot on it, but it wasn't bad either.
I gotta like double down on the Breeze ban actually, because we have talked about Breeze being that aim heavy or dual heavy kind of map. For a lot of these teams, for long range gunfights, that is enough to actually pivot into the victory for whoever gets that initial duel winning. But for what the maps that we have right now, Ascent and Haven, I mean, this is gonna be default all around. It's gonna be a slow game, but ONIC themselves like to defy that fact. In fact, like I would like to remind you guys that ONIC was the one who was proactively playing this map as aggressively as they want to. And on that Haven, I really feel like they would pull out the same strat as well. How fast they can pull off that aggressive style.
I'm looking at these map selections and I'm thinking, why did ONIC pick Ascent? Like Trick said, it's been an up and down for them over here, but Gaimin Gladiators have been performing really well on Ascent. They've only lost to Paper Rex as far as I know. That's the biggest hurdle that they've had to face here. So, confusing pick on the side of ONIC. Maybe they have something pulled out that I will have to wait and see as we get into the map. But Haven, really good for ONIC as well. But Gaimin Gladiators, I really enjoy seeing how they've been playing out the Killjoy over here from time to time over the chamber. That's been really fun. But Fracture as a decider trick.
Oh dear. I mean, we've seen ONIC's performance on Fracture. It's formidable.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that's exactly the map that you really want to leave open for them as a decider. Coming into Ascent, yes, I do have my worries because I find that ONIC might not have been performing as consistently or as optimally as they would like on that. But I feel like we have to consider as well who they're running into in their runs, rather in their nationals or locals, in the tournaments they've been in. You know, there are amazing teams also coming from Indonesia, some that we'll see later on down the road. But I find it's possible that they have something in plan. You know, every team here is doing their assignments, doing their homework, checking out the VODs, checking out what they can improve on. And so far, I don't think anybody has let us down.
Yeah. I'm looking at it again, and it was the Gaimin Gladiators veto for flips, which makes it even more questionable. Why did they open up Fracture for ONIC? They know that ONIC is really doing well on Fracture, but I guess they're also doing well on Split, so it's like a 50-50. The record for Gaimin Gladiators also good on Split, so what's going on? What are they planning over here, Dad Femina?
Maybe they want to switch things up, right? Maybe they have been playing Split a while, that maybe teams have been have that security of getting to know how the team play could be for Gaimin on that Split map. So maybe changing things up, maybe be a bit more unpredictable here. The Fracture being open could potentially be that 50-50 that could swing into the favor for the members of Gaming Gladiators, but for ONIC G here, I really do feel like this map pick would definitely favor them, specifically because they're known to be very aggressive in their map control, but I do wonder how flexible they can be. They could be pulling something very unique here that could surprise the members of Gaming Gladiators right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I think, oh my god, excuse me. I think also in a map like Fracture, you know, they're going into it, there's VODs prepared. So it's possible Gaming Gladiators will continue their Cinderella story, as Tash would like to put it, and take that map away from ONIC if it gets to that decider map. But I know that Laika usually does the honors, but I think I might start with the predictions. I am thinking, especially based on these map picks, it's leaning towards the side of ONIC G. Just comfortable map picks, maps they've proven to do very well on. And it's not looking too hot, in my opinion, for Gaming Gladiators.
I love that you've taken the initiative, Chick, because I always hate introing this part because I know it brings all of us so much pain over here. But hey, just based off the map, especially with Fact as the decider, I'd have to agree with you. After all, this is the only map wherein Gaming Gladiators have switched up the roles from time to time instead of having like easy on the duelist role. It's next, I think, based off the record on the Neon. And it just changes their whole dynamic, which I'm not so sure if it's actually going to work out for them. So for this one, I'm going to go with ONIC.
Man, I mean, since both of you guys are going ONIC, I have to consider, right? Like, Gaming Gladiators, they do take that initiative very far, and it has shown to have results. They did beat out Paper X, who are the kings of being that proactive, right? But since like ONIC G have shown consistent results all across with their map draft right now and how they've been playing all throughout this entire upper bracket, I mean, I gotta give them the edge too. Unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, they are going to be coming up against one of the more aggressive teams that we are going to be seeing here in this group and possibly the entire tournament right now. So I'm kind of hoping that they could stop the road or put out a really huge roadblock against this team. But ONIC G, Gina G, this is just the prediction that I'm going to be locking in.
Wait, so we all have the same prediction then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Well, our secret then maybe the superstition on the panel is
it's a 50-50.
Well, so far
right
it is.
now.
But it was on a 50-52 on the side of Team Secret all the way. Although yesterday when we did have Tash, I believe we all voted for RRQ. Am I remembering it correctly, Trek?
Yes, you are remembering it correctly.
See, so it is
66-33. Okay.
It's math. You guys love numbers. That's why we're in the panel. That's why we're at the panel, because you guys love the numbers. And for now, we're going to be scooching over to our agent selection as we head on over to Ascent.
Ascent.
Can you smell it? Can you smell it?
I mean, it's the most default of maps, I find. It's one of those maps where teams really... Oh, I guess yes, I got the joke. I'm a little late.
There was a joke. I just realized
I
it.
don't know.
Yeah,
It's a scent, right? You know, a scent. Okay, anyway, so we've got this Yoru going on again. I have mixed feelings about Yoru, as we all know, but I love how both teams are actually running that fade and running the KO. So I feel like right now it's a matter of the kind of information both teams are taking. I feel the majority of it is a mirror lineup. It comes down to that global presence of the Astra versus that mobility of the Omen, and then you've got the Jet versus, I believe it was a Jet versus the Yoru, which also has his own sense of mobility. He's able to TP a lot, show a lot of presence, fake out the opponents. I feel ONIC G though, going up with a lineup that they're probably more comfortable with, something they've seen enough of, played enough of, and we both have seen how pulling out a lineup that might not be as meta as we have seen so far can sometimes hurt the teams choosing it.
I gotta like put a bit of a silver lining into the team comp, right? I feel like I'm like the same guy who talked about this before about the same team comp, but maybe pulling it the the thing about it anyway. Again, for the logic between picking Yoru with Fade and Omen is because the Omen and Fade, they do cover up the weaknesses that Yoru have, which is that his abilities are just so loud. He can TP once he knows that both Fade and the Omen have used their deafening abilities, which gives him a lot more security before he could make an aggressive play onto anyone who was not suspective of where the TP was. And just to complement that with the chamber, it also adds up to a lot more to shoot. You have to shoot the trademark, you have to shoot so many of the prowlers being fallen back on you, and if you know where the TP is, then you gotta spend as much bullets as you're there too. But by that time, you're gonna have to be prepared about a barrage of bullets and a barrage of enemies just running at you, plus the TP behind you. Just maybe that's the optimistic stuff that I am, like just giving a bit more light into this team comp. But then again, we have seen something as similar as this back in the Team Suika series. We might not see the same success, but I want to see the execution this time around.
Well, with the amount of bullets that they're apparently going to be needing, I do hope that we don't see some Odins being pulled out. I'm not a huge fan of that machine gun. But again, this is ONIC G versus Gaimin Gladiators coming up in a bit. I hope you guys have fully settled down, especially since we'll be having Ascent for the first map. That's all for now here on the panel now. Casters, take it away.
From the eliminations, now we come into Ascension. Here we have it, guys. ONIC versus Gaimin Gladiators to start things off to see who will be making it to next week. I am Dax here with Black and Blue. And come on, man, this is already looking very, very exciting. Some intriguing compositions to kick things off on Ascent. Really, some storylines to be read between ONIC and Gaimin Gladiators. And truth be told, a matchup many have been looking forward to after seeing how the brackets unfolded.
Yeah, man. To start off, at least, the matches that we're going to see here for, well, actually, we had a match a while ago, but what I'm getting to is, we've got ONIC G versus Gaimin Gladiators, right? OG versus GG. And I'm putting that out here because I don't think this is going to be a quick GG for either side at all, Dax. And we were talking about this backstage, how we feel like this is probably going to go to a map number 3 at the end of things. Now, Ascent, very curious stuff being pulled out from either side. The Yoru from Gaimin Gladiators, by the way, the former Lays squad from MYSG, if you guys aren't familiar, which stands for Long Something Zebra Ears. Yes.
Isn't it like Long Amazing Zebra Ears
Long
or something
Amazing
like
Zebra
that?
Ears, there it is.
Yeah, that's outstanding, man. Astonishing. You still remember that acronym real quick. The thing is, though, guys, starting from this series onwards, the winners will be moving to the playoffs. So you're going to be seeing them next week try to vie for those master slots. And ONIC right now, they have been vying for all the attention in the world. It's been quite a work over the past few months. But this is now ONIC Unleashed, and ONIC as that into the first seed in prime position to try and carry that nation. NC Slash though getting on the board after Moniet gets traded. Good NC though for the side of ONIC. Even better fight for Elmi Moore, the headshot machine of Indonesia, at it yet again, and ONIC with the first round.
What a convincing opening pistol round we see here coming from ONIC. They're honestly one of the teams, Dax, that last stage, and this is funny because they're both from Indonesia, I expected them and Boom to have a real good chance of making it in the Masters even, but it didn't come for either side. For ONIC, they've always been a team that has had the proper tools to make things work out, and as soon as they splashed onto the stage last year, everybody could see that they are definitely a team that can contend for a title. In this case, we'll see if that will come true. They win the opening pistol, so the first step in the right direction of that, but it's going to be a long trail to get to that end. They take the B site, and Gaimin Gladiators all the way towards the A side, who kind of went for a stack and now pushing out towards mid. We're gonna have a complete brawl here towards B main.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it never hurts to gamble on an eco state anyway. Full eco here for Gaimin, and now they're just game on and going for that B main push. Interesting enough, now Neff perhaps an off angle there from CT with the Yoru. Elmi Moore keeping an eye out. Not already broken. Elmi Moore still flicking for the shots, hitting two before getting taken on down there by Frey. But it's ONIC still holding the lines as close as possible with the Spectres. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're just getting torn asunder as soon as they move on in. NC Slasher Moniet holding hands inside the smoke. Get that takedown. Shorty surprise out of nowhere. And it's Moniet with the final blow. And just to add on to what you've been saying, this is ONIC G roster. Truth be told, months in the making that I mentioned a while ago, they just completely didn't join actually that stage 2 last year because their players weren't eligible for it. They waited for everyone to be ready. They waited for everyone to be available for the roster. Made a few changes near the end of the year. And coming into stage number 1, there were expectations really for ONIC to perform. That they did, but they didn't really get the seeding that helped them out in the end. This time, they're that first seed. This time, they're really at the top of the group. And this is going to be the best form ONIC G has ever been. But Gaimin Gladiators, let's not count out this squad whatsoever because they have the guns and they are ready to defend. Styron getting the spot onto one. Monieto seen here by Styron. Danger close. Frey on the board. A 2-for-2 trade. But in the end, ONIC now heading towards the side. Oh, the glance there from NC Slasher. Elmi Moore with a takedown. And since it's Elmi Moore with the kill, NC Slasher still gets away with one more kill. Neff though. Oh, he tried to go after NC Slasher. But NC Slasher just too damn good with the shots up close. Bonus one by ONIC.
What a bonus here from ONIC. Not even super much so. I mean, they keep a bunch of Spectres. They take the rifles in the end. They've looted what they've dropped, and things all really going well here for the ONIC side, so very convincing this start for them is, and to do it on the attacking side is a really good point for them moving forward. You talked about, how some of the younger players on this squad, they had to wait for them, but once they crossed that line, once Moniet was ready to play with them, you can tell that ONIC, they looked like an entirely different beast. They've finally secured that #1 seed, as you talked about, but Gaimin Gladiators, for a mean moment, almost looked like they were going to do the same thing in MYSG and throw Paper Rex off after they sent him down to the lower bracket side. But, well, in the end, PRX won, but Gaimin Gladiators, as they were still the Lays squad, really proved a lot. That's why they're picked up here right now. Damage done here towards Dizzy, towards the middle. It will keep him in a bit of a stun, keep him just more anxious to try and re-peak that. But for the meantime, this ONIC 4th round that they should take, but the 5th round is what I'm looking at here from Gaimin Gladiators, because if they lose another gun round right on after, that's going to be a lot more difficult for them to come back into. But Arkin trapped out in the open, no real chance to bail out there.
Yeah, hard aggression here from ONIC. Did you see that minimap filled with pings of ONIC G? Everyone in sync that they want to rotate as quickly as possible. And they do get the angles now versus Gaimin, Frey, and Styron. The only ones left. Oh, they only have the eco state. Might as well try to find a frag or two. And we saw it a while ago in the head-to-head. Frey versus Elmi Moore. Amazing chambers in their own rights. Elmi Moore, though, just so accurate as per usual. And I think that's one thing ONIC has really done well to adjust in terms of their roster. Elmi Moore now getting more of a chance to play that chamber. Styron, though, showing who's boss with the 2 with the Sheriff anyway. It's 3v1. Still a chance here for Styron, perhaps, but let's see how far already ONIC is stationed. They're ready for the post plant. They're ready to just scan it out for Severin. Not only that, the 0 point now in position. Styron gonna be dying with the spike. Wants to reset his money rather than keeping that gun. So 4-0 right now for ONIC. Gaimin, though, they're looking to prove this composition and themselves in this series, because this is a very interesting comp right now from Gaimin. I believe it's a variation of something they ran against Paper Rex in the series that they won, but they did lose to Paper Rex. That was the one that they dropped. And instead of running that Sova, they have the KO right now. They also have the Fade instead of something like the Jet. So really goes to show for Gaimin, they have a completely different game plan in a way right now to try and enable that Yoru to get in position as much as possible. Only problem is here, Black and Blue, is ONIC is immediately in their faces before any kind of setup can truly occur. As we get a tech pause, ONIC is so quick. Moniet is just getting into those sites as soon as possible, and from that point on, it's ONIC setting the pace.
That's kind of what you have to do on the attacking side, right? Make sure that that pace is being set by you and not let the defense really push back against your initial kind of aggression. So ONIC, a bit of a technical pause here called, but they're a pretty good spot. 4 rounds up, economy in their favor. If they lose this one, more than enough for a full buy right after. On the Gaimin Gladiators side, though, I'm curious to how exactly they plan to make this Yoru work. Seems like it's a tech pause from the GMN side here for the Gaimin Gladiators. So, yeah, take a bit of a break, a breather, especially to get everything going and rather set for them. But yeah, that Yoru, I'm curious to see that because we've seen it come out in some other maps. We've seen it come out in Icebox, and Breeze, on Bind, especially. But we don't often see it enough here on Ascent. I do believe it's not the first time it's come out in VCT, but it's not something too common. When you ever have that Yoru, a lot of it is based on the deception that it can bring, and I'm not too sure if ONIC are going to fall for it because they're pretty much on point with their wits and pretty sensible right now. And for them taking that #1 seed, they did that with a lot of base discipline that what the outplays of a Yoru might offer might not exactly work against them. But we're going back into the game. Frey here with an operator now on the defensive side, controlling B main for the meantime. And ONIC slowing things down, not going up in a fast pace. They know that having an operator on the opposing side is going to make things more difficult. They have a tour de force of their own to try and counter-snipe this. But the peak, it wins on Frey's side, and he tears them asunder.
Oh, that was good for Frey. He immediately sees Elmore there when Elmore just got the spot on. And we see this quite a bit from Gaimin. Crouch peaks that can be cheeky, can go for the surprise. Of all the players who can pop off your Gaimin right now, it has to be that Chamber ready to strike yet again. So a slower pace, ONIC giving respect to Gaimin and their arsenal. We do have a bit of mid control here, courtesy of Severin. Might be able to open up a rotation if ever for the side of ONIC. But since they lose Elmi Moore, they're not that confident to just tell Monyet to go in, go for those takedowns, and try to do the same old monkey dance that he loves to run. But I guess now the symbols are ready to crash as Monyet is ready with the blades. Yeah, goes for the Cloudburst first and foremost, dashes on forward before safety. Does hit the gate as well. Blindside though to be a bother. Still, that's the relocation right now from Gaimin, and ONIC will take advantage of the positions. Shiro Monyet on the board. Frey right behind the smokes. And just the mere presence and the mere entry of ONIC giving them the chance here towards the site.
That was a perfect way to address the operator of Frey playing up close. With Monyet throwing his cloudbursts, it blocks off a lot of the vision that Frey otherwise could have had. But Severin has an important position here to try and hold. If he gets his kill towards Arten, this is going to be huge. He spots the barrel out. He knows Market is occupied. With the Omen here for GMN, Arten having to worry about Market. That's going to delay him even further. 3v2. The picks have to be found by Frey. Operator going to make it much more difficult to retake with unless ONIC give him an opening. They swing. It doesn't connect. Way too quick of an angle for him to find that shot and land it. Severin on the flank. Does push out on Frey. And Arten, last one left alive. He's going to have to fend him off here. And he can actually get a double. Does get that one, an NC Slasher. Waits. Able to survive, but the damage has been done, Dax. 5-0 here. ONIC, quite proficient in how they deal with every scenario and every problem that the Gaimin Gladiators propose.
It's just you can't shut the door on a hurricane, basically. Monyet is that force of nature right now that just gets in there through the cloudburst, through the dashes, and we don't get to see the hard contest from Gaimin in that second position. It was already a great start. I love what Frey was doing. I like that Siren was setting up the crossfire, but with your defenses falling apart immediately just to those smokes, does become problematic because ONIC is able to do the same thing that has worked over and over and over again, and the handful of rounds that they have has just mostly been from this retake. And case in point, the evidence looks pretty clear, but Siron ready to just smirch that quickly. Severin though, getting the justice system on board. At least that flash into the takedown also. The rest of ONIC now finding ways to audition for these kills. Simply puts, Gaimin now trying to make it back towards the side, but ONIC, any time, just have the angle of opportunity. They are able to seize it anyway with their peaks. A difficult scenario right now here for Gaimin. Can they actually go towards the side? DC trying to go for more, but Shiro's the one who gets all of them. ONIC now making it 6-0 just in the first half.
Very good start for ONIC. Operator out once more for Frey. And I'd like to see a bit more of that, I guess, this proactiveness that we saw from round number 5, where they really pushed up Frey with that operator towards B main to try and find a pick. Although, it was a bit of a dry one, but the intent, the idea, it works out. And that's what they have to do to try and catch ONIC off here, because ONIC, they're playing really slow, and they're good with anticipating a lot of the opposing pushes, but if Gaimin Gladiators can still make it work, then it will work wonders for them, I think, in the end. They have this kind of one-way hold here towards A main, but it's not going to last too long, so what's the next step after this? Yes, they delay them for the meantime, but there has to be a second part to this exact idea. They one-way smoke it once more, which is going to buy more time, going to allow him to reset his smokes and regenerate it, but maybe they can have some sort of a stack here. Have Arten towards that, well, really wide position and have someone else cover from A main, have some sort of crossfire to double peek after, because ONIC, they're going to come at this heavy-handed, and that flash is going to force Arten away. They can re-smoke this. They pop the null command arguably a bit too early, but it does send ONIC running the other way, and with that information, Gaimin Gladiators can know to reinforce the B site.
No, I'm fine with that null command. Just don't go this way. But then the double back is what ONIC loves to do. Suddenly, guys, maybe we can go at it again. Now the null command is gone. And for ONIC, it's not really the matter of slow or fast, I feel. It's a matter of when they immediately change that pace. Their entries have been so hard-hitting that it stuns Gaimin Gladiators to an absolute degree. Paranoid though being thrown. There we have the Nightfall. Arthur trying to go for the hole, but look at that one yet again. Just lead the charge here for the side of ONIC. Does he find the angle? Arthur and DC. You get the takedowns though. It seems like Gaimin Gladiators able to hold the line this time. The double fake, double back doesn't matter here for Gaimin Gladiators because they will still hold and defend a side together. Elmimore now the only one left this time. Gaimin finally getting on the board. And it all started with that null command, but really the positioning there, especially by Arten, helping him out in a pinch, getting the angles over the advance of ONIC.
One enemy remaining.
Well.
Okay, well. 6-1 now. Gaimin Gladiators.
I'm back.
Actually, hey, welcome back.
I'm sorry. For some reason, I don't know why everything crashed the way it was, but what I was saying was, well, they double back and they run to their own demise with the time really ticking very low. That null command really, I guess, paid dividends in the end, but Styron here fending him off, only able to get one. Shiro's able to get the trade out immediately, but on the back of the side, there's two players waiting. It's going to be Neff and Arten as well. Neff goes down. Arten will follow suit. ONIC, NC, Slasher, and Severin finding everything going their way. Frey, the last one alive, but to his dismay, he goes down. ONIC storm back with another round.
And isn't that the problem right now for Gaimin Gladiators composition? I think that was the biggest example of it. Neff, unfortunately, hasn't gotten a single kill as of yet. And in terms of Yoru value, he's able to reinforce both house, but it just doesn't really imply much presence in the first place, and that's the biggest problem for Gaimin Gladiators. They are trying to have a composition that can perhaps set things up for the Yoru to be a bother. When you play the Fade and the Omen together, one thing that I feel like hasn't been talked about too much is how they're able to suppress noise, right? And once that noise is suppressed, you might not hear that Yoru coming, but the problem is, there's no point going to that destination because the party is already elsewhere. You're trying to surprise the opposition, but ONIC is already at your doorstep. The Neff I think he might even find more success with direct contact right now because of the pace that ONIC has decided to play. Nightfall, though, is the call, and it's here easy from above. Severin, though, getting the takedown. Dimensional Jerk getting the scout on. NC Slasher in her face. Fake out now to be a bother. But Generator Snap trying to get the cover, but NC Slasher is just that damn good. He's slashing, he's dashing, and he's just absolutely an assassin here down in hell. Finally, he will fall. Scenario and Elmi Moore, he comes yet again from the flag. ONIC G just feeling this game right now, and it's 8-1 in their favor.
My goodness. The hack dashing, crash mashing, bash slashing NC Slasher. Making everything crumble down, tearing them apart, and really rip and tear. He embodies all of that within the site. Look at how well he addresses everything Neff is throwing at him. He throws out the gate crash to give him kind of a fail-safe, but then a bunch of flashes his way. The fake out, nothing really phasing NC Slasher. That anchor position that he had on Hell was crucial. A lot of times in those post-plant holds, that Hell player has so much work to do, and he did every single task to his best extent, and it was more than enough for ONIC to really capitalize on and get them out in the end. For GMN, the timeout here being called is a sign of really the anxiousness that they're probably going through right now. ONIC, very proficient attacking side here on Ascent. It's a map that we have seen them be quite proficient at in the past. They were able to beat Made in Thailand like quite heavily, right? During the group stages, it was like, what, a 13-3, 13-2? Very one-sided in their favor. And even for a team like Alter Ego, they were able to beat them quite heavily as well. So this ONIC is looking like a team that we have never seen before play this well. They have always been pretty good, like especially in the community side when they're playing outside the VCT, but they're bringing that same fortune, it seems, that same success potentially into this stage, and it's going to work out well for them. But the beat stack here from the Gaimin Gladiators could be the right call, but ONIC fended off and rather dissuaded initially by that 0 point, but they're looking to double dip as they like to do here, Dex.
Look, ONIC is just the team that Indonesia has promised for a year now. They're finally at that level. They're finally at that stage of growth. And truth be told, they're finally in a proper position in the bracketing because them being the first seed compared to, well, all the issues that occurred to ONIC being that third seed instead. But anyway, ONIC, they're trying to prove yet again that they are a powerhouse here in the SEA, in the APAC scene. And Elmibor, of course, you know his name, you know his claim to fame. This does not disappoint whatsoever. Gaimin, they're on an eco state right now. And since we do have that time, I feel like for Gaimin, this isn't really the best indicator of their level of play right now. Definitely. I look at this roster and I look at this composition and I think it's just so far hasn't really worked out with this Yoru that they're trying to enable, because they showed so much more success with something like the Jet last time around when they played against, I believe, Griffin. And let's not forget, Gaimin Gladiators is the squad that was able to take Paper Rex down and tell them, hey, still respect the local scene. There's still people who can actually slay you as much as possible. And one of the problems here, DZ does get a nice shot, but Shiro and Severin wrap up the round. I think one of the problems what we're seeing here for Gaimin that usually bails them out in a pinch is that their trade system is effectively null and void. These guys are very good at pairing up, grouping up together, and making very efficient trades work. But the way ONIC is playing, hitting those entries, and especially the fact that they don't really have the most, how do I even say it, active duelist in a way. You don't, if you're not gonna be playing something like the Jet, you're trying to enable something cheeky with the Yoru and the off angles, then it's not as clear cut as you'd expect here for Gaimin. And that's been a little problematic in this map itself, because we're not getting the right impact from the right players because the system itself isn't working the way they want to.
We've been seeing this throughout this entire stage so far, both in the play-ins and the groups, where teams, now, it's okay to try and innovate, right? And try new experimental things.
Wait. Are you talking about Team Secret?
No one specific. Just teams in general, okay? I actually like when they pulled out the breach in general, but yes. Moving on from that, I just think there comes a point where you will kind of back yourself in the corner, because it is experimental, yes. It is innovative, yes. But it's also unfamiliar, unusual, and sometimes a bit too avant-garde for what really, I guess, is what will work for a team. And in this
can't
case,
be like that. You
I
can't,
think-
you can't do art dirty. Wait, one sec. You can't
I'm
do
not-
art dirty like that. Oh my god. This is why artists only become famous after they die. Did anyone care about Van Gogh before he died? No. Picasso, I'm not too sure, but you know,
30
it's just
seconds left.
it's a heartbreak there.
I mean, well, it's Frey who finds death here. Fortunately for him, that means he should have a bit more, I guess, popularity points in the end, if that's how it really works. But the Blades comes out in the right moment for Neff to punish, and Arten's gonna find his own punishment. ONIC, man, Severine, he gets 3, but it's down to the 1v1. Styron has got time to burn, but Elmi Moore, he doesn't. He's gonna have to go at this ham. Maybe if he gets a lucky wallbang, maybe if he gets peeked here, but it's not gonna come. The time is up, and Styron finds him stifling here the round for ONIC. And with a great performance there from Severine on the 3 kills. Still not enough in the end as the final round comes. 9-3 could be the only hope here of the Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, we finally get the angle that Neff is looking for. Sure, it's an open up towards A side, but the problem is there's the fake, and not only that, Neff getting back to that B side so quickly with that gate crash. I think that's one factor that isn't really talked about too much about the Euro. Everyone's just like, you know, we can teleport right behind them. We can throw out these fake outs, these blind sides, and we can make those entries work. But in essence, one thing the Euro can do is emulate what the Chamber does well. You know, the rendezvous, the gate crash, teleport abilities, and just a quick way to rotate if ever. So great play there from Neff. We're finally seeing an element of why they're playing this Euro at the very least. The only problem right now is the scoreline is looking very overwhelming, and we'll see if Gaimin Gladiators can use that momentum to push on forward. But the Clash of Chambers, Frey's the one who gets that takedown. Monyet down below though, and ONIC absolutely stifled here. They're gonna get the plant, but because of the suppress, they're unable to really peek out and try and make those trades work. So Gaimin Gladiators, a man advantage, they have the position. It's all about that retake here. Nice rotation though. Keep an eye out on Severine. The backstab can be true here for the side of ONIC. And here comes towards the doorway, but this is them. The timing, the smoke is in the way. And he slashes the one. Here, gonna get on the board. It's DC still onside. We got Monyet, we got Severine, and really a roll call here for the side of ONIC. It's collapsed right now. In time for ONIC. The session is through and it's attendance for all. 10-2. ONIC with an overwhelming lead.
Incredible hold there in the post plan coming from ONIC. 4v5, low HP, like half of their remaining players in that 4v5 were low HP, but they still went out in the end, and once again, it came from the impeccable hold here that NC Slasher was able to help them start really. He catapulted that from his opening pick. They find everything crumbling their way, and it's been the retake as well here for the Gaimin Gladiators, really struggling against these super tight post-plant holds coming from ONIC, and that was with Severine on the flank as well, so they're kind of down a man, but they still get the job done. Attacking side, proficient here. Nigh, really, perfection is what they're close to, almost. For 10-12, rather 10-2, for them to get that on the attacking side is going to be very problematic for the Gaimin Gladiators moving on. This is almost the map number 2 if ONIC take this map, rather this pistol round, as a halftime pause settles in. It's Gaimin Gladiators who need to find their footing.
I mean, look at the deaths right now for ONIC. I think that's one of the biggest things we can check out in the stats here clearly. Monyet is the martyr, but he is basically the lord and savior of ONIC right now with his entries. With the space that he makes, whether he lives or dies, it allows players like LV Bor, Severine, NC Slasher, and even Xerxia, just the whole roster, the whole backline, to confirm those frags after his demise. And you can see it here. The most deaths anyone has after Monyet is Elmi Moore with 6. Shiro only has 3 deaths. This is how much space and how secure ONIC feels coming into the entry, coming into the post plant. And it's really just because they're able to out-tempo Gaimin time and time again. There were some clutch plays from Gaimin. We saw that from Styron. We saw that from Frey. But it's just not as enough compared to how impactful ONIC has been. And in that last play, we were like, okay, maybe Severin. Oh, he didn't make it in time. But with the smoke dissipating, that's still another angle he can come from. And ONIC were just so secure at hitting those shots. Direct conflict, positioning on the site. just really testaments to the powerhouse of what ONIC has become. And if you are a fan from Indonesia, you must have seen this growth, right? We on the Philippine side, here on the APAC side, we get glimpses of it every time we get into this regional stage. But it's crazy to think the team that forewent a whole stage is now at this level.
Wow.
Incredible play, but incredibly done here by Gaimin to start things off as they get Neff and Frey. Oh my Frey! That is just absolutely sublime from him. 3 in the middle, all the control in the world, and Neff now with the surprise. Perhaps though, this is where the lights of Gaimin will turn on, because with the Yoru, they might be able to play an interesting kind of entry and allow a bit more space to work with moving forward.
That was a really good set play there coming from the Gaimin Gladiators towards that mid position on the pistol round. They have that gate crash to close the gap really and send Neff up really close to the bottom of mid and then flash him in coming from DZ. Allows him to get that pick right before Elmi Moore dismisses as well, but Frey came up big with a headhunter and got the dead eye on him, landing every shot that he took. ONIC still got a bunch of cushions to work with. They don't force anything up here, but to your point a while ago, yeah, Monyet has a really important job. He's basically like that human recon dart. Severine and Elmi Moore making the Sheriff's work here. Seems like the law is alive and true out in the Wild West. As ONIC equalize things up on these bandits that are the Gaimin Gladiators.
I like the adjustment here from ONIC. They have to know now that they cannot let that gate crash too. They cannot not spot basically that teleporting beacon and allow Neff to do them dirty from closer angles. Case in point, always voted with the Sheriff's double stack even. There's like a totem right now to the side of ONIC. Monyet also getting on the board. Frey though, a great angle to go up close, but the damage has been done. It's 4v2. Dangerous waters here for the side of Gaimin. At least Tyron has bought in a life raft to keep the last two afloat. But Elmi Moore, you know his name, you fear his aim, and he's coming right behind you. SC Slasher will get a takedown. Frey the only one left, and ONIC has done Gaimin dirty here with the thrifty. The Sheriffs will sing, and it's hallelujah for ONIC as they're 2 away from getting the map.
The 6 shooter being their savior in this round on the eco. Really forcing everything up with those Sheriffs, and well, tip a hat to that. ONIC, so formidable in those situations, so potent and deadly, no matter what they've got in their hands. And for them to find the 2 opening picks, that just really stifled here any attempts from the Gaimin Gladiators. And NC Slasher, one of the best controller anchors you're going to see in the entirety of Asia. Not APAC, Asia. And because of just his great game sense, coordination, and as well as basically mechanical skill, he's able to make those type of holds work out, at least going 1-for-1 when he shouldn't. And now it's Gaimin Gladiators who are in a really tough spot. Damage done here early towards mid pizza, but that might be late considering he's gonna have to have some free delivery given away. As Elmi Moore, he's taking some damage, but he's falling back. He can still get a kill here. The swing coming from Neff is gonna connect. He gets that one, but Severine quick on the trade. Severine holding things back, but they can't cross, not too eagerly, because Severine's making sure that's gonna be a bit stifled. Smoke out here to let Styron cross down. They have the sight, but within it, Shiro's gonna get found out, getting caught out with utility. His hands up, not expecting to fight.
But Monyet coming in close, Arten right beside him, swinging him wildly. It does become advantage here for Gaimin Gladiators so far. They were able to hold things down a little bit for the side of ONIC with Severine, but Gaimin decided to hit that green light and just go for it, especially since the Spectres are into play. But NC Slasher, yet again, able to just murder one towards the side. Turns it around, could have been perfect timing for Arten. No. It's gonna be a reset towards the speedway instead. Different angle, any angle. NC Slasher looking to just take a slice out of Gaimin Gladiators' paychecks here. And Arten in the boathouse holding things down, but not looking right in front of him. Fear instilled by Gaimin. They can bring it back anyway. It goes to show that we're not done here. Gaimin Gladiators still having some fight in them.
Exceptional response here from the Gaimin Gladiators in that scramble. And they didn't have the odds in their favor. They still wanted, and for Neff to find that cheeky position to get Elmi Moore, even if he only got one, that was a huge pick for them to really find, and catapulted them into a position where they could win this. The swing here on NC Slasher, punished by Arten and ONIC. They're back down in the low economy state, but they've got rounds to give and rounds to play. Here's another one of them. eco here by ONIC. Try and build up some bank, but Frey can make early contact. If he can find the kill, this is huge. What NC Slasher does, untraded, it doesn't go. As Arten there immediately pop flash out, but he's blinded. Still gets killed here by Styron, peeking on that fight. And Arten will close the door here on any attempts from ONIC in this round. This should be Gaimin Gladiators getting a 5th.
Yeah, it was a good flash, but the thing is, when you're that close and you get sprayed, you're bound to get hit anyway. The probability, well, it's a high percentage shot. And speaking of percentage, this time, 80% of Gaimin Gladiators will survive, and they will continue on to another round. And that's one of the strengths I'm talking about for Gaimin. That trade system, very efficient. They realize that, okay, if ONIC is on an eco state, they wouldn't be afraid to stack together. They can be aggressive, they can be passive, but you would expect that there should be around 2 of them ready to get that trade, ready to hit that second share shot at a moment's notice. And Arten realizing that, coming in close versus the side of ONIC, and I love that that's what Gaimin is all about. Their teamwork is exceptional when they can group up. They have this just chemistry with one another, wherein they understand, okay, what's the angle I can hold, what's the angle you can hold, and what's the sightline we can work with together to make these trades work. So really signs of life here for Gaimin right now. The heartbeat is still there. ONIC, they want to flatline that as soon as possible. Not only do they have the guns, they also have that cosmic divide. Keep an eye out though for Frey. Tour de Force is out and about. Gaimin now trying to make the Siege of A work. It starts with the Nightfall.
Nightfall connects. Nightmares abound, but you didn't want to take this to another dream. Even in a dream, Hunter still hunts. In this case, ONIC, they're looking for their prey on that B site, but they've slowed things down, making sure they've tracked the proper steps right. 0 man here, 0 point rather out, and it's gonna connect, but LB Moore doesn't matter. He got the 3rd kill going his way, crumbling down. Gaimin Gladiators, nothing they can do to try and take this as he holds on, and the fort is solidified here by ONIC, especially from LB Moore, who wants even more. But yet, no monkey business around as Severine severs any intent from the Gaimin Gladiators. 5-12 as ONIC have taken match point.
ONIC just completely ignored that Trojan horse, man. Gaimin was trying to sell a siege towards that A site. They went for the Nightfall. The Yoru also, I believe, fake teleported that way just to keep up with the act. But LB Moore did not flinch. He says like, okay guys, we trust you to stay there. We will stay here. And as soon as that call happens, ONIC just sees Gaimin coming their way. They're not affected whatsoever by the ultimate used in that round because it's all the way on the other side. And Frey with the Tour de Force there couldn't really keep up with the pace because it's ONIC who have the closer angles and just the perfect read of what was going on. It's like if ONIC was really in that Trojan War, perhaps they could have changed history there in the making. Just not gonna buy the snake oil there being sold by Gaimin. Now, looking for that final destination, the promised land of a map win. LB Moore, he starts things off strong here, black and blue, but Frey does find the answer. That's a big pick off here for the side of Gaimin. LB Moore has been the bane of their existence so far with his precision. And at least now, Gaimin can get in position towards that B site if ever.
To find LB Moore, that could be the Achilles heel here of ONIC. If Gaimin Gladiators, they hit that part, they hit that mark, could allow them to win this round, and that is looking quite possibly so. With them crawling up here towards the B site and no one really defending it on ONIC, it should be a B site that ONIC are prepared to play retake for. They've got blades, but not much else here on the ONIC side. On the push, look at this pop flash out. Busy though, punishing that. Severine, not really good for anything. Not even good to find a kill. I don't mean to be extra mean, but yes, there it is.
I was like, that's a little harsh, man.
Yeah, I realize it might have been taken too personal, but I meant in the round, yes.
There. It's okay, we understand. But right now, we understand Gaimin is towards that B side. They have the spike down, so post plant will be foregone conclusion. Monyet trying to ready the dash, but Frey again, no fear whatsoever. Null command is the answer. apparently the uses really of this KO can be apparent here, my friend. DC just holding close as much as possible, trying to inflict that suppression here. Paranoia also thrown. Gaimin now. A last stand towards the site, and I believe for ONIC, the call here is now to play for exits. They can afford to lose the round, but truly Gaimin not really the best situation economically. Shiro though has been spotted. There we have the wall back. Artin trying to TP on away, but that's just a little too late because never mind, rather he is able to make it. Sorry about that. But beyond that, they take position away from ONIC. They're able to find the angles they were trying to get the exits from. Gaimin Gladiators, they get the round 8, they get some guns to scrounge with 2.
Barely squeezing himself into a safe spot, but they're not in the clear just yet here for the Gaimin Gladiators. Sure, battles to be won, a gauntlet they're used to, but this is a very different arena. They're going to try and fight in a very different base than ONIC. They're going to have to go toe-to-toe against Frey. You see her point connects on him, and rather on the opposing side, and it's going to make LB Moore have to back off, but he still gets a kill through the smoke, I believe, here on the Dizzy. Trying to walk on out, just stepping away, finds that head, could find even more, but the peek here from Frey going to connect. Great Nightfall to try and cut the noise, and there's no real marks to be made. 4v4, the site is theirs, and another retake situation is going to come in, Dex.
Yeah. One of the reasons why LB Moore gets away with those smoke headshot kills is just he's so level with any kind of angle he needs. He knows where the headshot will be against the opposition. But beyond that, the placements here for Gaimin, the side take yet again looking very incredible. And in the 4v4 situation, it's still a possibility, but watch out because Monyet is coming at you. King Kong Comet ready to go for the rampage. And Monyet already with the first, finds the second even. Monkey C, Monkey 2, Monyet will try to go for all of you. Arthur now the only one left. Severine will sever his head away. And this is it. ONIC G, that's all good, all ready, and all in for this map. 30-6, they take a sense in the series.
Incredible round there from ONIC and from Monyet on that retake. Finding 3, connects the last right click to make sure he brings it down to the last remaining member in Artin for the side here of the Gaimin Gladiators. And that was a very dominant map coming here from ONIC G. And to do it on Ascent, the attacking side, they look online as ever. They look like a team that from the get-go has always been able to make things work, and now it seems to finally come true. Number 1 seed here of Indonesia, looking to make things really happen. This could be their title run, Dax, with how well they're playing so far.
Yeah, this is the next level of ONIC that everyone has been awaiting, everyone was foreseeing from last year, and now the future has become the present, and a gift here to the Indonesian community with how ONIC is playing. Gaimin though, the fight in them, I just feel like in terms of the draft, not really gonna work out with the style that ONIC is able to play. But panel guys gonna be breaking all that action down, and we are gonna go for a break. When we return, the second map between Gaimin as well as ONIC. That's here with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys in a bit for more of VCT APAC.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. My life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know?
ONIC G is showing us the imaginary ropes of ascent. Oh, hey Trix, you good?
Chicks?
Trix good?
You
Look at
alright?
Trix right now, Dad Femina. Look at her. You good?
You good?
Get her right. I think it's there. We go. Trix.
Chicks?
It do be like that over here. Now, ONIC G taking this game 13-6 versus Gaimin Gladiators. By the way, we are back here at the battle of VCT Stage 2 challengers. It's Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix. Now, what a victory by this team, Dad Femina. Elmi more like Elmi most.
Elmi most indeed. I mean, I gotta be honest though, for ONIC, it feels like I'm watching the same series against, or the same game against Made in Thailand in their first Ascent game. The first game of, I believe one of the days of these group stages, right? And majority of their attack, they were given free real estate, and the only times they lost in the first half was when they tried to maybe switched up the pace, right? They kind of slowed down. They decided to go for that very clever bait and switch, but it didn't really deter the opposition that time. Gaming Gladiators, though, they put up a bit of a fight when they went into the attacking rounds. I feel like it's because it was thanks to the KO setup that really helped a bit for Yoru to go for the TP anyway. So Neff being able to TP without any sort of caution or any sort of like warning whatsoever from the others on the opposition was pretty much key to how they were able to make sure that mid was always secure. And once they had that mid secure, it was always an important contention, right? That mid always converting over to that B site was Gaming Gladiators, I'd say game plan, but overall, it was ONIC Gaming who had a really huge lead that kind of stopped the chances for Gaming Gladiators to catch up.
Yeah, I like how you touched up on their strategies over here, because I did notice in the rotations, they were very different in terms of attacking. So we would always see ONIC G trying to fish out information from either A or B, not necessarily pushing down mid, but it's the opposite for Gaming Gladiators, right, Trix? It was the opposite for them. You'd always see the Yoru just teleport onto mid, and then that's kind of where the whole play starts.
Yeah, I feel like Gaimin Gladiators definitely going into that just being more aggressive on their attacker side. They were willing to take the duels, they wanted to take those picks. It's not like they were doing it alone either. You had support coming in left and right. Neff could also flash for himself. I just feel like when you look at Onyx attacker side, and what I loved about it was how in sync it was.
Ah, what's happening over here? Look at that. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, I'm looking at these highlights that we have over here, and I am just reminded, Dad Femina, of how nasty Frey is with that headhunter.
I mean, it's not just the headhunter, man. It was just ONIC as a whole, just taking that control of the map secures. I mean, really quick and easy, and it's just characteristic of their style. They always like to prioritize getting that map control very fast and easy, but it's also because they were given the leeway to do so. Yet again, it's the second time that they're letting them get away with this. Like, I feel like ONIC, they should just be given pressure early. I feel like that's enough to slow them down just a tiny bit for the opposition to get a bit of a, I guess, momentum shift. But then again, ONIC definitely have built up so much very late into the game that there was just no way for Gaimin Gladiators to catch up.
Yeah, they were definitely not giving any rounds away. And I would like to touch up on this a little bit. You already kind of gave a glimpse of it in your initial explanation. But these teams, as defenders, they don't rotate too quickly. Regardless of the switch and bait that was bait and switch rather that was happening, it just doesn't work. Like, okay, go ahead, throw your Nightfall into the site. As long as my teammates do not know that do not see you physically inside the site, I'm not gonna rotate. That was the play for both of these teams. They would not budge. That's what happened over here, Dad Femina.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta have that pure commitment and trust that you're at the right place at the right time. If you were on the defense for Gaimin Gladiators, right? For ONIC in that round, they decided to like be a little bit more creative, maybe try something out and see whoever who gets baited, or whoever bites that bit of a Houdini, I would say, from ONIC G. But then again, that wasn't their identity. That's not how they usually play. So it's kind of surprising that they pulled something like that. But then again, they got that insurance policy, which the 3 players are on that B lobby side, which goes to show that they got a lot of backup plans if ever that initial fake doesn't really pull out. But Gaimin is losing out so many of their chances there, like
They are, and I was actually very concerned. We were talking about this behind the scenes, that why weren't they calling for a timeout? They were down 0-6, and I was really waiting that they'd put in the timeout earlier on, because obviously in a competition as tough as this one, you really need those points in. You cannot be complacent and believe like, no, we didn't get this round, we'll get the next round once we get our bye round in. No, it can't be that way. You can't be complacent. You have to be like, oh my god, we lost the 4 rounds. Okay, fine, given the economy is not on our side, but hey, this was a bye round for both of the sides. We still didn't get it. They should have called a timeout, Tricks.
Should have called a timeout.
Like you did earlier. You had your little timeout happening.
I don't know what's happening, but yes, in terms of taking control, it's fantastic, but Gaimin Gladiators should have realized when they needed to take that pause, take a breather.
Yeah, they really should have. How do you even dissect what was happening over there, Tricks? Because they were down 0-6. They did show signs of life in round number 7, as they didn't rotate too quickly. Like, ONIC tried to take the rotation to A, they threw in their utilities, and then they tried faking B, they went back, like, again, the bait and switch. But again, that was the good round of Gaimin Gladiators, wherein they did not take the bait. They stuck to A, and they took that round. They did not allow themselves to be fooled by ONIC over there.
I think it comes down to having more information. I recall Chamber was set up in a great position to understand that ONIC was actually faking it. So because of the lineup that Gaimin Gladiators had, they should have been slightly more aggressive even on the defender side, get that early information so that they understand where the attack is coming from. If they're pushing you in B main, there's other places you can take info.
I kind of want to maybe pitch in my interpretation of that round. I feel like it's because the ONIC G side lacked like the presence around another side of A. Like since they were 2 people around that A main side, and since there were 3 other people around at B lobby, maybe they would have invested at least 1 player over to the A short side. So again, maybe that was like the break for Gaming Gladiators on that round, but just overall good work for ONIC Gaming back in the center.
Yeah, so behind the scenes before Trix had her little break over there, she was pointing out that she believed that Gaming Gladiators could have thrived more if they started as attackers. But we're moving over to Haven over here, Trix. Do you think that that is still the same case?
I don't, based on their lineup. So the reason I said it was on the lineup of Ascent, they had an offense, an aggressive lineup. So I felt it would have shown more. It would have shown more if they had played attacker. I'm dying over here. Anyway, on Haven Onyx side, I love the Neon. Very aggressive, paired with that double information gathering. Initiators with the Sova and the KO.
Wait, for those who are watching, I apologize for the laughter, but if you guys don't know what's going down, you know how from time to time the players have their own tech difficulties? Well, sometimes us panelists, we have no escape from that too. It really does happen, and when it does, we just try to make the best out of it. Am I right? I don't know if I should.
Sorry.
Yeah. Should I even pass the question to you, Trix? Now, am I right? Are you okay?
I'm okay. My internet is a little, it's
wonky.
throwing a tantrum at me. I think that's all it is. But I'm looking forward to the Haven map. I think it's all about control this time. Hopefully, Gaming Gladiators stepping up their proactive plays, getting that early information.
I absolutely agree. Well, with the early information that we already gathered over here, I think we're just about ready to get started with the games. It is gonna be ONIC G versus Gaming Gladiators coming up in a bit. Guys, come on. This is it. Map number 2. Make sure that you're ready for this. Keep your eyes peeled because this is gonna be a fantastic game ahead. So there you have it, guys. I'm passing you guys over to our caster so Trix can have a breather.
It's okay.
The playoffs awaits. For now, ONIC a single step away. Can Gaming Gladiators overtake and get ahead and force out the decider? Do we end our first, Ascension series here? We're gonna find out as we get into Haven. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dax here with Black and Blue yet again, and you are tuning on in to ONIC G versus Gaming Gladiators. Winner again goes to next week. Loser still plays on for the rest of the group stage at the end of this week. And I think right now this is gonna be a better sign and a better composition moving forward for Gaming Gladiators, because looking at the recent history for both of these teams, these are the comps that they ran already in this stage. These are the compositions that they are very comfortable on, and at the same time, I believe this is the Gaming Gladiators map pick, right? So it just goes to show that this is the perfect chance for Gaimin to, at the very least, tie up the scoreline, tie up the series. But we have seen how overwhelming and how potent ONIC has been from that Ascent map.
Yeah, they're falling back to what they really know, right? And not only that, not only will the familiarity help the Gaming Gladiators out, but the just general bear composition that they bring here. I mean, it's tried and true. It's a standard comp that you might see on this map, but for very good reason. But the paranoia here connects. Dizzy still able to fend off Severine, who's trying to go for a bit of ambitiousness, but that doesn't find much. He does do damage and does get information, but the spike is rotating all the way towards the C site. Luckily here for ONIC, though, Shiro holding off that flank. He's got a rendezvous to back out. If he gets a kill here, that's going to be huge, but Frey tears him apart, not even realizing he was there, but gets a peek on and wins out anyways. DZ falling on back, but Bonyet's going to get a trade on him. Frey's going to get that kill on the anti-slasher all the way towards the opposing side, and everything going on the downhill here for ONIC is Gaming Gladiators. They find themselves in a 4v2 in a very advantageous post-plant situation. Arten finds a kill. The last one will go his way as well, as Bonyet can't do anything here, hopping on the round as the Gaming Gladiators. Dax opening pistol round goes their way finally.
Seems like they got their hoodies on because they look so much more comfortable moving around the map in this kind of setup. Having that jet, play that fast contact, surprise really Severin anyway, despite the paranoia. Just goes to show here for Gaimin, this is one of the best aspects of their playstyle, to have that tip of the spear, to play that entry, a myriad of opportunities, especially on the Haven attack on the rotations, and at the very end, cherry on top, quick trades as per usual. So here we go again, Gaimin Gladiators now, looking to find at least the approval and the roar of the crowd. These guys trying to put on a show and trying to show that Eastside is there for conquest. Quick little dash on in, but Severin, a nice distraction. One yet on the board, and ONIC G looking to be the eco kings of APAC right now, because these guys are just such a surprise everywhere and anywhere. The speed can kill, and Monyet can do even better than that. 1-1 now as ONIC will steal the round away.
Wow, what a comeback here from ONIC. They've been so proficient at winning these rounds where they don't have the weapons nor economic advantage. It doesn't necessarily matter what firepower they might otherwise not have, because they say the true gun is in your heart, and they believe to make it happen. Monyet following up on...
Where did you get that? I'm gonna search it real quick while we have some time.
It's like
true gun.
It's like when people say, "Oh, your guitar is out of tune." You're no, the tuning is in the soul, bro. It's in the soul.
It's in the soul. Maybe John Wick can teach something, something like that. That's inspirational. True gun in your heart. So I'm gonna, you know those Tumblr posts where it's in script and they're like the cloud background, the stock image.
Generic nature.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make a print out of that, man. I'm gonna go to a place called Maple Moroti. I'm gonna ask if they can make that for me. The true gun is in your heart, and I'm gonna give it
Full
to
buy is a mindset.
Yeah. Defense is just a suggestion.
Exactly.
And then we just give it to each other, to all the VCT peeps. Give Asraya all walls are bangable, basically.
Nice. Now we got a great Christmas gift.
Okay, so that's something we can do for the future. But now back to the game, and Gaimin Gladiators a little wary because of, well, what just occurred from that last round. ONIC G just so potent at coming in with close quarter engagement, and we have seen really the Neon Haven compositions pan out pretty well, especially I believe for the Indonesian rosters. Boom does it, ONIC does it pretty apparently right now, and it just goes to show that extra speed on the rotation, very effective, especially here for what ONIC is planning. But Gaimin now coming on in, Shiro able to shoot easy down, Severin on board, but Gaimin still potent as can be. Headhunter, quick throw yet again from the man himself, Shiro. Anti-slash and backing on the way, tried to reset everything, and he knows he just doesn't want to throw this round away. Time is ticking, and time is not on the side of Gaimin. ONIC will take the round.
Margins there so close for Gaimin Gladiators to be able to win that out potentially, but it doesn't work out in the end. 2-1 as ONIC did a very good job of fending us off. They timed that 0 point perfectly. They have the weapons to try and fight back with, but didn't have that big of a firepower's advantage, but still works out in the end for them. Frey, amicable job to find 2 picks in that round, but couldn't find his third. And that, well, drops the bird. 2-1, ONIC operator out. Full gun round now finally here coming to the 4th as the Gaimin Gladiators trying to aggress here towards that A main position, but they're fended off by the lobby guards themselves initially. As ONIC, they take control of it with a mere smoke, and that's enough to dissuade here any potential pushes from the MOSG side for now.
Yeah, security is looking tight here towards that A heist if ever. But the fact that Gaimin got so many kills towards that B site in that last round has effectively reset the economy in a way. ONIC will not be able to build up the bank that they want after stealing that second round. And for Gaimin, if they can be decisive on a round like this, then things can be back into equilibrium, even tip the scales a bit more in their favor. But Elmimore, the favor of God is with his hand. Every time he pulls that trigger, an angel sings, and a headshot will connect basically from the side of ONIC Sova. Not only that though, Gaimin now trying to make the split push work. Fast lane though in the way. Look at the cover it can provide, and it's so cheeky since the boxes are there. There's small little holes that you can shoot from, and Elmimore will take advantage one more time. Decisive shots here from ONIC.
30 seconds
quick
left.
little jump fake. Now trying to go for wall bangs, but he is ready now with the aftershock, flushing LB more out. A great use of the breach utility, but the stun is ready. ONIC setting up the field, and they're just ready now for the execution. A coup de grace here from NC Slasher to get the final 3 there. And it's ONIC, speaking of 3s, getting their 3rd round.
Quite a proficient one at that. They're really just creating a lead once again. Gaimin Gladiators have to be careful not to let this get into a sizable digit score. As we saw there from map number 1. That's not going to be a great way to go out here. Down to the lower brackets at least. This is, by the way, the very first qualifying match we're having for this stage to see who goes into the playoffs. So whoever wins this series goes directly into that playoff slot. It's looking like Moniette and the crew here of ONIC want to take that for themselves. Spraying down damage jump, but he's taking more than he can dish out in DZ without any of that tracers. Those tracers going through the smokes. He's not going to be able to find a way to punish him. So DZ, great job here to make sure that Moniette doesn't get away with his hijinks scot-free.
Yeah, and those aggressive rosters that love to play that contact, best way to punish them is to actually just keep the pressure on. But Severine lurk into the window, cashing out the fray. So the anti-flank now not going to be as effective. And it opens up avenues here on the side of ONIC. And Severine's just not done. Severine more heads from the shadows to get the hell away. And this will just make Gaimin Gladiators even more paranoid moving forward. It's just such a scary thought to look at here by ONIC, basically. They're picking apart Gaimin Gladiators one by one. You're like a group of friends having a nice campfire around you, but it's the night in the woods, and one by one, the boogeyman is getting you. Apparently,
30 seconds
it's a scary porcupine. That's the monster there. That is ONIC. Can be fearful, can be lethal, and Elmimore, well, they'll just win more here for the side of ONIC. 4-1 right now. And I'll give you a stat real quick that I noticed from that last map here, Black and Blue. 49% headshots percentage for Elmimore. In that last map. Every one out of his 2 bullets that came out was a headshot in terms of connections, and it's just
actually
scary to think about. What?
I will correct that stat because the way that it is recorded is a bit disingenuous, I think, because it's more like how many kills you actually get with a headshot. So half of his kills were with a headshot, not half of his bullets. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's very.
I am enlightened.
Yes. It's very. I thought the same thing too at first. I was like,
so
what? That's
half
crazy.
of his kills were all headshots, but now the headshots do come from Moniette instead. A quick expedition towards the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and they are looking to take Rome by Christmas here. But DZ now with a dash on in, Blazestorm out and about. The blind is through. Elmore can't see what's going on, and it's DZ right now making sure that it's all nausea here in the side of ONIC. But Shiro and NC Slasher do fight one back and get back the balance of the round. 3v2 scenario. Have a plant here for Cyron. ONIC from above. Try to make this operator work. Cyron, if he steps wrong, he will be dead to rights, but Shiro can't get connection. NC Slasher now, the next one on this plate, but Ness will get the kill as soon as the low command is there. Distraction though, the pulses are still on point, and ONIC G yet again making it work. NC Slasher though, that was such a cheeky peek, especially with the null command being primed as soon as possible. I'm not too sure, Black and Blue, but did he pop that as soon as he peeked, just so that his pulses will still come as he was dead, and also basically be a distraction there for the rest of the post plan?
Maybe he could have actually been using that as almost like a, not necessarily a get out of jail card, but almost kind of in that way, right? Like, I'm about to die here, might as well pop it to give me a second life, and it could have been a direct kind of reaction to what he knew was about to come. So with death staring back at him, he stares right back and says, I've got another card in my sleeve, here's a reverse Uno for you.
And that's crazy, just the timing for NC Slasher to make that one work. It looked good for Gaimin. That's what we want to see with the Jet, but Shiro! Oh, you don't want to see that for Siren whatsoever. Horror show right now for the side of Gaimin. This is why we are strict the ages for those horror movies, because it's Scream, it's Fright, and it's here tonight for ONIC. 6-1 now. So potent this defense has been, and while we see some shines of brilliance, while There are moments, especially if DZ can bring out yet again the spear of Gaimin. This is one arsenal that doesn't feel as sharp compared to before.
I want to see what happens to Artin here, because he was able to teleport himself all the way into heaven, right? Because they realized, okay, ONIC are playing a pretty forward push here towards the A side, which means probably no one's going to be playing in heaven, and that they're right in. But he doesn't get a single kill, makes a bit of contact as the scramble is happening, but somehow they get information that he's there, and NC Slasher throws up a fragment, which is enough to throw him off and not give him any much real repositioning options, and it's enough to shut them down. So ONIC here, they force a timeout out of Gaimin Gladiators, who seem to can't find a real tool for this job. Which weapon do they take? A sword, a mace, an axe? Neither option's working right now, but they've got a few more to try. The Gaimin Gladiators here, this is a comp that we have seen them be quite better at compared to what we expected, or rather what we saw from that Ascent map. Like the last time they played Haven, they played this exact comp, and it was quite proficient against Griffin Esports and also against Bear Claw in their local qualifiers, but that same success not replicated here so far just yet.
I'm out of here.
Seems like they're getting outpaced yet again. Only problem really here for Gaimin is they're unable to play the style that they want to in the first place. ONIC has just taken the reins of this series and have never let go ever since that first round. And look at the guns though already for ONIC. And Odin even from Elmimore, if he still gets headshots with this thing, just goes to show that he deserves the title of headshot machine. But quick little relocation here from Shiro. It's an interesting rotation actually here, Black and Blue, while we have some time for ONIC. Sometimes it's Shiro playing the chamber, sometimes it's Severin, sometimes it's Elmimore. It really depends on the smokes and the map that they're playing all together. But ONIC now preparing here for this C defense. We do have the relocation though of Monyet. This can be better timing here for the side of Gaimin, but suddenly the dart is coming their way. Severin now climbing the paranoia, and Frey will get the first one there, but Monyet catching DZ as he still holds from the CT angle. Rolling Thunder, Doda play, flushing ONIC out. Hunter's Fury now to try and stem the tide, but Gaimin now a limbo rock to get away from the lightning. In the end, Hunter's Fury can't get the confirmation. Just a bit of chip damage done.
30 seconds left.
Even Gladiators able to force post-plant, but suddenly ONIC is right there. No time to breathe whatsoever because ONIC is right in front of your faces. Frey now, the only one left in the cubby, trying to hold it down with the lockdown. Someone needs to break that, and that man will be NC Slasher. ONIC, gee, there was a glimmer of hope for their opposition, but they are able to snuff out that ember as quickly as possible.
And they were so proficient at making sure they weren't getting caught out by that Hunter's Fury when everything was going. Now, Gaimin Gladiators on Styron, he was making sure to cut off that CT rotation out away so that it'll be much more difficult for ONIC to try and fall back into their defensive spots, but still, they're able to dodge Hunter's Fury for the most part, and they're able to retake the site with such proficiency that it didn't seem like it was any real problem for them at all. Great job here, and simply exceptional ways they're dealing with so many scenarios that we see the Gaimin Gladiators put up against them, even on Ascent, and it's continuing on here. The fault line connects on them on Yet, but weapons advantage heavily in the favor of ONIC. They've got an Odin, okay? Calling down the God of Thunder, Lightning Strikes, and Elmimore. Make sure that Neff is fully aware.
You have a guy who's so precise and he just brings out the biggest guns with all the bullets. ONIC now making Gaimin Gladiators and the macho gun. I wonder who can bench the most amongst all these players, who hits the gym as hard as they can. But Gaimin now a hard hit perhaps towards his B side. Hero Spectres also to try and play it close, but Shiro just does not fear what may come his way. Artin does get the trade, and this allows the Gaimin Gladiators now to go for that B side. Also a bit of ambition for Frey inside the smoke, but if this dissipates, Shiro, oh my! He's able to track him down anyway. Another one for Shiro. Artin now pushing forward. He's the only one left, and on the other side, on the other link, already ONIC with the wraparound, with the turnaround, and with the side freezing. 8-1. ONIC is just showing everyone what their true potential has become. The beast has been finally unleashed by ONIC, and all of APAC should fear their leading squad.
Yeah, they're looking so ferocious, and the Hedgehog's really a bit too thorny for the Gaimin Gladiators to get the grasp of. Such a ferocious little thing, aren't they? Especially when they're mad. And this one, they look angry. They look just completely hell-bent on making sure that they can end this as quick as they can. And we were expecting a close series, Dex, not gonna lie. Especially with how Gaimin's side was able to play during their local qualifiers and even against here in the group stages. But Monyet is gonna try and dip in. That relay ball connects perfectly. Not able to get the kill, but in the end it does with the shock dart. Able to follow up here on the initial damage done by Monyet, and that gives him the advantage. No command as well. Perfect pop flash, and Frey is trapped between a rock and a hard place. He peeks on that without the paranoia helping him. Nothing's gonna really work out. Neff the only one alive, but he's huffing and puffing, but he gets blowed down. Elmi Moore looking for even more in the round. Starts things off with a shock dart, ended with the rifle in hand, and 9-1 once again. ONIC have secured.
Hey, that was just so commanding. Gaimin Gladiators, they tried to get out of traffic, but it's like ONIC slapping a siren on top of their car, becoming an ambulance instead, or in this case, really, the police car is able to go for that pursuit as soon as possible. Stop right there, criminal scum. Gaimin Gladiators, many a time busted by ONIC G in this instance. It's been so difficult for Gaimin to find that chance in the first place, to find a way to make those trades. Because ONIC is able to get that pickoff and get away so quickly. I think that's one of the biggest aspects of this series right now that needs a little bit more attention, is that ONIC and their retreat is so on point. We always talk about advances. We always talk about that forward push that can net you those kills. But the fact that ONIC can get away from those angles, the fact that they have not just the neon to do that, to run away, right? But just some covering fire from like Elmimor and Shiro, their presence very stifling, NC Slasher and Severine, the flashes that they can do, it's allowed ONIC to keep command of this game because the balance of their team is regularly in check. And I think that's really the biggest problem right now, because Gaimin Gladiators is a strong team on the trade, but how can you trade what you can't see or what isn't there anymore? Monyet, he has to get on the way, and one more time, the fast lane in the high gear, keeping the neon alive. Case in point to what I'm trying to say here. DC though, will he get the entry on? He already has the dash prime. Styron now finally able to fell this Hedgehog, and that's gonna be Monyet, Elmimor both going on down. Great entry here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They were able to establish a foothold, put the spike down, a better chance compared to the previous rounds.
Severine, he can tell that Frey came from up behind him on the window. He closes it. Too much air passing through. And Shiro down in this possible 1v2. No, it comes still. 2v2 right now. Severine taken down low. Shiro, if he can find the pick here at one of the unsuspecting Gladiators, then he can certainly show them there's a better way to end the day. Severine, a flank coming on here. He has to win this fight, but he doesn't. Styron brings it down to a 1v1. Shiro as he connects with a headhunter. Flicks right, but doesn't land. RTN making things happen, and for him to get that will definitely breathe some confidence in his wings. For the meantime, Gaimin Gladiators still fighting back, but if they go once again into a 10-2 situation, this could once more have the dire results of what we saw from Ascent.
Yeah, quick stroke there with the Phantom Paintbrush basically, but you can see it here for Gaimin Gladiators. If they can actually get towards that side, there is still that chance. Styron though, coming in big, and perhaps a few heroes are needed here for Gaimin Gladiators. Some legendary tales don't happen. Shiro though already with the tour de force, and the action immediately on us as soon as we get back from the replay. Play is on, and now it's a 2-for-2 trade after everything said and done. Hotless Fury was at least there by Elmimor, and because of that tour de force kill, that allowed really that slow field to become such a big bother for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Effectively though, calm after the storm. The damage has already been brewed, and it's Gaimin Gladiators now looking for a relief fan. They still have DZ, they still have Arten, but they're just walking now perhaps towards the sightlines of that A site. And it gets so dicey when ONIC decides to just call for the engagement as soon as possible. Gaimin Gladiators, they didn't expect that to come as soon as possible. And, well, Elmimor, he's waiting. A single pixel, all he needs. Tries to aim it towards the head. Doesn't really get it. Shock dart. Oh, that might be perfect. And Arten will go down. DC, single bullet perhaps will take him down. And That's it. 10-2. ONIC yet again. Same position as that last map. And pretty much a similar lead.
I've replicated here what's been happening. A great impression of themselves ONIC are seeming to put on versus this Gaimin Gladiators squad who can't get anything going. Attacking side, faltering the favorite side here. It seems like whatever the favorite side of the map might be, with Ascent being defense and Haven here on the attack, it's ONIC who are making it work on the opposing side. So looking at the bottom end of the coin sometimes might be the favorite pick. And in this case, it's ONIC who just have everything going their way. Fortune, the gunfights, and economy, as well as momentum, more importantly. This is going to be not even an uphill climb, but a steep ascent in the crevasse that they've kind of found themselves in here for the Gaimin Gladiators.
We're done with ascent, man.
Yep.
We could... Why is it a steep ascent if they couldn't get it done on ascent? The ascent jokes have been really bad today, not gonna lie. From the panel to this one. But no joke, ONIC is just here for business by this point. They're silencing all the doubt, basically. They're showing everyone how potent they can be. And this is only the start of ONIC's run, really. This group stage looking to be basically a formality if this is the standard these guys are playing continually. But at the same time, Gaimin Gladiators, they always want something to prove. They always want to show that they can put their best foot forward. And I feel like that's really kind of the thing in a way for the third team from NYSG. Like, granted, technically, Gaimin Gladiators is that second seed. They had an amazing upper bracket run and they were the first ones in the finals. But was it the history of NYSG, SMG, then the SMG Paper X Dynasty, now it's like Paper X Bleed, and squads like No Namers from last time, Gaimin Gladiators right now, they're trying to prove to the world that NYSG is even deeper than it seems. Paper X is just a completely different beast. There's stellar teams still in the weights for Gaimin Gladiators. They want to prove that even more so. They want to shock the world like they did against Paper X in their local qualifiers. Then it's the perfect time to make that comeback run now. It's improbable, but still, it's possible, and the accomplishment itself looking to be absolutely stellar if ever that's the case. Gaimin though, that defense double stack towards C. You have DZ now looking towards shorts, and ONIC is just waiting if ever Gaimin will go at them before they come with the blades.
ONIC, they can plant themselves here. That's going to be very difficult for Gaimin Gladiators to retake if they do get that plant off, because of how ONIC have proven to be just one of the best post-plant teams we've seen here today and so far in this entire stage for the APAC scene. They go into this A site. It's going to be under siege, and the Alpha players are going to have a lot to do to try and fend them off, but that's DZ getting the job done early on. Shiro, though, quick trade, expecting that, as he knew he was there. Styron also gets a kill going his way. And Nap will do more, even that, double! He finds a defensive hold here from the Gaimin Gladiators. They're looking to win another pistol, unless Shiro's got something to say about
30
it. But
seconds left.
no matter what he says, the ultimate absolute rule will be set in here by the Gaimin Gladiators, who have a 4v1. He'd find his pick, and that he does on the Styron. Finds a second, okay! But won't last too long as Neff secures the round before it gets too deadly and too dangerous.
Yes, he secured that round thanks to that fault line. Even though the other two couldn't get that kill, it's still enough to get the stun. You're not going to be able to flick properly towards one more target that way. And ONIC, that got scary. Shiro has an incredible KD, to say the least. He only had 7 deaths last time around, and now he's top fracking with, I believe, 4. So this guy survives. This guy knows how to stay alive and, well, become quite a menace towards Gaimin Gladiators. But Gaimin themselves, they have proven in that last map they're able to get a good reset after the pistol. And case in points, it's Gaimin Gladiators, mental still strong, looking to keep up now with the pressure. Arten, nice spray onto Monyet. There we have the suppress, we have the scan, and Slasher though, one more time, the Sheriff God of Indonesia. finding a kill, but Artin this time is a masterpiece on that C side. 4 for him, and 4 still alive for the 4 rounds that Gaming Gladiators will get.
They have a bonus here, but it's not going to be one with much cushion to work with. They lose this round, that's one more closer to the already quite near here match point status for ONIC. Got some guns to buy, economy to use up, and credits to spend. But this Marshall has to come in big from Styron, especially when aggressing long. It seems like ONIC, they're going for that C site smartly enough, knowing that they've got a few more rifles in their favor than the Gaming Gladiators might. They push in into the site. They take it and execute. Gonna go unanswered. Really retake that the Gaming Gladiators are looking to play at. But now if he finds a huge opening pick here towards Monyet, was trying to dip way deeper than he should be. Stay in the kiddie pool.
Away with you.
Just wait these waters, man. But Shiro now taking a dip. And the plunge now to drown Frey along the way. Really depths here for the side of ONIC. Gaimin though, they have linked up together here by C-Link, but oh, Artin was able to basically step in front of Severine, couldn't get the sightlines on, dash on in, Daisy now with the scan into the takedown. Well played here so far, well coordinated by Gaimin. Still not done. ONIC. Okay, I think,
oh yeah.
I think something happened actually to ONIC. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So technical pause. I'm calling it.
Yeah, who would have thought, right?
Yeah. Because I was like, wait,
yeah.
he can see his feet. Why is he not flicking?
Aftershock kill too. And when you get a kill with an aftershock.
So hopefully ONIC's fine. I don't know what happened. We don't know what happened, and Gaming Gladiators is probably like, so guys, why weren't they moving?
Probably like, well, take a chill pill here.
I think it's unfortunate though for ONIC because I'm not too sure how the rules work. But since they lost Monyet early on into the round, right, while everyone was still moving around, we won't be rolling back. We'll just be waiting for these guys to show up. But I'm not too sure. I'm just a caster. I'm not the league ops.
Yeah, we're not too sure, but there have been exceptions made. But I do think there's a real chance it could be, because we saw in that retake, you know, with NC Slasher having his flash out, just merely standing there. It was like a, what, 3v4 at that point, right? So, who knows? It's not up to us. Don't blame the caster, guys.
No, I'm gonna blame a caster right now. So, right, Filipino side, we have a caster named Ray Ray. If she talks about anything being a fast game, immediately something happens. And in our work group chat, she just says, fast game? Question mark.
Why would you do this?
And then this happens. So I'm just gonna calm down real quick from what was going on there. And in all honesty, that's heartbreak for ONIC, and this honestly puts Gaming Gladiators back in the game. Perhaps not the way they wanted to win the round, but economically, this is big for Gaimin because that was their bonus right there, Black and Blue. After getting the first two, these guys can now keep moving forward with all the money in the world for the half. They can invest in rounds wherein they might not have should have if they lost a round along the way. And comebacks can happen from Gaming Gladiators. We've seen it before. These guys can be resilient if they find that heating point, and especially what we've seen from Artin right now. He can be the golden standard here for Gaming Gladiators to keep up the game. So hopefully ONIC G can come on back, and it does seem like many of them are affected all at the same time, right? I wonder what happened between the ONIC members here, because it's only LB Moore running around right now.
Yeah, totally. Totes my goats.
Totes my goats. Yeah, man.
Sure. Indubitably. I'm hoping here that it doesn't slow down the momentum of ONIC, because that would be extra unfortunate. I believe they're trying to reconnect and get everything sorted out on their end. Hopefully everything will continue on soon, which I'm going to hope for, but I'm not going to jinx. So
Okay. Right, so we have some time. What do you want to talk about? I had an outing again last night. Cannot talk about that per usual because we were on official broadcast.
And some colorful characters there.
Yeah, it's cool. So I mean, I can talk about this. So the best thing about PH Valorant, in all honesty, is because everyone's kind of close. We can all just hang out, that kind of thing. And yesterday, just a bunch of the streamers and I is like, cool, we get to hang out. There was a pool inside of the floor.
Oh yeah,
like,
I saw.
It's
I
like
saw everything.
An indoor pool. It's crazy.
I've heard other people from the rest of SEA Valorant talk about how I wish our scene was as close as the Philippine Valorant scene because everybody just hangs out with everybody.
Okay, guys. If you're part of SEA Valorant and you want to be closer to all the people they probably fight on chat with, I'm gonna say the two magic words that. Oh wait, I can't.
You cannot.
I can't. Oh, I can't. Never mind.
Moving on.
You know what? I'm just gonna tweet it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna tweet it real quick.
Totally new topic.
I hate it. That's what I hate. I love story time in a way because we're just so used to it by now, especially from the Philippine scene.
It's the APAC standard.
It's the APAC standard that we get these tech bosses.
It
But
happens
then
even when they play in Berlin, right? Every time you see maybe a Xerxia match or I
mean, that's true. That's so weird. You're already somewhere else, and somehow it's the Asian teams, and sometimes more often the APAC teams themselves that have the tech bosses one way or the other. Just like, didn't you get away from this infrastructure already? Why do we still have this problem?
It's almost like it's an embodiment of the trials and tribulations it takes sometimes to become a professional player.
You're not wrong, okay? This is my hot take for the decade, basically.
Okay.
I really feel like SEA, APAC as a whole. No, not just SEA, APAC. I'll include Oceania and South Asia because they have all these issues. If only they had infrastructure parity with the bigger regions right now, like NA and EU, I think they would have made a bigger splash in previous titles. I honestly feel that if just the internet overall was better for the eastern part of the world, then there could have been these squads right now from Asia, from Australia, still competing at the higher and highest leagues of play in other titles because they would have had enough time to train at that level, enough time and accolades that weren't besmirched basically or smudged by issues of tech bosses here and there, of problems with connection. That's what I think. And in all honesty, Valorant is helping the APAC scene as a whole move forward. I don't think it's the only game doing that right now because we're getting these higher levels of play from Asian, Australian, and whatnot kind of teams. But that's for me. If only the net was better back then, perhaps we'd be seeing some of these squads still, even in other titles, having their own legacies there. So big what if. For me though, all I did was play Neopets on dial-up, so
I see.
That was the thing.
There's so much shade I can throw right now, which is gonna get me lots of flack. So I'll keep it in.
Oh, what is it? Come on. Hot take.
You're talking about regions struggling and all this and that. Yeah, just general. There's.
Oh, I mean, I have my own gripes the same way you
doesn't even have to be something I believe in. Just
wait.
I think will
I'm
stir
gonna
up.
tell you right now. I love it when the region gets abandoned by a developer. I'm not saying anything.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not saying anything. It's of course not. It's of course not here. Look, we have an APAC scene, man. But
yeah.
Some other things that have broken my heart all throughout. So, heartbreak, guys, because, well, our conversation will cut here, and the game will be cut just a little bit as we go on break. When we return, hopefully ONIC will be back, and we'll continue on to this matchup. ONIC versus Gaimin Gladiators, Stack Saber Black and Blue. We'll see you guys in a bit after this break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah, second verse after the first.
Well, we're back, and looks like apparently we're rolling back as well. ONIC G and Gaming Gladiators. The battle continues now after a quick recess there. Thanks to Power, but beyond that, I'm Dax here with Black and Blue. Let's just get straight into it. Haven looking to be quite a commanding lead right now by ONIC. At the same time, you guys are just tuning on in. Gaming Gladiators bouncing on back like they usually do into the second half. Pistol win to get that victory, confirming it into the second round, and trying to continue on with the momentum that they have. I think the question now, really here, Black and Blue, moving forward is, what will ONIC do to adjust on the offensive? I'm looking at again at how Monyet will play those entries. Exceptionally effective. There on a sense. Can he continue on now here for Haven?
And I'm hoping, as you talked about that, the momentum that the Gaming Gladiators were able to build up isn't going to be stifled here, because let's face it, those type of situations, it can mess with you outside of the game. But for the most part, it's ONIC who really have the advantage in this round. Once again, trying to initiate here towards that A-long position. They've taken the sewers by Monyet, and they do catch out Artin, but he can back off, and that is exactly what happens. They kind of sell a fake here with 4 defenders on that A site. It's now ONIC trying to take this Charlie Cypher. The only real defender is going to be Frey with the Sheriff. This round could be converted quite well by ONIC. Whatever hopeful intent the Gaming Gladiators might have, that could be shut down here. The site has been taken by them, and Shiro wins out the opening duel.
Yeah, it looks pretty heavy-handed here by ONIC. Not only that, losing no members whatsoever. Streamlined in towards that C side, and the great advance towards backside to keep an eye out on the link angle. So that quick contest, giving ONIC the advantage. Move back all the way though towards C along. It seems like they're just ready to use the darts, to use that intel from the smoke to get the advantage. Even though yet again, darts not gonna get thrown on out. Covering fire all about those bullets. But that one way is not enough. Severin speed, he'll be seen. DC with the takedown. Monyet though will trade it back. And look at ONIC, just keep an eye out from the cubby. Monyet again getting the 4. The blue blur just as potent as can be. And it's ONIC, man. These headshots look so scary to deal with all the way from the other angle.
Such a difficult round here for the Gaming Gladiators to come back from. They're losing that one quite decisively, but this is their final round, Dax, really. They give this up, it's match point. They're going to be on low economy. The operator coming out here for the GMN side, for the Gladiators to be able to try and throw a wrench into all the plans of ONIC, but on the defense, we're going to hope that's going to work out for their sake. Peeking here on A long. Oh, getting the cross safely for the meantime on Yet, but shoots the recon out, and that gives away their intention. I don't think that was worthwhile to shoot out, honestly. Gives away the fact that there's an op, and a lot of times the best thing about an op is getting that opening pick without them realizing there's an op still.
Yeah, until you see them on the scoreboard, I think that's the biggest surprise you want to do. But ONIC, since they got that intel, they intellectually move towards that B site, and that's already them going down. Frey also viciously going at it with little jiggle. Back on the way. The thing for Monyet is he is walking into the firing range of Gaming Gladiators. The alarm bot getting that detection, but it's Frey who sees him coming. 4v4 scenario now. Severin trying to get towards that C site. The smoke now dissuading his push, implying presence by the Omen nearby. So instead, ONIC now over towards B. They are getting a bit of that A-link control, but it's a little dangerous here, Black and Blue, because DZ is still there. If Gaming Gladiators can get a right pinch they can make this retake work.
But look at Severin here from the flank. He could catch out these players here towards that C-link position, namely Styron and Frey if they're not careful. Severin, he finds a droning Styron. Now that gives away that he is there and will allow them to control that C-link, but Hero finds Frey. Everything crumbling here on the attack, and the Porcupine Tree plants itself, anesthetizing the Gaimin Gladiators. A great impression once more, nothing to doubt, as ONIC have taken match point.
That's a new kind of tree there, my friend. Does it grow porcupines, or do the porcupines live there? Doesn't matter though, but just ONIC, we were talking about the flank, we were talking about the pinch that perhaps Gaimin Gladiators could have set up. It's yet again Severin getting in position, going for that backstab, and just effectively finding all the other angles where Gaimin Gladiators would have that lesser presence. This is it though. ONIC G, they are on match point. They have looked commanding so far in this group. They want to continue on with that momentum towards the playoffs. Will they be the first ones in? That's the question. Shiro now holding right outside the double doors. Gaimin Gladiators this time, whatever they can afford. Plays available, rifles into play, but Shiro throwing first blood. And that might just be one wound Gaimin Gladiators can't heal from.
Severin draws even more. They're gonna need some sort of backup here to be able to bring this one back, and some heroics as well to be able to pull it off. The Gladiators, final bout for them possibly here in this series. Neff is going to have to come in big. He's got full utility, and he can get his Rolling Thunder if he gets his kill. And that he does. One orb away from the Rolling Thunder, which could change up the pace of this entire round. The picks here, oh my goodness, Neff, he almost finds the second on the Severin. He's taking lots of damage in that intent. They now know there's one on the backside. Fault line out, but it's not going to connect as Severin has repositioned already to the default and backs away even further in the garage. This gives him a flanking opportunity. The plant here is so difficult to try and force away. DZ's able to get the kill to equalize things up 3-2, but Severin on that flank once more. It's a big problem for them to deal with. He calls out the God of Thunder, conditioning them to try and defuse, but that's to no avail, as ONIC secure the game in a very decisive 2-0.
Monyet smites the opposition, and Destiny arrives here. And their name is ONIC G, the first seed of Indonesia, the first ones into the playoffs. And you know that they're hungry for more. They have been waiting, watching, and working for the past few months to get to this level of play. And now they're as enabled as can be. Big win and a big statement, honestly, here by ONIC G. Many a time we see this squad and their form and their potential, but that potential absolutely realized with commanding victories like this. Good to see ONIC though at this level of play. The caliber again being as sharp as ever. And it really just raises the bar even more so to what APAC is all about. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. ONIC's the first one going to next week. We're not going to be seeing them anymore for the group stage because they're done. They're already advancing. Gaimin Gladiators, though, still a chance anyway to fight in those last eliminations. But that's going to be it for us for today. Dax here with Black and Blue going back to the panel and going on a break. We'll see you guys for more in just a bit. VCT APAC.
Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in, we control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me, it beats on beat, as we breathe deep, oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift, this right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is land. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of
Hi, my name is Enable, and I'm from Alter Ego Esports, and we are from Indonesian region. To qualify for the Masters, Paper X, Jing and Forsaken because they have a very good aim.
We will do our best to beat the rival team. For the fans out there, please pray for us and wish us the best of luck, and we will do our best.
สวัสดีครับ สแกรี่จากทีมเซอร์เซียครับ ความคาดหวังก็หวังว่าเราจะได้เข้ารอบไปแข่งที่ประเทศเดนมาร์กครับ ก็มีทีมเปเปอร์เล็กครับ เพราะว่าคะแนนเขานำเราอยู่ครับ เราต้องทำคะแนนตามเขาไม่มีจับตามองใครเป็นพิเศษครับ จับตามองทั้งทีมเลยครับ ก็ไม่มีอะไรมากครับ ลงไปเล่นให้เต็มที่เล่นให้สนุกครับฝากถึงแฟนๆฝากแฟนๆเชียร์เซอร์เซียในรอบนี้ด้วยนะครับ รอบ APAC Challenger ละก็พวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ ปีที่แล้วพวกผมพลาดสเตจ2ไป ปีนี้ก็หวังว่าพวกเราจะทำได้ครับ
Dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect.
Looks like today it's a GG, followed by go next for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. ONIC G was just the better team today. Back here on the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers, it's the likable Dad Femina and Trix. And that was, as Ray Ray would say it, a fast game. A fast game, according to Ray Ray. Dad Femina, what a play by ONIC G. This is what I love seeing. Not having that player that really stood out too much, because it's just evidence that this is how they are. They're good at team play.
Yeah, I mean, they are the kind of team that wanted to make that aggressive fight, right? And aggressive map control all around. But how do you get that aggressive map control if it's just one player standing out, right? I really like what I like about like ONIC, excuse me, that everybody has like a clear-cut plan on what they want to do, and they definitely demonstrated that all throughout that Ascent map, especially since that is one of their, I'd say, more pivotal picks in the map pool, in my opinion. But when we went onto that Haven map, that's where there was a bit of a, I'd say, a fighting chance for Gaming Gladiators, if there was one. But again, ONIC just proving to everybody on APAC that their team play is not only, I'd say, relatively unmatched, but their way of understanding timings as a team is definitely giving them an edge over this competition.
Yes, and I believe watching ONIC throughout this series so far has been, they're the kind of team that, yes, they have those aggressive plays, they have those proactive plays, especially on their defender side, but they also showed that they're not afraid to do the retake. They're okay giving up the space, they're okay playing for each other, they know how to hold the angles to make sure that they don't get picked off, and then they're just waiting for one another to start coming into place, and then they're going to start hitting their execution together for the retake. So I find that ONIC really, they had a wider repertoire than they showed us before in their previous series prior to Gaming Gladiators. So I was happy to watch them as always, and I'm really happy to see how they've done. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, it just felt that there could have been better executions on their attacker side. It seemed that sometimes when they were executing the site, they didn't have all of the utilities. They weren't really waiting for everything to line up for a good execution. You really utilized that breach stun with the breach flashes. So I felt that's where they were falling a bit short. Not necessarily that, ONIC was just... I mean, ONIC is very good. They were performing so well. But I just found that Gaming Gladiators also could have set themselves up for a little more success than they found.
I'm really convinced that Game 1 and Game 2 kind of felt like pretty much the same story, but different maps as a whole. Like, again, playing for the second half where their team comp kind of feels like it could shine more for Gaming Gladiators, but ONIC just able to step up every step of the way, just knowing perfect timings, just knowing when Gaming Gladiators could make a move. And once you got a hold of that operator, that just becomes the final nail in the coffin for Gaming Gladiators right there.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It did feel like kind of a repeat of what was happening over at Ascent. I guess the only difference here is that ONIC started as defenders, or I could be wrong. I could be a little bit confused over here. But yeah, I was looking at this and I absolutely love seeing Elmimore once again. Insane with the shock darts, just any angle on repeat probably on his Sova over there. And also, of course, the aggressiveness that ONIC showed altogether. One thing that I noticed is that they're very good at reading the situation, especially the economy of the enemy. You'll notice that their layout is usually like this. Like, they'll stack up A, and they'll have one person in garage, one person in C, and there's always the chamber trap over at mid. And then after that, when it's an eco round on the side of Gaming Gladiators, that's when they all try to stack up on B a little bit because they expect that they're going to be there, as we discussed yesterday, Tricks, with the eco rounds over at Haven. But here we are, Elmimore as the series MVP. No surprise in my eyes, but what about you, Tricks?
Definitely none. Elmimore just being phenomenal for ONIC G. I felt that when I saw him in one series, I really wanted to keep an eye on him for the next one, just because I feel like he's such an intelligent player. All of them really just supporting each other, the angles they're holding, the information they're taking. It's just phenomenal to see, and I hope other players, maybe some of the teams that got knocked out, see this and see how they can also be that good support for the team to enable everyone to get that space that they need so much.
Elmimore just stood out all throughout the series, man, for ONIC G, but he's just one of the bigger foundations for the success that ONIC G had, not just in the series, but being the best team in Indonesia as a whole. Like, he plays a really big role into the aggressiveness that comes out when you're up against ONIC G, but now in the APAC stage, we're getting a bigger scope of what they're more capable of. Like, nobody has been stopping them. Nobody has been giving them a lot of pressure whenever they would get the opportunity to get the secure over the important parts of the map. And I kind of feel like that would have been the opening for a lot of teams here. But since they do know that they like to go in, maybe they just didn't want to get the brunt of that, you know?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I do want to pick up after what Trick said earlier about how smart Elmi Moore is. In general, I think that Sova players are really smart. And Trix being a Sova player or a former Sova player is proof of that. One of the biggest brains we've had here on the panel as well. And of course, Dad Femina, no difference over here. But yes, just the executions of ONIC, just so good. I am afraid of seeing Monyet. I already mentioned this back in their game when they were in Fracture, that I was afraid of coming across Monyet, especially when he's on that Neon.
Yes.
But I caught a glimpse of that again today, and he's just so terrifying. One could even say electrifying.
Ooh,
I would say that actually. It's always exciting to watch Monyet on that Neon, so I can't wait to see more of their matches and hopefully get to see a Fracture earlier on.
Yeah, but for now, we're not going to be seeing more of Monyet. We are going to be seeing the next series come to life. And this is actually the final series of the day, so you guys better keep your eyes peeled. I know that there are a lot of fans for both of these teams staying tuned right now on our broadcast. So allow me to introduce the first team for this final series of the day. They are no stranger to APAC, but above that, they are no stranger to beating the competition here. They made it to Masters last stage, and they want to surpass that version of them and take it further down the line. Full speed ahead, and they don't plan on stopping. Here's Xerxia Esports. Xerxia Esports. We saw a little bit of the interview over there from Scary, but I'm really stoked to see this team over here, Trix, and I know that you feel the same.
I do feel the same. I've said it over and over again, and I'm sure people are getting tired of hearing me say it, but Xerxia Esports, whenever they play, it's just so nice to watch them. The fact that they're really coordinated, you can tell that they're playing together, you can tell the amount of times they've practiced with one another in terms of what they want to do. They're, you can see that they always have that game plan, what they want, what do they want to execute, what information do they want to take. They're not necessarily taking information without any reason either. Some teams before in other interviews that we have shown have mentioned that, they're keeping an eye on Scary. They find that Scary is a little scary. to fight against. I'm sorry, it's just the word scary, but everyone else on Xerxia also always popping off. You've got Cruz, Sushi Boy, Fox, and Surf as well. Everybody in the Xerxia lineup constantly steps up, and they each have their own ways of shining, whether it's making space, tricking the opponents to think a certain way, forcing the opponents to certain sides. I am always excited to see a team like this compete.
Me too. I mean, look at these boys. They're getting ready to cause some mayhem over at Valorant, and just exciting to wait and see what is going to be unfolding, especially with the big minds of Xerxia Esports. Now, save the best for last, they say, and this team is hoping to own that title. This Indonesian team breaking boundaries one step at a time, sometimes even turning initiators into duelists. If they can do that, then perhaps they can even beat a giant like Xerxia Esports, right? Well, we'll have to find out from Alter Ego. You know that, Femina, with a team as great as Alter Ego, you could probably say that I am Alter Eager.
Oh, I definitely would agree with you. I mean, much like the Golden. I mean, I'm pretty eager to see them pull out all of the stops right now against Xerxia. Much like the Golden State, though, their strength is definitely in numbers, willing to give up sight-to-play trades despite losing early map control on defense. But with that said, enemies can just trade back eventually, right? Since they play together, there will be at least one open space. Usually it would be on A short on bind or B main on ascent, but the strength of this team is that they definitely love to double or triple peak since they like to play together. It amplifies their eco game too. When their entries just use frenzies, it just saves them a lot of money and a lot of space as well. The best opening for an enemy to capitalize on them is if they play slow against an operator team, but a slow game, it kind of makes it an opportunity for a proactive defense to capitalize too. And for Alter Ego, they just have to fix a lot of those holes. And again, it is like Alter Ego, right?
Yeah, maybe that's one side of them that they want to show us because that's that version of their Alter Ego. But maybe they're gonna be bringing something different today. Maybe it's the best self, the even better than the best self that they had before that they're gonna be bringing here. Am I making sense here? I think
you are.
Thank you.
You know, it's just a matter of both of these teams being, they're experienced teams. It's not like we haven't heard of Xerxia or we haven't heard of Alter Ego. And it's one of the matches, if not the match I was looking forward to the most today, because I felt like these are teams that are well practiced and they know themselves in terms of having an identity as a team. So when they're facing each other, it's now going to be a matter of how are they going to capitalize on the mistakes the opponents make, and how have they worked on the strengths that they have individually as a team.
That is perfectly valid. Both of those points really good. Sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked because I was thinking that we're going to be seeing our head-to-head already, and I was thinking of something to make it a little bit catchy with the word Alter Ego, but it's not working out. So let's go to the head-to-head. Oh my god, our director is already telling me to please stop. I'm Alter triggered right now. No! But hey, Dad Femina, these boys better not be triggered as they move on into this match.
I feel like both of these squads, I mean, for Xerxia Esports and Alter Ego side, I mean, they use their duelists like really effectively, especially for Xerxia side. I feel like Surf has been like really consistent all throughout, and they even find value in every single round that they have played in. I saw that in a lot of the previous games that they played up, and I'm definitely going to be sure that they're going to be having no exceptions here. But for Alter Ego side, this guy has always been leading the charge as well. And you can see him like frag out every so often as well. But all of that is on the back of the support given by a lot of his teammates. So the standout performance, definitely something that we're going to be looking out for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not entirely sure if it's read as Delb or Delby. Please, somebody in chat, feel free to correct me. I'd love to not butcher any of these players' names. I mean, when you think about it, they're out here trying to make a name for themselves. So the last thing I want to do is mispronounce their names. So, yes, again, chat, feel free to let me know how it's actually read at. Now, what are we expecting over here between Xerxia Esports and wait, my brain, Alter Ego. All of these puns is messing up with my brain chemistry over here. But yeah, Trix, based off of the playstyles that we know from these two teams, how is the tension going to be as we move into the games?
I feel Xerxia might be a little more confident in terms of who they are, where they've been, but also have that pressure that a lot of pro teams have, in the sense that they need to prove themselves. They need to retake the slot that they've been given before and prove that they're improving as time has gone. They can't be stagnant. They need to be innovative. Alter Ego, on the other hand, having a little more time to prepare themselves, to work on themselves, find their identity, refine it as well. I'm thinking that coming into these matches, we're going to see that shuffle between the aggressive plays and the more passive plays with retakes, or how they're going to take space on the attacker side. I think it's going to be a matter of two teams looking at each other, figuring out, okay, this is what we are and this is what you're showing. How are we supposed to react to this, and what's the best plan for action?
That's exactly it. We always talk about how, especially on the defender side, we would like to see a little bit of proactivity. But what we've seen from, I think it was the Team Secret match earlier, that sometimes it isn't the best solution. You have to have a good read of how the enemy is attacking, and you have to adjust to that. Even if on paper it seems like, oh, wait, when we're proactive, we win the games most of the time. But hey, when we have this type of opponent wherein our proactivity is not working, maybe we ought to go for the retake potential instead, right, Tad Femina? Like,
Yeah.
it's not always black and white when it comes to these situations.
Yeah, it's always going to be depending on a lot of different factors, right? You got to take into account what your team comp strengths are, and you got to figure out what your team identity is going to be, right? For the games that we have been seeing, sometimes we don't see the team strengths come out, but maybe we'll get that same thing maybe here in the series right now. I am pretty sure that both of these teams know what they're going to be coming up against, and I'm pretty sure that they have had a lot of time to prepare to know what type of beast they're going to be up against right now. I do want to put a little bit of emphasis on Alter Ego themselves. I feel like it's a case of being I wouldn't say underdog, since they are a pretty remarkable team, but coming up against Xerxia was the top one of Indonesia, I believe. No, Thailand, actually. Thailand, my excuses. They're gonna have to use a bit of time to know how they're gonna be playing up against a very proactive team, and one that is also patient in knowing how to read the situation.
Yeah, so off the bat, Breeze is gonna get banned. Good ban on the side of Alter Ego. Generally, Xerxia has a really good attack over here. And with a map as big as this one, we've mentioned before that if you don't get that mid control, and if you have like super aggressive attackers, then it's gonna cause you some trouble. But over here, Trix, Ascent again is gonna be the first map like in the previous series.
Yes, Ascent, like always, is one of those default maps. It's great to play on, and it really highlights the ability for teams to react to what's going on the map, figuring out which kind of information they want to take, because it's one of those smaller maps that's not as large as Breeze or Bind or Breeze or Haven is what I meant. It's just one of those places where it's a lot more reactive in terms of, okay, they're pressuring this side, so we're going to pressure the other one. Whilst Icebox, being the map that Xerxia picks, is going to be one of those maps where it's denying information, but I find that it's more of denying that information than just pushing up for that aggression.
I feel like this is one of those few moments where the map draft doesn't exactly favor anybody right now. I'm kind of seeing that since Ascent is that first map, you're kind of looking at the one strength that both of these squads have. For Alter Ego, it's their strength in numbers, right? They always find that situation to play the retake in the perfect timing. But for Xerxia, since default is always the name of the game for the Ascent map, you are going to be expecting that they could be playing the time as long as they want. They want to get that slow map control, but again, also use that bit of time to maybe fish out information or get the picks themselves. Icebox could also be the same type of thing, if you would expect them to be default as well. But it also comes down to how they could just pull that trigger once they have that opportunity to go for that opening. But the decider map could be up in the air. I believe that Haven is just one of those slow ticks, I believe. So this match in particular, I'm kind of assuming this could be the close game that we've been looking for.
Probably. And you know what I realized from this specific series is that Valorant is only made up of 3 maps. We only got to see Ascent, Icebox, and Haven today, and those are the only options that we'll also be seeing in this final series. Like, it could potentially make it the Haven, but again, we've had our fill of Haven throughout this day so far. But as you were mentioning earlier about Icebox, I do think that Icebox is a map that really rewards aggression. So if you're on the defensive side, you have to cover all of your bases. Your defensive layout has to be solid. Otherwise, you have to have a really good retake in mind, because the aggressors, they have this down. There's a lot of verticality on this map, so I think that because of that, it favors the attackers, because if they're able to get access to the site, it's gonna have a little bit more difficulty in the retake, unless, of course, the composition that these players will be having is in favor with that. But before we head on over to the agent compositions, which we'll be touching in just a bit, I want to know what your predictions are already. Let's get down right into business. Dad Femina, you go first.
Okay. Well, I do have to say that since Xerxia has been like pretty strong all throughout this tournament, and now that we come up into the upper bracket matches, it is pretty interesting to see the story of Alter Ego and their development. Though we've been seeing that they've been maturing from the regional play-ins as well as the playoffs. Actually, my excuses, and how they played in the games that we've been seeing so far. They have taken up this helm that, yeah, their name is Alter Ego, but their identity is just family itself. They just hold hands all throughout, and I just feel like that's just going to be the strength that they could have coming into the series against Xerxia, who just has that patience to maybe contend against them right now. So if they could be able to fall back in their strength, which is how they play together, then they could definitely put a number on Xerxia right now. So my bets are going to be on Alter Ego on this one.
Okay, now that you mentioned it about the identity and the family, I'm thinking of The Incredibles, something like that maybe. They're all holding hands as a family. They have their hero persona versus their actual persona. Maybe it's something like that for them. But what about you, Trix? What is your prediction?
I like to go by my numbers. I think Xerxia has been performing. Based on map picks, I think Xerxia might have the edge at least on their previous performances. So, Xerxia for the series.
I am going to be agreeing with you that one, Trix. I also am looking forward to seeing Xerxia over here win this series. After all, it's the track record. They have already been to Masters, right? So that's already saying a lot of what they're able to achieve. Now, what I noticed though is this is the first time today that the panel did not have all of the same predictions. So at the end of the day, there will be somebody, at least one person or maybe two, that get a 3-0 for the predictions today. And I'm hoping that it's me and Trix. No offense, that's Femina. But hey, it's our predictions. And speaking of predictions, we may have predicted who we think is going to win this series, but who do you think are the agents that we'll be seeing over here, Trix?
I don't think Xerxia will be pulling out that fade as they're picking that. Oh wow, I am wrong off the bat. This is a great start, guys.
It's like when someone's in fast game.
Oh no, more fast games, please.
I actually haven't seen Xerxia bring this up, and please, anybody correct me if I am wrong. Based on the history that they've played so far on Ascent, I haven't seen them run the fade with the KO and the Sova, so we got that triple initiator again. On the flip side, we've got that Sage on Alter Ego with a double initiator, which gives you a lot of intel. But I think on Xerxia's side, you've got that triple initiator, you have the chamber, you have the Astra. There's a lot of presence throughout the map that can be placed.
Yes, so I was actually looking at the record like you were asking me. Yeah, I don't think they pulled this. In fact, I would have expected a Yoru instead, honestly, instead of this composition. No, because they pulled it out in the past. That's what I'm basing it off of. But they don't have a duelist this time, so I don't exactly know that, Femina, how that's gonna work out on Ascent.
I mean, triple initiator, it's gonna be kind of like the same story that we saw on the last time we saw this on Breeze, but this time it's gonna be supporting the push without really having the necessary space taking, except if you count the Prowlers for that job to be taken. Like, Faith definitely has been like a pretty good pick overall ever since her resurgence into, or more like her being implemented into the patches, right? So her being one of the enablers for anybody who's aggressive or anybody who just wants to have a cleaner entry, is a safer one at that. It's kind of like a mini, I'd say, how do you call that? The Seekers from the sky. So like, and easier to maneuver, then you wouldn't need a duelist. In fact, you still have that mobility from the chamber anyway. Plus, if it is Xerxia who is playing that comp, then they know how to play the time. They don't need to rush anything. So why don't we take the comp that has so much utility to help us push on forward without having to risk up a duelist in that regard, right?
Fair enough, but you know, as we have said before, sometimes a chamber can be kind of like a makeshift duelist with just the sheer amount of space they can make, and everybody has proven us that they always make.
They always do. I'm a little bit worried because it's not the usual composition that we've seen here.
Yes.
There have been some times wherein these players try to pull out something new and bring them to the table. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. For their sake though, I really hope it does. So there you have it, folks. This has been the panel for this final series of the day. We're passing you guys over to our casters so we can begin with the games.
That's
tranquil as a forest, but on fire within both these teams. They look to find that composure and that aggression to take the W over each other.
Yeah, and once they find their center, they're still not in gripes of elimination. So definitely a very important match here. We've only seen Xerxia, I believe, play only once, and that was against the RRQ team, and same with Alter Ego against Global Esports. So these guys coming off of a hot win streak. 1 win streak, but I mean, still pretty good.
It's pretty good. I mean,
Yeah,
APAC
yeah.
dubs, they're hard
Exactly.
to come by, and again, I think what you're trying to say is that all the players we have here, they're not a spineless, pale, pathetic lot. And they have, of course, the utmost intelligence
clue.
and yeah, they have a clue. For those, okay, let's just lay this out again for those who are too young. That was a Mulan reference, the actual good Mulan.
Not the live action series Mulan.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it had its merits. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, man. We didn't enjoy Avatar: Last Airbender.
What are you
live
talking
action. Oh yeah, that didn't
Huh?
exist. So
yeah.
All right, let's get down to business.
To defeat the puns, as Aserai will have that in spades. It's driven me to madness. It's driven Laika to madness. But once again, the sanity, it could be dwindling for all the players here as the heat rises up. The tension as well, it could potentially be insurmountable as Kush sets Scary ablaze. And that is the all-star controller Aserai out of contention.
Good top shots from Foxy all the way through to smoke. AE might need to recuperate themselves just a teeny tiny bit. Cruz stronghold onto short. Will have to be dealt with first by a Dern King. 2 versus 1, can't seem to manage. 3 versus 2. As the round continues, Delb somehow actually able to survive the pop shots from Foxy, even though Noxy was knocked out. In the case Surf, one of the biggest factors for Xerxia's success here. I think one of the most explosive, I'll just say this, grown-up players, or players that have really grown. Very low in terms of HP are these two, but the numbers still very adamant from the rest of AE here. Coming around the corner, the play around from Delb, and Foxy just not expecting the wrap around as well.
Indeed, and I like that you did highlight Surf because we had, well, I guess everybody on the panel and on the casting desk in the previous stage did have some holes, or at least they found some holes in Surf's game, and it was the timing in relation to the team itself. He wasn't necessarily performing bad, nor was he really missing a beat, but it's just those minute timings that Xerxia loved to operate in. At times, it was a little disjointed, but it seems that they fixed that despite Alter Ego taking the first round on the board and potentially the first swing.
Okay, Noxy here. Spots out Sushi Boys out to the open. Delb discharges in the care of Doubt in World, but Foxy, always deadly with the classic, will use a little bit of that information gathering, but Noxy just charges right up. Okay, no care in the world. That's only technology. And you know what Squidward knows about technology? Future.
The puns. They remain undefeated. Much like Father Time, it's only wearing me down, that's right. I'm not entirely sure how to handle it. I'm doing it with as much grace as I possibly can. As we do see a bit of a force buy here on the side, or not a force buy. We're gonna see the bonus here on the side of AE. Xerxia, they look to take this handily. I'm glad that the panel did point out too that they're running a no duelist comp, which is interesting because Xerxia is the type of team, even in their X10 incarnation. Not sure why Delb wanted to swing that. Surf gets a free kill. He even gets the rendezvous out. He will get tagged, but an exchange that he will always take any day of the week. Now they explode onto the site here. Oh, but the Aldrone spots Foxes at the very last moment. He has his own Aldrone, but the wall remains his friend as Adrian King will fall. Now they get cornered. How many people are here? Fox must be wondering, but he does go back with a cover fire of his Vandal.
Solid hold. Now you wonder why it was only a Dark King that was charging outside of B main with the Spectre. It's because the Gravity Well was well timed and placed by Scary. Good timing from Noxy though. Gets a shot off. Might try to re-aggress. Trying to look straight towards onto Market. And he's found a couple of victims here. Love ya. Able to get a drive-by. 1 versus 2. Goes for the TP. Does Sushi Boy know about this, or will he wait for his teammate to come right in?
30
Because
seconds
if they don't
left.
spot anything on stairs... Actually, no. Even if they don't see him on stairs, they will second guess if he actually went all the way through spawn. If he does try to plant the spike, that will only give them all the information that they need to go for this 2 versus 1 as the round continues. Axelovia knows that he cannot actually fight without getting the first pick first. Amazing stuff. Will be able to plant the spike and even maybe shroud himself in smoke for cover. The pop flash from Cruz, absolutely divine. That's going to save him the round and save Xerxia the trouble of losing it. But at what cost? So many were dropped down in that one.
A successful bonus nonetheless. They reduced the numbers, but Cruz, well, true to his name, will cruise that one in to their back pockets. Now Xerxia, they have a bit of resistance here, a round to use. And like you said, the Gravity Well, or was it the Nova Pulse? You will find out when we scrub through that VOD. Like you said, mission accomplished. Number 1 is just to really hurt the economy. Surf did have a pretty impressive solo hold here. If they can continue with this type of performance moving on and this type of intensity, then Xerxia might just have this. And in fact, actually, I think we talked about it too, right? That this veto, it does lean a little bit towards Xerxia. Although Alter Ego did get rid of that fracture, which honestly, the last time they encountered Paper Rexon, which could already be the number 1 team here, the way they've been handling their own qualifiers and whatnot.
Yeah.
They did make Paper Rex sweat.
Absolutely. We'll say though, it feels like that's been forever since the last time that we saw that particular match. It was only like a little bit earlier this year. Was it not? Yeah, it was earlier this year. It was for APAC Challengers 1. Oh, this could be bad for Axe. Doesn't know. Timing flick from Cruz, man. This guy just the leader, the commander, but also the space taker. Foxy from all the way through B. It's a couple of shots and has dwindled down the numbers of Alter Ego. They still haven't made their move just yet, but a Darn King has actually swept up. Just a little boost from Scary. It's another shot from Kush.
30 seconds
He's
left.
got to have to plant the spike right here and now. Know that Cruz is somewhere on A main. He's gonna have to try to at least work something with like 7 bullets, but absolutely not. That Prowler just depleting the ammunition. And that's gonna be Xerxia striking fast and hard.
Well, that was an interesting Prowler. At least one of the players on A was thinking, oh yeah, it's totally past him. They thought it was a Jenny plant. The inertia drift. Again, for all you weebs out there, you know what that is. Asteroid probably knows what it is. But Cruz, once again, a great response, and Fox, the support all the way for markets. Truly a global presence. This time, though, in a much more literal meaning. Another round on the board for them. As the AE, what do they have to work with? They have upgraded pistols and a pair of Spectres. They do have Adrian King's null command here, so if they want to brute force themselves into the site and maximize their SMGs, they could potentially do so. No, Surf does have that tour de force out, Aserai, which could pose to be a bit of a problem, and the double bounce actually catches Fox off guard. Do they actually find any of the players? No. Surf is too quick on that scope, finding Noxy, getting rid of his Moxie, and now a 4v5.
That was a nice little misuse or misread of information because of the break of the recon dart by the other player of Xerxia there, giving Surf that that missed to just start pushing on mid just a tad bit more. A couple of pop shots softens up Delb. This might not be good because he's going to be the one charged right into the side, and Scary's already looking to swing on the embrace. There it is. Good little pop shot first, and AE, they don't really have anything to do but just try to push right in. But look at that. Surgical, clinical, however you want to call it. These guys are just absolutely pristine with how they defend. A flawless round for Xerxia.
The doctor is in. Xerxia has made Ascent a bit of an operating table, really. And once again, I love how they very, very liberally use that tour de force. Typically, it does get saved for eco rounds, but again, Xerxia and their signature aggression, still a king with a crown on its head. I believe they are undefeated in the region, Aserai. Again, I might have the stats a little muddled, but in any case, overall, they've been much more impressive this time around. And Axe, that is a very interesting crosshair. Noxy, that is also a very interesting crosshair. Is transparency the new thing? Oh, they go for that lineup here. Maybe to potentially bait out a reaction. But you can't bait out what isn't there. As all the players in Xerxia, they make B their fortress, their stronghold.
Well, this is the power of them not having any duelists on the defensive side. There's just so many things that they can use to basically get information, push them back, stuff like that. Alter Ego, though, kind of bumping into each other. I don't know what's happening there a little bit, but they are still going to go for the push. Not going to find a single beat of an opponent on the A site. So it's all about the retake. What do Xerxia have? Basically everything they actually do have up and prepared. I love Noxy's wall right here, but the thing is, he's going to need at least somebody to hold the back and make sure that nobody's going to be coming through A main. Here comes Xerxia to try to go for the retake once again. Foxy is the only one through A main here. Kush is going to be first on the contact, and Foxy was so well aware the wall to come out from Scary. This is going to put a dampening on things for Alter Ego. Noxy still waiting on the wall, but he's about to fall down. Delb's going to have to at least make some magic, but it's not going to happen. Axe, love ya. Oh, that wall just makes it so terrible. Dern King left on an island, and Noxy's going to have to push in on this. Spots out one. Good for the other. Oh, but that was such a terrible wall to try to make something happen, as he didn't know if he had the angle to actually pop a shot or if it's safe for cover. It was just so confusing for Noxy to try to clutch.
Confusing is many words to describe that round, as even leading up to that push was a bit of a mess. You did mention that Alter Ego, they kind of bumped into each other in a, oh sorry, are you also in the queue moment? And with their anxiety building up, they did use quite a bit of utility, if not everything, on that take. I love the confidence of Xerxia. They did gamble quite a bit, really putting all their eggs in the retake basket, but so far it has worked out for them. Sushi Boys with the nerves of steel, of course, winning that final swing. Now once again, quite a bit of utility being used towards A main. This time around, it is coming from Xerxia, as Alter Ego, perhaps their interests lie elsewhere, as both stars are here, waiting for them to align. Fox, he was number one. Maybe another hat is the Foxy grandpa, but certainly he does have so many years ahead of him and a lot of success, especially with the weapons they have. Now, Aserai, we've talked about upgraded arsenals and Xerxia being very, very handy with them. This Blade Storm could potentially be the X factor that Delb has. But they haven't really made the space they would want, especially... Never mind. Whatever I said, it doesn't matter. Just watch the game. Axe, what a shot.
I wonder what's the real name for Delb. Feels like it's Delbert. Just sounds so menacing. Oh, that's Delbert, you know, charging you with the... Alright, we'll see how this goes! Oh, Sheriffs is just the name of the game. Foxy
30 seconds left.
able to rise up with 2 kills before being knocked off. Durking in a fight. Wins against Cruz, and it's all dropped down into the hands of Scary. Looking at the spawn, he's not going to know that one is already anticipating. And just going to counter the swing.
I don't know, man. I'm still in a little bit of shock.
Does anyone have fun?
I mean, Delb could mean a plethora of things. Why would he
Delbert.
even remove... Yeah, but why remove the Bert if that's, like, the case, right? If it's just one name.
It is! His name is Delbert Tanoto. Aha!
Aha! Information, the age of information.
Oh, it's... Okay. It's
Is
Del
it really?
B. It's Del B.
Yeah, I said that before we got
that's on me.
air.
That's on me. That's on
I said it's Delby. But anyway, we do have a timeout because Asarai has disturbed some sort of natural order here. And we are trying to close whatever rifts in reality we may have caused. Alter Ego. I really love the liberal use of the timeout. Again, it is a resource that has to be wisely used, and I feel like early is better than too late. I think a symptom of some of the newer teams, obviously both these teams are veterans, they're really grizzled, and they've engraved their names in many a legend. But so far it's Fox, actually popping off for his team, Noxy on the other side, not too far behind, and the rest, actually almost a mirror in the stat lines. It's very, very minute differences. Now Xerxia, this defense has been very, very effective, but it will always come down to the question, how is this going to work out when we hit the offensive side? This has been employed on Icebox. Is Ascent going to be a different story? I want to hear your thoughts.
I think a straight A would just be the worst attack angle without a particular duelist hero coming outside of A main, but mid, short, and actually B main pushes are honestly free game. Because you're able to isolate a lot of angles with the utility that you have, especially, again, having the KO as the entry presence. It's really incredibly strong. So even though they don't really have that duelist, I think Xerxia, particularly in this Ascent map, will still have that nice little bite, as it were. Alter Ego, very slow pacing in this particular round. They're really just making sure that no more shenanigans were done. I think Alter Ego were kind of a little bit too fast on the pacing. And now just a little bit more jiggle peeking and whatnot, and able to get some folding. And it's not money that's folding, it's Xerxia. Hold on. Foxy. He's gonna get knocked off this block, and now Surf and Scary 2 remain. A wall to plug up the spawn. And that's gonna be either a wraparound or a try to go for a different angle. The thing is, Axe Lovia already looking to just get the free kills as they try to go for the exit. 1, 2. That's it.
Okay. I see you've been aim trading, buddy. Very, very quick, very clean. As the exit. Not the cleanest of ones for Xerxia here. How are they going to operate now with a little bit of a hindered buy? That's right. Well, you have mentioned them knocking them on their back like, I think it was Ali on Liston back in the day. Truly, being a sports fan does entail many things, but the excitement on this match, and yes, I see what you're trying to say here. What are the odds? Stacked against nobody, apparently. A pretty even game, 4-4. Although the armory on the side of Xerxia, not the most impressive. We've seen some impressive shots all across the board, but they will have to really rely on their utility this time around. Maybe even more so.
I just love that term, Xerxia's Armory. Sounds like a place you're gonna go to in a single player game.
That's a very interesting train of thought there. The Xerxia Armory.
Right? Or possibly even like a name of a map. What happens if, like, in the future iterations of Champions, right? And then we're gonna name a map after your team.
It was me, Raph. I'm kidding. Just, you know, I'm gonna put my grubby mitts on that. I said it. It was me. Actually, it was us. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Why do people like this knife so much? I feel like it's...
Which one? The anchor?
It's very eye-catching. No. The anchor is fine. They'll be getting marked is fine.
The snow globe?
Yeah, that's interesting, but I feel like the candy
Love
cane is
that
superior.
angle.
And Axe has been pretty much splitting Xerxia here. He's been very impressive in his previous shots.
Yeah, he's been spraying the bodies.
No, I will not acknowledge that again. As Kush finds Scary again, a very similar duel that we saw on the first 2 rounds. As you mentioned, a man of very clean and even hygienic play. Very diligent. Fox, though, on the flank, finding Noxy. As Noxy may have given them an extra weapon to work with. But if they can't find any value off this Hunter's Fury, then they might as well exit. Oh, but they will track it down. Cruz gets Adrian King. Kush sets the blaze on top of the boys on Xerxia. And now we have Fox all alone versus 3 players. They will look to his direction as he's given it up. But swinging with full confidence still. Yet another mark. A second one for good measure. Swings out from main. It's fine. He's completely fine. Wait, where's Delby looking? He's still wondering if he hasn't exited that. I thought he heard the tap. At the very least, he gets the tap here, or the half. No, and it's still Axe continuing his aim reign of terror.
All headshots. No body sprays. Alright, that's the last one.
You better be. Better be.
Anyways, just yeah, again, really good patience from Alter Ego just to wait just a teeny tiny bit, and good angle from Axlovia to, you know, just use that little boost spot that you can access with your TP, just so that you can see all the way down through A main. It's a really specific angle. It's not common, but it's not rare as well. It's just a little bit down in the middle. In any case, Surf now back onto the operator. Always scary to see this player bring out the boomstick, but he's not going to find any
Scary's
contact.
on the Phantom.
Right here.
Oh, yeah. I do remember, isn't it Xerxia, or at least Thai region specific, that love to go for Phantoms?
I feel like Vandal has been predominant in APAC for the longest time, but I think you might be right. We did see quite a... It does expire. I feel like that expired before they actually shot it. Maybe it could be a visual inconsistency. Who knows?
Or
but in any case, they know. Yeah, in any case, they know that Delby is here. The shots have rung, but he has found a little bit of safety. Not enough, apparently, as Foxy is ready to dig a grave. Not for himself, but for every single enemy standing in front of him. Sushi Boy's ready on that trade. The Prowler is going to block a few shots, making him survive and even getting fragged. Noxy
30 seconds
not
left.
having the greatest of games. As Kush again, the last standing member.
Oh. And
could not find a shot onto Fox. With some smooth maneuvers there. Still, it's a tug of war, ass, right? It's so hard to call who has the real advantage here because both swings have been pretty even here. Both these teams, again, as the panel did touch up on, it's going to be a battle of juggernauts.
How did Foxy survive that? Just drop down and no headshot to come out from Kush, unfortunately. Well, I'll still have some buy power here. As you mentioned, it is very neck and neck. But my oh my, Foxy has just been such an adamant player. I know that Foxy is great, possibly one of the better clutcher players that we have in APAC, but this time his first kill percentage has been through the roof, at least for Ascent. All right, it's a pull on the trigger on the A site here, but Cruz still trying to meddle his way through. Delby, man, those pop shots from Scary though, so horrific to try to go up against, especially with that Phantom. All he really has to do is just pop one corner and then pop the other. Gonna have to get the heal from his teammate, which he already has. Just a little bit of that boost spot, the wall to come through. Loving the boost spot for Noxy here. Sees right on top of the smoke. Still under contact is gonna be Cruz, but he gets scrubbed out. Now this whole A side is in the control of Alter Ego. Xerxia will have to decide, do we start pushing in? Do we keep charging in on this? Foxy has set up a shock dart. That's not the most important thing. And here it is, the emo rolling thunder. The damage is being done. Foxy, huge waves being dealt. It's all down to Axlovia, but he is blinded by the Prowler, unfortunately, cannot see through the nearsightedness. And Xerxia, well, in their namesake, surgically, just again retakes the site.
A beautiful flower for logo, or at least that's what I think it is. Does have its
shuriken. I don't know, maybe.
Oh, well,
a flower shuriken.
Yes. Many
It's
inanimate
beautiful and deadly
objects.
at the same time.
Alright, that is
I'm
true.
done.
That is absolutely true. Oh, Fox,
dude.
man. You did mention that how stubborn he can be. And it's been working to great effect. The bravado. However, we did see his ace get aceride. For context, we'll let you know about that one soon enough. But look at this. He does have the Odin. He's been very proficient with the Vandal, but looks to have some tricky spam through this wall. But look at that. Even with a gravity well, they can't seem to find Delby and the rest of the boys. And Noxy making a great crab impression here. Hasn't scuttled left or right, but instead is holding this angle. Without Scary, a lot of vision blocking is not going to be available for Xerxia, so a lot of contact has to be made. Surf's already on it. The same idea as most of the AE forces. They are just outside of A main, and Cruz might suffer the wrath of bad timing. No, instead he even gets a frag for himself. Oh! Boys and the Hunter's Fury. And Kush, well, that's the end of him for now. They even get the res up back on Cruz. Wait, did he pop null command at the very last second? Oh, well, it was
I
half
think he
anyway.
did.
Yeah.
He almost at the
Wait a
last
minute,
second
look at
on the
that.
contact.
20
Yeah, we'll
frags
see.
and a half. No, Fox has 20 frags.
Yep. It's kind of cray-cray. Look at that. And they actually just kind of line up because they didn't know Sushi Boys was assisting Cruz there. Wow, he is the X factor in this. Look at that. Everybody's like 8, 6, 6, 5. Foxy is just on a whole other level.
I don't know if that's the Tory Lane song. But in any case, very, very apt, as he is above and beyond whoever is following him. And that's Noxy, who's gotten rocked a little bit. I feel like he's been having first contact despite him not wanting to do so, whether it be the form from a flank or just unfortunate a cascade of utility, really. But they'll have a lot of time to talk that over. And Xerxia, whatever they have in the bag, has to be something clever, or maybe just let Foxy frag out. Who knows?
Well, the flip of the switch is going to make us all, again, wonder, right? You mentioned how it is going to be possibly somewhat difficult, but if they do have the double innies, right? The double initiators, they have that info gathering with the hunt from the fade. Actually, no, triple initiator. Let me correct myself. It does make a lot of sense to, or it does at least make sense that if they don't have an entry fragger, it's fine. Because we also talk about how the reason why you almost always want to have, let's say, a jet in your composition for most of the maps is she turns into what we call the glorified Sova drone. So what happens if you have a Sova drone, a Prowler, a Haunt, and a KO Blade all at the same time? Maybe not the need of the jet. Of course, you probably missed that jet dash, but Xerxia, I think, in the words of Trix, is a team that doesn't do anything without purpose. It's a team that is very good with how they interact with one another and how they approach these contacts. So we'll probably see that come into play here, if ever, against Alter Ego.
I mean, that being said, right, when you have triple initiator, it means that you want to win the fight before the fight starts. There's just so much oppressive value with all that utility, and we're already seeing quite a bit of it as Axe has lathered himself in fragment shards. Not the best body scrub, could potentially be harmful. Azure finds Adrian King. The trades do come out, and a little bit of a jumping rabbit is Sushi Boy, but he gets cut down, he gets shot down. Xerxia has a very interesting position on the map here. They have pretty much all the left side of the map. And Delby, who was trying to assist and getting as much coverage as he could, was once again spotted and eliminated. There should be a handy a pistol round for Xerxia again. As Axe, he's wary of so many angles here, just so many things that could potentially snag him. Well, if there's a man for the job, it's Axe on Ascent. Very fitting, considering Asrai's puns. See, he even giggles. He's like,
cover going out. Does have 2 smokes to supplement his push into the site. There's nowhere else that he'd rather go. And he actually puts the smoke right then and there. Cruz. Yeah, he's got to peek it. I mean, there's no other way, right? There's no time. He can't really try to isolate fights. It's him just going for the pro zone fake, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Unfortunately, they're, too many to handle.
It's one of those things where you just kind of close your eyes, like, if I can't see them, they're not gonna see me. Out of sight, out of mind. But Xerxia, they have a 3-round lead on the board. Asarai potentially a 4-round lead on the board if they can convert this. As Fox, his reign of terror, his rampage, could potentially spike up yet again. Has taken a little bit of a more passive role on this offense here. Like you mentioned, right? Cruz has to lead the charge. He has to be the one to try and make first contact. They've been dissuaded. Now they move away. But look at this. Adrian King. Beautiful timing? Question mark? No, not at all. And it's actually scary, but he might get traded out here. Nah, I'm wrong. He finds one. Surf even gets another fight in his back pocket. Come on, man. Let me finish my sentence. Don't tell me you're going to get a third one here. Still the fight. Surf!
Well,
that's impressive.
Yeah, he's made a lot of strong waves in the past. That's Surf for you. Ridden a lot of those waves. Yeah. I wonder if Surf's got a brother or a sister called Tide.
Don't say it. No. No. Ladies and gentlemen, how do we grasp at the low-hanging fruit? A masterclass done by Mr. Asteroid.
Oh yeah, you always gotta go for that low-hanging fruit, bro. Anyways, I just wanted to also mention that Xerxia is probably one of the few teams that actually don't go for the full Spectre buy. I just saw a while ago while they're going for the full contact against Alter Ego here on mid, they actually went for the double Spectre so that 3 of their players can have access to those rifles to get a little bit of a better firepower coming into this particular round. It hasn't really made the most sense because it seems like Alter Ego are ready for the fight. As you can see, there's a little bit more damage done. But at least it still went the way of Alter Ego. Really good punish plays coming in on mid.
I'd have to say, though, that if you do go for that full Spectre route, you do have a little bit more of an advantage if you want to go for a swarm tactic like that. Because, again, the movement penalty and the firing, it's not as, how'd I put this, pronounced as the rifles.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Alter Ego, they climb back in. They get another round on the board as expected. But we do still see some of those stifled buys on both sides here. Surf's going to be rocking that headhunter, but Delby, he finds Cruz. You see Surf, he's still trying to think if he wants to go for that wall back. But Delby's stuck here now. Maybe this is pulling a lot of attention, but Xerxia, they're making a complete mess out of this one. And AE, they're the ones that have been bleeding on the floor. Delby has still not found Sanctuary, and he swings twice, knowing that there's a tour de force. Could have potentially found a safety net when he swung out earlier, but no, it's not meant to be. 2v2. Noxie and Axelovia, they are fairly healthy, and I feel like the heal is going to come up soon. No, we have almost 20 seconds on it. It's now Fox and Sushi Boys. They crawl their way towards A. And look how far apart AE is. This is going to give at least a 10-second advantage on the side of Xerxia.
Ooh, he heard it. Yeah, he heard the drop. He's already looking at short. That is so crucial. The time of the peak. Ooh, oh, he gets it! That is absolutely perfect. Now, he doesn't have to break the door here. Can't wait for Noxie. Actually got the heal first up again. And as that plummets down, super good timing for Alter Ego. Break the door as soon as the spike gets planted and start pressuring Foxy so he has no chance to actually get the reposition.
Not at all. Perfectly placed pincer. And one that potentially squeezes the life out of Xerxia here. We'll have one more round of allowance. Like we said, this aggression on Delby could have potentially been unexpected. I thought they recovered beautifully with those surf shots. But again, this debacle in mid. A little confusing on both sides. We have talked about how Ascend is a map where you just completely forego mid or put every single thing there. And we saw the latter. But, a lot of questions that have been raised. And a defensive scheme that could potentially backfire at any moment. Now look, they go for the complete inversion. They don't put anyone at mid at all. Xerxia is somewhat playing into the palm of AE.
This could still work though, because Eternal King is by himself. For maybe a brief second here, Delby's gonna have to help him out before he gets swarmed. But of course, Fragment is as Fragment does. Gives him that little bit of space, pushes back the rest of the onslaught. A little bit too greedy, and Surf hits the shot. Delby with a TP out, and he goes as smooth as can be. He does not want to leave this spot. He does not want to give the drop on that Vandal to the hands of Xerxia here. But again, you can see there's a tad bit of impatience for Alter Ego to start getting kills. Might actually net them a terrible round if they're not careful. 4 versus 5, but they still, again, do have the weapon advantage. But they have to be careful because this is still Xerxia.
Well placed. As Xerxia, they crawl into B. Noxy is the first line of defense here. He does have a slow orb. They don't clear out stairs. Instead, they explode from market. As Noxy now will finally expend that utility, locking off temporarily speed lane. But Xerxia and Scary find Axe. LB here is on a mad flank, and everybody gets cut down where they stand. As the round lead, it dwindles to 1. Xerxia, however, now they have a full buy with Alter Ego, whatever mask they put on, the versatility, and the plans, the strategies. So far, they've been working out in this effort.
Gotta say, any lesser team would have actually crumbled to that Thrifty. That was a really good approach from Xerxia, but that goes to show pedigree for Alter Ego. Cool and calm under pressure. You saw Noxy there just expertly move through cover, even though he was tagged and everything. Even though Axlovia got overwhelmed, he did not panic whatsoever. Stayed, waited for Delby's flank to come in through market, and started hounding down, shooting at the crossfire that was set by his teammate. Really good stuff to come in from them. Now Xerxia got themselves the rifles once more, Raph. And as you mentioned, this is going to be, it's not yet do or die, but it is make or break, as this is a very crucial round for Xerxia. Not only is it the equalizing round for Alter Ego, but also a possible reset round if they do lose this one.
This is what we like to call a high priority round on both ends. A little bit more leeway on the side of Alter Ego, but Delby, he spots a crawling Fox. But Fox says not today, as a crucial whiff was witnessed by every single person here. That's going to give them a little bit more confidence to take extra space on the map. Now, the lurking Sova is going to get found out by Kush, and is like, hey, man, I don't think you should be doing that. Axe, he does throw that smoke down, giving a little bit of coverage, but that Nightfall is going to completely deafen everybody. Doesn't even matter. Axe remains undeterred. He tries to swing out, but Scary, true to his name, will inflict fear. But Alter Ego, they say no to that. As Kush, all the way from market, rotates and absolutely steamrolls everybody on his entrance.
Well, he's a smoke that does not want to disappear. Look at that. It's really strong use of the Nightfall, but even through such a big ultimate, all you really have to do is not have fear, you know? It's Morbin time, but there's time for you to unmorb.
Are we really doing this again? I hope not. I really hope not. You're doing it. I am not. I'm just gonna say that right now. A Xerxia timeout is here as the as
cool
the scoreboards. Whoa, man. I ain't saying anything, but like,
all right.
How long has it been since the Morb meme? It even brought
it's gonna come out again in cinemas, right?
Oh lord.
For like the third time, you know.
It is a trap.
Yeah.
Not a very
like
good
Xerxia,
one, honestly.
Falling in for the ferocity of that Nightfall. No. I kid. It's not. They really committed to the fight, but unfortunately, Alter Ego just played far back enough that the damage that could have been done, Nightfall plus push of Xerxia, was somewhat mitigated.
Mitigated indeed. I mean, we look at it, Xerxia hasn't really lost a step. It's just Alter Ego. They have been also kicking it into high gear. But wait till you see this thing hits maximum overdrive. As Noxy has a preemptive slow orb there, dodges the 0 point. They will remain safe for now. Maybe Surf anticipating somebody close. Delby again. I mentioned, right, that this spot is where a lot of Jets tend to go into the pitfall of, I have to hold mid no matter what. So a lot of aggression. Delby was there, I believe it was in top mid at the previous round, but look at this now. Xerxia, no duelist, no problem. They're going to march on forward as a death ball. But the Hunter's Fury, it comes out, it clears out Boathouse. And it's going to flush out Noxy, who was all alone. Delby has a shorty, and he jumps on Scary here. A bit of a scout impression without the double jump. As Surf, he finds a frag for himself. Now Delby from Speedway gets annihilated. And in the blink of an eye, the rest of AE disappear.
Seems like the Observer also freaked out a little bit there, as there's just so much action happening on the board. Xerxia, they had all the necessary tools. And again, they just set it all ablaze in the B site. Loving how it forces Noxy to back away, because that null command, again, just disables all form of utility. So he either backs away or tries to go for the hero play, which is to just pop a couple of shots. It could work if it gets 1-to-1 perfect, but if he only gets the tag, that is going to be absolutely horrendous for the rest of Alter Ego here. Noxy tries to back away. No high penetration weapons through the wall, so this time on B, there will be no banging of the walls. Xerxia, though, kind of saw, I think they saw that Noxy did have the judge, so they're just going to back away and reapproach the A site. Loving how they're crossing this. And Cruz, this man has no fear, just charging right in.
Well, fear is trepidation, and none of that has set in. But right now, AE, they're trying to strike it into Xerxia, and I believe they're doing it effectively. Surf tries to retaliate. Fox is all alone, and he gets hunted down by Adrian King. 10-10, just like that. 20 rounds have passed, and no clear advantage has been given. No quarter from both sides, Asarai. But yet again, we might see I would say a stifled buy yet again on the side of Xerxia, I believe.
I'm not 100% sure, but what I am gonna try to point out here and now is that there will be a weak point for Xerxia's offense here. And I think one of those would be the in transitions that they try to go into the site when Cruz is dropped down. Because first and foremost, Cruz is the flash player for Xerxia, so not having him available is actually going to make it very easy for Alter Ego to do things like that. As you saw a while ago, it turned into a firefight that they were very much willing to fight because there's no more blinds that came through from Xerxia right then and there. I'm not sure if it's going to matter for most of these rounds, but you saw at least that one specific round where it was very important for Cruz to have set up another flash, especially when they were coming through short. A-main was smoked off. They really had to go hard contact. But Alter Ego, they love to go for that kind of interaction.
Yeah, and we talked about this too. The one big problem KO does bring, although he does have quite a bit of suppression value. I'm not going to say that anti-flash is the easiest thing to play against, but knowing that they don't have a gap-closing duelist, they're all going to be funneling vision on one end. And Adrian King finds Fox, so that's going to be the top fragger on the side of Xerxia, eliminated from play, as they still try to work their magic with these pistols. And a shorty maybe, but the Tour de Force is here to make some money, and Kush is the unfortunate victim of the long-range menacing presence. This Axe not having the greatest of times here, but Noxy is a turret, and he guns down enough players to make this doable. Adrian King and Delby, they make a mad dash towards B, both from different entry points. But the boys over at Xerxia, they've found some weapons, and they've found some vandals, and they look to bring malicious intent onto the field. The 0 point is going to suppress them just for a moment, but at the very least... Oh, it doesn't even catch him. It doesn't matter. Adrian King gets a wall bang. Cruz all alone in a 1v2. Now he rejoins his comrades as he returns to dust, returns to the soil.
You might think
advantage.
You might think that the blade was actually not good from a Dern King, you know, because it didn't get the suppression and all of that. Cruz still had a utility to use for the flash, but more importantly, it just made sure that there's nobody playing close on switch. Yeah, exactly, for them. So some people might say that, oh, what was that for? You know, you could have thrown it on the backside, but just to kind of, just for them to make sure, because they're players, I think, that are comfortable reacting to the flash, and they still, as you saw with Delby, still have the safety of triple to kind of fall back on if the flash was used correctly by Cruz, which it was, but still, really good approach from Alter Ego there on the retake.
Absolutely. Now we have another gun round here, but what does this entail? Xerxia, they want to keep this tug of war going, potentially leading this into overtime, because so far no one has given up any sort of mental acuity, no pressure, no nerves, nothing. Everybody's been performing. Delby does have that operator, so as soon as the smoke fades, he's gonna have free reign over B main. And speed is not on the side of Xerxia here. Utility is, yes, but they're gonna operate like a tank. The moment they get into that site, it's very, very hard to penetrate through that armor. Kush with the widest of swings, the widest of the planet. Foxy could not get it in time. Now Alter Ego, the defense still not buckling whatsoever. The reactions on both sides still not really painting the whole story here. But like you mentioned, they've rotated 3 players on A. Delby equalizes it, finding Surf. And Scary evens out the odds. Oh my goodness! The paranoia was just a little too sharp. Kush finds Foxy. And my goodness, I'm running out of breath here as Xerxia. They've been making this incredibly close. Potentially inducing many, many heart attacks today.
That Nightfall's going to give so much information, as well as the scare of the decay. You're going to have to wait just a teeny tiny bit for their HPs to come back on, but this is where it gets a little bit messy, Raph, because the timer, as they went all the way through their own side of the map to B site, yeah, they're going to have to at least slowly creep things up, but Xerxia was so well and prepared for that. Man, Alter Ego, if you saw them just rotating, they were already ready to swing on a site, and they were like, what? There's no one here. They've given us the wrong address. The party is elsewhere. I'm not the cool kid in school.
That's very interesting, Asterai. I don't know where you got that from. I'm kidding. It's a pretty popular trope in movies, but you know what? It doesn't work these days anymore because we have maps. We have the internet. We have maps. We have whatever address, GPS software you have in the bag. As Alter Ego, they look to find a little bit more footing, a little bit more dominance, because they want to replicate that big 4-round swing in the similar half. But on that note, despite Fox exploding on that first half, he's been fairly quiet now, only catching 3 frags. The rest of Xerxia have caught up. Surf specifically, 22 frags to his name now. Frag distribution on the other side, much more even. Much like the score, 11-11.
That's my favorite combo of numbers. One of my favorite combo of numbers.
I was about to say it, but you know what? Good thing you corrected yourself.
Yeah,
Humanity.
Exactly. You know why? It's because it reminds me of a glorious, glorious time where purchases are on a discount.
Of course, the off-brand king, the Master Tech Explorer himself, Asterai. Speaking of explorations, options have not been limited for any of these teams. Still have quite a bit of utility in their bag, and still quite a bit of leeway being given them. Wow, Fox just kind of waltzed in there. No resistance whatsoever, but Noxy is going to have second doubts, and he's trying to gauge how close this lurking Sova actually is. The main force still towards A, which has been a pretty uninteresting sight apparently for both these teams. Not the first time we've seen it completely open, but with that, it's going to signal the rest of Alter Ego like moths to a flame. They coagulate here. Try to drown out Xerxia. They try to kill it with a fever. Adrian King gets one, and it's Sushi Boys to fall. Zerf falls on the trade. Scary gets another one on the board for Xerxia. Hush, 2 HP, but Axe still making his mark here.
Oh, shock.
And suddenly it falls apart. The pillars, they're suddenly made out of sand. So brittle, so fragile. An Alter Ego, very close to match point.
Look how low Kush and Axe Lovia already are. I gotta know again what the HP for who was it? I think I was Cruz that was planning the spike and went on the fight, because Axe only had 4 bullets in the Vandal. It's either he had full HP and everything connected, or he was low enough that it wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, there it is. You can see it right then and there. He was full HP. That was kind of nasty. So that means that Cruz hit nothing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there it is. Back. Yeah.
Once again, the onomatopoeia is coming from you, my friend. Very, very limitless. They try a different approach here. The default, I feel like they're done with it. Now they go into A without hesitation, without asking. Shoot first. Questions later if they survive. Now, Kosh has a lineup. Who does it fall upon? Absolutely nobody. And that poor ant colony has been disintegrated into dust, to nothing, to ashes, reduced to atoms. Alter Ego, they spray it down, but still not finding anything. Delby with the aggression, but look at all of this Astra utility that's keeping them there. Cruz and the rest of Xerxia, they oblige. They absolutely decimate. And Sushi Boys in a corner, but Surf still left alive here along with Fox. Delby in a clutch situation. Is he bored for it?
Oh!
The adjustment by the Spectre. And overtime, we expect nothing less from this series.
Switching sides.
My
Overtime.
goodness, what an exchange. Delby just not able to hit the shot. Pressure was insurmountable already at that point. So it's either he went and gone Super Saiyan or broke. But man, this full contact was so well played out by Xerxia, especially that gravity well that stopped Delby from coming into the site. I was wondering where Surf was, because I do believe he was down on the blocks onto A, right? The site. I think he TP'd back onto A main. That's why there was no behind punishes on Delby. I think he was just a little bit afraid of the contact that Dern King was already putting out. But other than that, as you mentioned, we are going to be putting ourselves into overtime. While looking at the overall KDs here, Raph, really overall good spread for Alter Ego, 19-14, while Xerxia, Surf, and Foxy, 25-24.
A little more top heavy, but definitely everybody contributing in spades and bunches. Can't really say that anybody's underperforming, like you mentioned.
Oh yeah.
But we know overtime, it's where star power really can be king. And we see a lot of that fragging power too, just across the board. It's so hard to pinpoint who really is the superstar of any of these teams. They've just become so acquainted with their strategy, and they've really bought into the philosophy. And to think that this is the same core we've seen, or at least, if anything, very, very minor changes on both sides. Aserai, Alter Ego, their offense, they want to turn the heat up all the way to 11, and this time Surf is borrowing a page from Delby's book, but oh, what is happening? Delby's like, you know what? I know how that works. I can play very well against it too. Now the disadvantage, it goes in the way of Xerxia. Initiative for AE.
That just fell on the head for Xerxia. As you mentioned, Surf got the damage already. He saw the back of a Dern King and shot him in the back. Oh, my back. As the Dern King recoils in pain. But the trade from Alter Ego, that was already a cherry on top, the one kill. Or rather, that was a great equalizer. The cherry on top has got to be the one pop shot through the smoke. Maybe a little bit too, I wouldn't say greediness, but a little bit too far forward of want of map control from Xerxia.
Oh boy. Whatever predictions we make, whatever calls that we have to do, It's been increasingly difficult as the scrambles.
30 seconds left.
It equalizes. Sushi Boys, oh so reliable fighting Delby, who was the culprit in killing both of his teammates here. Surf and Scary, they're still making their way towards B. But A, it's a completely different story. They play super compact here. They know that the Sova is in there. They know the 0 point's not going to find anything. And the Haunt might take a little bit of time. But the spam is coming through and the HP is leaving. This time around, it's Kush fighting Surf. Noxy and Kush, they both chime in. As Xerxia now staring death in the face.
Match point.
Do they flinch? Is the question.
This is back on offense, but they've already proven that it's not going to be a detriment for them. There it is. Again, quick little take on the replays. I was wondering why Foxy was so out in the open, as he was just trying to supplement just a little bit of information gathering or utility usage for Surf to use, but he knew Surf could TP out. Sova, he's no Radiant, so he can't do that. Chamber can't.
What? I thought Chamber wasn't a Radiant. I thought he was also I think he's also
a
like
normal human
I'm not
being?
entirely sure. Yeah, who knows, right? In
Who
any
knows,
case,
who
the
knows?
bullets don't choose. Radiant or not, if I hit you in the face, you is dead, according to the lore. But now we throw that aside as we see a lot of aggression towards mid. I think this is a double peek on the side of AE, but potentially poorly timed. Kush does get one, but Surf is on there for the trade. And the waves, they keep coming. The waves, they keep drowning AE. 2v3. But Delby again looks to be an offender, but he gets flashed. It doesn't matter. He closes one eye, but Scary is there. And what a mess again towards mid. Noxy might not like what he's gonna see after this. And Xerxia, like I said, unflinching, unfazed. Continue this overtime.
What a heat map in that last round. All 5 members of Alter Ego died in about 5 feet of each other. If you saw where the bodies have hit the floor. And boy, did they let them hit the floor. Delby, how did he survive against Scary for such a long time? And the one where he intentionally actually tried to fight Scary was the one that he lost. Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But we go to second overtime. The fight's not over.
The fight is not over. And the hands, they keep coming. The blows, they keep getting exchanged. A default yet again towards mid. Alter Ego's like, yeah, let's do it again. Let's do it again. A map, or rather a match that is definitely Grand Finals caliber. But Xerxia, they have other plans. They don't want to see any more of Alter Ego here. The Haunt gets popped. The Spooky Balloon gets denied by the Spooky Man Omen himself. Kush is here. An absolute monster will be sent back under the bed by Scary, who says he is the true boogeyman.
My ult's ready. Switching
Boogity,
sides.
boogity indeed.
Match point.
And now it's Xerxia that have themselves the match of point. A flip of the switch, a turn of the table. An Alter Ego. Yeah, this is definitely Alter Ego. They're gonna call the timeout. Such contact plays. Look at that. Sushi Boys was paranoid, but he still hit the shot regardless. Really, really nice stuff coming in from the Xerxia man himself. No, it's actually Xerxia that called the timeout. Ooh. They're looking to curb the tempo of Alter Ego even more.
I like that. Very, very tactical approach, and a lot of people seem to overlook the fact that heat retention is a very, very real thing. And, pardon me, like you said, right? Rhythm, it's so important. The dance has not had a clear leader here. And Alter Ego, this will give them a little bit of time to rest too. Potentially, fatigue could be setting in despite being the first map, because let's be honest here, this has been brutal. This has been such a grueling contest. And a feat of strength on both sides. Very, very impressive. Very Heraclean. As we keep looking into the sky here, Olympus, maybe already signifying us, right, that the very top of APAC is a very, very scary place.
Definitely is. Our players, new and returning, always do surprise me. Okay, that's a Huge use on the drone. Actually spots out 3 from Xerxia. And they're just going to keep charging on through. Noxy. Ooh. That's a bad omen right there. Well, I mean, not the omen players, but I mean, you know what I mean? Just a bad signifier. Poor Alter Ego. Because Noxy has been one of the top players that have been hitting the nastiest of shots to really dwindle the numbers of Xerxia.
A boon not going in the way of any of these teams, really, as they prove to be the bane of each other. You see the haunt, it spots nobody, but a hostile presence has been detected and it's been suppressed. Delby could be the man to stop the advance, but no! Every single person in AE. Now, they still can't find that killing blow. Both of these teams reduced to 1v1 again, but Surf, the 1-round lethality, he only has 46 health! And Axe, just for good measure, gets one between the eyes, and now that's a very bad omen in the most positive way we can say. Good lord, the overtime is still going.
Well, Axe chops the lead of Xerxia to give them that second overtime. I actually don't know if Axe actually knew that the spike was dropped, so that meant that Surf had to pick it up once again. Maybe he figured it out through the noise. Maybe he saw a glimpse of Surf and then saw that he didn't have the spike in hand, because you saw the positioning. Or maybe he's just looking to challenge Surf. Whether that is what was the case, still really good overall clutch coming out from the man himself. Delby making a lot of noise here and now, but nobody is supplementing Kush whatsoever. Dern King has gotten into the side, and Axe as well as Dern. They're going to have to at least recuperate the losses, which they have done. 3 versus 3, and that's okay. A misuse onto the slow orb, granted. Nice little one-way smoke for Noxy here. 2 on A main. Axe is on a solo mission, gets the heal. Again, this is still very much doable. Sees the head, but Surf, he's got the much more magnified scope. This smoke, does it give away the position of Axe, or is he still hidden? Is he still a big threat? Dern, he's got the angle. He does have a nade in hand, but that is not going to be possible. Now Axe, one right on top of him. Foxy, very sneaky, sly even with the positioning, and this is going to give Xerxia again match point.
Match point.
You could say he's a bit of a swiper too, stealing yet another round away from Alter Ego, making this a true test of endurance. As every single play in the book has been employed. They throw everything, including the kitchen sink, maybe even the bar stool. Alter Ego, they have to dig deep. They have to keep this going. Xerxia, they want this to stop, or, well, both these teams, at the end of the day, they want that W, for the lack of a better word, for the lack of a better description. But once again, are they gonna go for a heavy-handed A push is the question? No, they don't. They hesitate just a little bit. That recon bolt does get destroyed. So there's at least one player there, barring the one that was already haunted. Adrian King with a flash. Maybe to, once again, solicit a sound cue. Some sort of reaction. Nothing. Stoic. They stare each other in the eye. A quick draw, perhaps still waiting for that sun to set, or maybe for that hand to strike noon. Asteroid, my goodness, they've been avoiding each other so well.
Feels like they have the opposite reaction, and once they get too close to each other, kaboom. Fission, as it were. Well, we'll see how this works, right? Because the wall was already used to just plug up a certain portion of the site, and you saw Alter Ego actually 3-4 stack on A, and as the wall dissipates, it calls back Noxy. But he doesn't know yet. Repositions for a safer angle at their own side of the spawn, but he's gonna go challenge this. Where did that come from? Maybe he wanted to close the door or something, but something instigated Noxy to push out like that, and that is not gonna be good. Whether it's a mistake or not, this is the start for Xerxia to start pressuring Alter Ego even further. 15 seconds, but there's no one onto the site to stop the plant. Maybe a shock dart in hand? No. Delby's going to charge right in for a little bit more information. He's got to start to get things happening. But as Dern King gets tagged, that wall is
very thin, very bangable again by the rest of the Xerxia squad. 3 versus 3, but Delby is incredibly low here, Rap. The smokes to just cover a bit of the angles. Pushing teammates, now coming right in. They're trying to isolate. Good flash overall from Cruz, and this is not looking too hot for them, and that is going to be that. Xerxia get the first game in this series.
That was the first game.
That was the first game.
That was
Sorry,
the first
disappointed
game. That's Xerxia drawing first blood. But my goodness, did it take so many layers upon layers of armor. And we have a series, ladies and gents. And the farther we progress into our group stages, it's just become bloodier and bloodier. And every single team here, they prove that they want to be the villain, because they are the hero of their own story, but they want to be a villain to everybody else.
Again, with these top teams still having yet to take a loss, we are seeing the very best, maybe this time for Challengers 2, that no one ever was. We're going to go on a break. When we do come back, we'll see who's going to catch them all the wins. And don't go anywhere. The panel will be here in just a second.
Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes. And daughters' dreams to believe anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want.
Wow. You guys cannot sit there and not convince me that that looked like a finals game to you. That was so incredibly close. Tug of war, back and forth. What a game from both Alter Ego and Xerxia Esports. But alas, the victor for this one is going to be Xerxia Esports. Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix as your panel trio. My goodness, I was just on the edge of my seat every single round. I could not tell what direction this game was going, but Trix, I have to ask you, with the game being so close and just being so back and forth, what made the difference for Xerxia Esports?
First of all, I just want to say that game was so good. I was so excited throughout the entire thing. So what really made a difference for Xerxia at that end, which I loved seeing, was that they understood that AE was playing for that information with that KO knife, with that silver drone, exactly what you want to be doing on those initiators. So what ended up happening, they canceled out the information they were giving. They also gave false information, false sense of security to the opponent. We saw that sage wall coming in from AE on that main side, and then they would break it, then they would quiet down again. So they wouldn't make information, they wouldn't give any information. They broke the silver drone, smoked mid, they can't see where mid is crossing. They had control still of the A main push, so they knew that nobody on AE was pushing A main. And AE didn't know where Xerxia's position was actually going to be. After that, they started to regroup and hit that B site, and that was fantastic. I loved seeing it. They were so good, guys.
Oh my god, I can feel the enthusiasm in your voice, and honestly, I was screaming over here at my house too. It was just so good, and I mean, kudos of course to Alter Ego. These guys played amazingly. You know, I do believe that, Femina, that this was not a case wherein one player or a bunch of players were not performing. I do think that they were all performing. It was just that they were so evenly matched. The strength of the other team complemented the strength of the other team, which is why it took so long for us to get to this point.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. I mean, Alter Ego definitely had so much game plans coming into the series right here. They showed that they definitely made their due diligence into this game in particular, knowing that since Xerxia like to play the patience game, they want to play that same tempo that Xerxia like to play themselves. So they themselves, since they started on the attack, they wanted to make that slow tempo place game that could have played into their advantage, but since Xerxia knows that better than anybody, they decided to play that game against Alter Ego right there. But since Alter Ego themselves needed to adapt to that itself, they decided to go for that proactive play. And just wondering how it all went down, it all just started with how Surf just picked up this triple kill, man. I mean, his headhunter was on point. The eco rounds wasn't so sure, even though that the one team who had the better guns really went into their absolute favor. But since like Xerxia themselves just read every situation perfectly, especially in those overtimes, they knew the tendencies that Noxy had. That wall was important because the first time that he picked that up, Xerxia never expected that at all. But when they knew that he was going to be putting down that wall in the most important members, or in the most important moments actually, that was when Surf popped off. That operator just changed the landscape of that entire overtime, just stopping the momentum trying to be built back up by Alter Ego, which also became not just the operator itself being the spotlight, but also when everything was so quiet, he was the first one who sounded off that resounding shot that cracked the skull of Noxy, who was, as pointed out by Asarai, the one who was hitting the nuttiest shots all throughout that game. But that doesn't mean that Alter Ego themselves were selling each other short. They were definitely contributing into this game.
I wish I was as nutty as the players on the server right now. I just want to say it was amazing to watch. But on the flip side, watching Xerxia, and I'm sure some people might be wondering this, like maybe they felt Xerxia was a little underperforming in the defender side, except for maybe Foxy, because he was just like amazing.
20 kills in the first half, by the way.
Yes. But I think the main reason being, you look at the agent lineup and you realize that they have a lot of utility. There's a lot that they want to take into a retake, or a lot that they feel they can do so long as their agent is alive. And so we could see that they weren't really taking the aggressive peaks that we knew them to take. They were a little more reserved. The only time we really saw them go aggressive, I saw that Fade go inside B main, really get those shots even with the paranoia on them, then Scary coming in with the Astra, helping them do a cleanup crew in B main. So I found that was successful for them, and the more that they play this kind of lineup, the more they get used to their limitations of what their agents can do, which agents really need for the retakes, and how to set up for that retake. Xerxia can really pop off with that triple initiator.
I gotta tell you, Trix, I'm actually really glad that you touched upon that agent lineup that Xerxia really picked up. I wanna, since like a lot of rounds have been on the pace that Xerxia really tried to pick up, there is one particular round that really is etched up in the back of my mind, and that was like round 19, I believe. It was when Xerxia just played really slow. They tried to farm for the ult orbs instead, and once they got the win conditions that they needed, they decided to settle onto going for the B main push, and it was a perfect display of not needing the duelist at all. What did they do? They used the Cosmic Divide and the Null Command for them to cover up the lack of the duelist, right? They decided to block off the vision that they don't even need to focus on. They just need to go into the site. Plus, the entry factor, that was something that they were lacking about. You could just use the Null Command from crews that definitely is something that they can use to like trade out of, which then becomes like a really easy like a walk for Xerxia for themselves to insert themselves on towards that B site, which then becomes like one of the perfect examples why Xerxia knows how to read the situation perfectly.
I would love to get you guys to keep on talking about how amazing that game is. I really would. But unfortunately, we have an audience, or well, fortunately, we have an audience that is waiting for the next game to happen. Now, we are going to be headed over to Icebox. Guys, breathe in a little bit, and then let's discuss with the agent selection over here.
Icebox, you've got that KO going in again on Adrian King. The raise on Delby. I know that we've touched on this before, but the raise is quite powerful with the ability to clear those angles, paired with everything. You've got that Sova, you've got that, you've got the KO, you've got the Viper, and I think there's so much utility there. On flip side, Xerxia, we have that Sage and the Killjoy. So you're going for that double Sentinel. Maybe they're trying to decide that they want to win more rounds on that defender side, and then going in for a reserved approach towards their attacker. I'm not so sure, but with the way that they're playing, it seems that they don't want to lose any rounds. So it would make sense for me if they're going to stack up their rounds wherever they can, and trying to make sure they block off the opponents even during those retakes.
Man, I gotta... Yeah, I just gotta touch upon
let
like
it all out. Let it all out.
This is like, I think it's leaking from the previous game that we've had. There's just so much to touch up upon, but we gotta like focus on the present, right? I do agree that Altered Ego's team comp really does benefit them a lot on the Icebox map, particularly the Raze, right? You have aggressive space taking with you being able to use that satchel charge for your advantage. Plus, like, pretty safe. It's like comparable to Fade's Prowler, where you could just use your ability to just take space on your own, and not only that, use that as information as well. That could catch anybody off guard on the side of Xerxia, but that doesn't mean they don't have a game plan themselves. This double Sentinel comp really does make sense, especially on a map like Icebox, where you want to have a sort of balanced approach into this game. You've got the Sage for that early objective secure, and that we've always been saying that when somebody picks Sage on Icebox, right? And overall, Xerxia just has a very balanced approach into this Icebox map that definitely complements how they played in that Ascent game.
Yeah, you're talking about balance, and it's obvious that the balance between these two teams is so evident. But we're going to be moving on to Icebox. It's a little bit different over there. In a sense, we always talk about the fundamentals, but in Icebox, it's a little bit more innovative. So I'm ready to get started with this game. Let's go to the casting desk right now.
We continue the series, guys, as game number 2 is going to go underway, and it's going to be polarizing here, Raph. As the panel we're discussing, we were also having our mini discussion about how I just am not a big fan of the Raze on Icebox, and you were saying that you were. So, you know, state your case, brother.
No.
All right, the defendant is guilty.
I'm kidding, no. So why I like Raze on Icebox is I feel like, especially on the defensive side, right? Let's just highlight one option. I believe Godspot has been a position that I've really grown to be fond of. And as a Raze, you can block off any early rushes with your Pain Shell, and then you can throw your Boombot to potentially clear out Garage or just get information. And that's just one layer of it, right? You get that extra jump also that could potentially sub out for a Jet. Granted, the Jet will always have that much more power on the operator, but if your Star is not too keen on using the big old rifle and wants to get down and dirty, then I feel like Raze would be an agent that would be perfect. But Noxie's the one to occupy yellow here. No information given on the side of Xerxia, but instead they make a very, very clandestine crawl. A stroll. But Surf, his head gets spotted. Noxie, I like ya cut G, takes his head off, and that's gonna be first blood for Icebox.
Well, I mean, if Noxie's got that great hairstyle, why have anyone else try to counter it, right? That.
True.
True. All right. So, well, that being said, where is Kush actually placed? Why is he taking passive damage? Oh, he's in the smoke of Scary as he tries to make sure that nobody's going to be pushing through in there. Noxie pops every single shot that he has just to delay them even further. Foxy hits the shot against Noxie. It's the E's that are getting this. And Xerxia, 40 seconds. Do they abandon the charging onto B and just tuck tail and run to the A site? Looks like that's going to be... Nope. It's a double fake. They're going to go back around. But Alter Ego
30 seconds left.
isn't really going to bite the bait just yet. A little bit of noise made by Foxy here. He's trying to get a rile out of Alter Ego, and maybe it is working, but there still is a Durn King waiting for the swing. He's going to try to go wrap around. That wall is a thick one, and it's going to provide enough cushion here, enough defense that it will push us into post-plant land.
Thick walls provide a lot of cover, and certified unbangable by Aserai, ladies and gents. As Adrian King, he makes his way out, and then he finds Cruz on the way as well. Even gets a double for Cushion Delb, but Sushi Boys! What is greater than 2? It's 3! As Axe, all alone, looks to be the splitting force, but Sushi Boys might need a more delicate blade. And that exactly is it! The Axe that gets conquered, but is in the hand of Sushi Boys prevails as Xerxia once again drawing first blood in more ways than one.
A possible misplay there from Axe Slovia. As you saw, it was actually pretty smart that he used the smoke and tapped the spike, but I think what the problem there was the timing for him to drop the smoke and try to catch Sushi Boys as he was trying to pop through this pop shots, because he thought that Axe was still defusing the spike. So maybe a little overreading or just not reading the situation correctly enough, but Sushi Boys just played that to the absolute perfect necessity. And as you mentioned, what's 2? What's better than 2? 3? What's better than 3? 4. And he got 4 kills. It's that easy. Or
That's
not
like
easy,
at least
simple.
2. In any case, a math lesson to be had as the numbers, they've swarmed towards A. It looks like this tiny meeting happening in the second floor of A has already dispersed, and Xerxia, they leave knowing better, as this default, it's off. Well, at least it's off to the snail's pace race, as nobody has really found any ground here. A little suspicious of this wall. This looked like it could be dangerous. Let's send the owl drone first. And that could potentially be what's going to happen. 45 seconds left on the clock. A popular time for the executes to unfold. They see one playing on top of box and 410 control. Still very much in Alter Ego as Surf gets Noxie. The time is winding down. So if they want to make a mad dash towards B, that is going to be a full-on sprint. Not going to be cutting it too close, I presume. But Alter Ego, it's again suspicion. But this time it's the paranoia that's somewhat failing them, as Xerxia have an uncontested route towards B.
I love that smoke, or that wall rather. If you see how it's placed, it's enough that not a single defender can peek out without getting spotted immediately by Sushi Boy. 4 people's gonna come out here. It's a shooting gallery for Scary if he tries to re-peek once again. Backs away, doesn't want to maybe incur the wrath? I don't know. Or just tries to reposition so he can mess up anyone else. Delby does have Spectre in hand. The swing, the timing. They're actually going to line up for him beautifully. Axe Lavia. You know, does he care? Does he realize? Well, he was able to react in time, but the thing is, no time onto the clock. Just get gobbled up by the explosion of the spike. And live to fight for another day into the next round.
He'll get it next time. That's what the implication of getting that defuse was. But Xerxia answering back. Now they have rifles abound. Range is not going to be an issue as they actually go for a majority upgrade here. Maybe the Bulldog, the only weaker buy here. But like you said, that was a beautiful collateral. My, we have a lot of cinematic shots this time around. A lot of eye candy that I personally appreciate. And I feel like a lot of the viewers appreciate too. And here we look at yet another attempt to defend both sides. Their side of the map, their territory, their stomping ground. Alter Ego armed to the teeth now. But potentially could be a little overzealous is Kush and Noxy. They have tread past their line of safety. And Scary, he shows a thigh, but that's about it as he knocks Noxy's head off. Like I said, right? He does find quite a bit of that first contact, but it hasn't been all that successful. Sushi Boy even gets fined the finds a traitor. Scary finds Delby. And Asura, I think we believe we're witnessing a SEAL Team 6 operation here. So smooth. No, or at least barely any damage taken, but the first fatality on the side of Xerxia is going to be Sushi Boys, as Axe Lavia will not last for too long and will perish in the hands of Foxy.
Such clean, composed offense once again from Xerxia. And absolutely, look at that. They just slow peek everything. And then Alter Ego were trying to regain some form of control. And in doing so, has actually backfired on them, especially with those two follow-up frags after that takedown on Noxy. Unfortunately, right then and there. And this particular round is going to be a little bit more messier. Actually, even the next one after that, because if the Xerxia decide to save two particular ultimates, they will have the lockdown and the Viper Spit available for the buy round once again for Alter Ego. And speaking of Alter Ego, another timeout.
I like it. Another early timeout. Again, we've talked about how the first 4 rounds can be the Wild West. And something that we do pass, or at least we pass on. A lot of thoughts being mulled over here. Don't really see anything crazy this time around on the lineup. Delby, we haven't really seen the full extent of that raise, as Xerxia has been playing this very, very clinically, very surgically, and it's been a workshop for them. Alter Ego, they do have those sheriffs in hand, and if we've learned anything about these teams in the previous map, that they're incredibly effective still, despite a somewhat thinned out armory.
I will say though, it does feel that, as you mentioned, right, 4 straight rounds is the Wild Wild West for Xerxia here. Technically, after the first 2 rounds for Alter Ego, that is what happened in the previous game. Alter Ego looking to adjust. Noxy very far forward, might have to back away for now. As again, the drone just makes sure that they will be no stones left unturned. Sushi Boys on the hard lurk, gets the value onto Axe. Gonna be pretty coma-inducing. They're gonna go fall back to sleep. Numbers in the favor of Xerxia once again. Surf does take a bit of damage, but again, they have all the cards in their hands here. Those shots not connecting from Sushi Boys and Noxy. 5 HP and a dream, and it seems that this dream has turned into a nightmare for Alter Ego's. Xerxia hits round after round.
Nightmare dressed like a daydream, like you mentioned. No stone left unturned. But Xerxia says, I hate rocks. I hate... Is it geology? I think it is, right? I could be mistaken. But in any case, we look at our game, not geoscience. No snowmen allowed. Wow, what an interesting place. I actually just noticed that for the first time, but Xerxia this time around, they don't mess about with their defaults. They go for a very aggressive A-take here. The recon dart does find nothing for them as of the moment. We'll zone out AE. They do throw their own slow orb, so at the very least, they reduce the chances of an early orb take, but does it really matter? It looks like Xerxia has already taken full control and has a vice grip over this A site.
Well, as I mentioned, if they save those crucial ultimates, they'll have it for this particular round, and it just supplements so much aggression. A Dorian gonna have to charge right into the open space that is left for them. Noxy even mistaking his own teammate as an opponent, and that might have cost him a few precious moments here. Max spotted on U-Box, and that's gonna be him, done and dusted. Again, Alter Ego at every single turn they try to fight, but Xerxia gets more and more refined. And again, having access to all of these strong abilities is just supplementing their oppression even further.
It's been looking far more difficult for Alter Ego here. Again, I'm just beginning to wonder and a lot more curious how they plan on staving off Xerxia, as this first half resurgence has been incredibly deadly. Once again, reduced weapons is the name of the game. Delby will have to witness Adrian King getting cut down by Foxy here. A bite to the neck, a bite to the jugular. He will fall. His body's going to be left in no man's land. So whatever information it's going to be gathering, it's going to decay very, very quickly. Gosh, for the Guardian finds Foxy, but scary. Oh, so scary. Finding two on that big flank. Only Foxy has fallen here, Asar. That's the only amount of damage that they'll take into account. But Delby's like, no. We'll give you one more. Surf has the trade finally. But Noxy has a tour de force in hand.
Spike planted.
Despite being a superior operator, still gonna be incredibly difficult fighting off 3 players. But he does have 5 in the chamber. Well, he has to make a different route. Has to take the scenic route up these stairs. Time is winding down. And the lineups, it looks like it's about to rain on his parade here. Scary, look at him. He's already positioned for it.
He has made the noise. He dropped down already. Possibly could have used the wall, mayhaps, but you saw Cruz was just well unprepared to see that his wall could be utilized against him, could be used against him. And I mean, this is a weaker buy for AE, unfortunately, but you can see just how each and every round, Xerxia again just more and more confident. Like, look at that, even Surf just gets such a cracked shot. Coming into this next round, though, this could be a really good round now for Alter Ego, because now they have 4 crucial ultimates to utilize to kind of help them supplement the fight. Ooh, I love the slow orb usage on that one. Forces back Noxy, but he is still quite deadly in this position. As you know, that Surf has taken a high ground position here, dropped right down, and he has not TP back out. Oh, wow, what a perfect use onto that cloud burst. Noxy, I think he's feeling the pressure a little bit here. He's putting himself in just positions where it's incredibly risky, but also could net them a kill that could be important. That being said, Cruz does have that resurrection, so if Noxy can't hit the shot and can get out, this could actually turn bad. Because again, Cruz can just revive anybody who gets knocked out, except for himself, of course.
That'd be interesting. One more way to put Phoenix out of commission, as we've not seen him in a good minute. But like you did mention, the confidence from Xerxia being tested right now as Adrian King tries to reclaim the kingdom, but the numbers, they still come. They still are on a march. And Undeath returning. The value, well, no, it's Kush to actually set the B side on fire. And they finally get around on the board, Asarai. Like you mentioned, Xerxia undeterred too much. They did march on forward, and it did look incredibly risky for Alter Ego at the beginning of the round, but it's the recovery and how they finished it is what's important. But still, that's still a bit of a blow in their economy. I believe they do have that showstopper in the back pocket if they need to use it, but I feel like this type of play hasn't really benefited that raise pick so far, or warranted the raise pick. Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels like Delby hasn't really gotten the opening that he needs, but maybe not really just yet needed, because Noxy is starting to heat up a little bit here. Able to hit that shot onto Surf, with Cruz having to use the resurrection from the last round. Not going to have the ability to use it this time. Xerxia, man down, will have to readdress certain angles. Dern King also lights it up. But already halfway there into the A side is the rest of Xerxia, slow pushing it. This two-pronged approach could work. I don't think AE know that they're immediately onto the site, but that KO blade is absolutely pivotal. Scary still looking for that contact. Kush. Ooh, this is looking really difficult now for Xerxia. Cruz has got to go really up above, but this time he's going to get dragged down as Alter Ego is starting to get their foothold here in the defense side.
The 6th round on the board on the attacker side is truly a magic number for a lot of our teams, really. It's a phenomenon that has still not wafted over, really. Defense starting to come alive and potentially trying to force Xerxia into a bit of a reset point, as we see Surf might employ those blades. No, he goes for the full buy instead, saving it for an eco round instead. But Adrian King, he has come alive. Despite using that robotic agent and a lot of mid presence this time around for both teams, it seems that they have each other's rhythm. And it's going to come down to the gunfights. As the adjustment by Surf, my lord. Very, very clean. They have the heal. The armor is not going to be restored, but it doesn't matter. They still have a man up. Adrian King suffering nigh fatal damage to himself too. And he's only 1 away from that null command. So if he can get a pick, then could potentially be a bit of a roadblock for Xerxia. But Noxy has to be careful here. He has to be aware that there could potentially be a timing already, and he scans everything. Delby is the man in the middle and could potentially be the earliest flanker here if he decides to do so. But A looks to be a semi-vulnerable spot. They go over that Viper Spit. They just play vertical instead.
Still going to be rather difficult as the rest of Xerxia come into play. There is the Viper Spit, but they kind of left the one player just there to defend it. It was only Axe that had to go against 4 players of Xerxia, and once Alter Ego figured it out, it was a little bit too little too late here, Raf. 4 versus 1. And yeah, Noxy, they already know he's already at B side, and Foxy is actually still waiting for him to rotate somewhere. A couple of footsteps on the sand or on the snow. He doesn't hit these, doesn't he? Wait, we'll see. It's a pixel angle. Very risky. Has to relegate himself to the headhunter. Does not want to lose the operator, but he will. As Foxy corrals him into yellow. The rest of Xerxia not far behind. But look at this, man. So much presence done by just Foxy, and that Viper Spit used against Alter Ego.
Potentially a bit of a misplay there, to be honest with you, because the Viper Spit is there, right? And any of the explosive damage that Delby could have done would be absolutely fatal in the pit. But once again, a little disjointed, and theory crafting is theory crafting, but he did put that Viper Spit pretty low to the ground. And Xerxia managing well in that 3-dimensional space. Xerxia still continue to try and run up this lead, potentially having a 4-dimensional playbook. Delby trying to find some success again towards mid. He rolls the dice, finds nothing. Xerxia, they've crawled up towards B now, but they have a flank watch in the form of Scary, and we still have a little bit of reinforcement on his side and Sushi Boys. Very, very close to their ultimates. Scary, despite getting that frag, has already a surplus of orbs. But Delby, not having the greatest of games, not having the funnest of times.
Well, his fangs might show in the second half of this, but 2-7, there needs to be some form of control back into the hands of Alter Ego, a Dern King, trying to get this map control in, as again, they're just being corralled left and right by Xerxia here. He finds Foxy, who was just staying somewhere there on A side as a mad lurker. But again, Xerxia, this is how they play, this is how they go. Nox, the play here. He got through the smoke, try to get a TP out. Beautifully executed. Actually, he's not TPing out. He's gonna try to charge in, and he's done some damage. They have to go through the smoke. He's popping shots with the headhunter. Okay, hold on. Take a breath. Take a breather. That's still a 3 versus 2. Cruz is playing inside the utility of his teammate, waiting for that contact. Tries to go in wild for the swing, but loses as Noxy goes just the absolute limit to bring his team around in the end.
Does it really matter, Aserai? Of course it does. And the half drawing closer and closer. Alter Ego. They're once again also getting closer to making this much more even. I honestly thought that they had that. The early pick was almost a signal for Xerxia to really get there, but like you said, the unexpected aggression, the unexpected moxie from Noxy, providing some sort of respite for Alter Ego as they take yet another round. No resets though in the economy, as it is still very much robust and very impressive.
Has Delby ever used his showstopper?
Not yet. Not at all.
Hasn't had a
which
chance.
begs the question, why not, right? Has he not found the space? Maybe he's taking positions where he's unsupported. Again, it could be a plethora of things. But right now, with that being in the pocket to Acer, I feel like one of the perfect conditions would have been the Viper Spit. Again, the splash damage. It just becomes that much more fatal when the decay is in play.
That's true. Absolutely true. And it seems like Delby doesn't really need that. Out in the open, he is trying to fight here, but that's about 3 people on the attacking side just looking into his general direction. Noxy trying to creep up, but he's been spotted and gutted. Delby does get the charge in the end, I think through the smoke as well. Good shots overall from Sushi Boys, but the fight's not yet done. Spike has yet to get planted. They're still very much afraid of what could happen, and they need to flush out Delby's position, which they do. Cruz, after this plant on the spike, could actually get his ultimate up, but the thing is, as the wall dissipates,
30 seconds
he's actually
left.
way out into the open in this cheap spot. Sushi Boys
Spike planted.
doesn't get the second, so
One
now we've
enemy
turned this
remaining.
into a 1 versus 1. Double shot alert available for Froxy. What about the recon? He's going to be peeking proactively. Maybe. Oh! I don't think he knows! But he flicks just in the nick of time. Who's the faster? Who's the deadlier? It's going to be Foxy for this time.
Last
The
round
Serpent and
in
the
half.
Fox. Predators, but nope. Nope. And Xerxia ran up the lead again. I feel like maybe Alter Ego, once again, coding tricks, need to be a little more proactive, right? Because that's what Ray specializes in. The Boombot, literally everything in her kit. As this defense has been somewhat stagnant, right? Maybe that's the reason why they're falling a bit in the rounds. Maybe this is the reason why it's not as competitive. Maybe we'll see a different story once we see halftime. But that is a bridge we will cross momentarily. As Sushi Boys and the rest of Xerxia, they planted their feet and yet again a 2-1-2 default. Alter Ego, they do the same. A lot of patience. It's Noxy again, finding first contact here. And is he gonna see Sushi Boys as this jiggle just does not help him at all? Folding Noxy, getting him a very, very unlucky hand, and Sushi Boys already winning this round single-handedly for his team potentially. But Fox is like, yeah, but I can do that too. Now the last person alive is Kush, and a tall order in front of him. Could he be grasping at straws, grasping at air? All the angles have been covered, and Sir firing a shot before Kush could notice. And 3-9.
Switching sides.
Man, Xerxia crazy right now.
So this is what happens. The Gucci gun is a tad bit too elongated route. Unfortunately. Yeah.
One of your more memorable quotes. Whoa, is that a tour de force, or are you just happy to see me?
Well, seems like he's going to be unhappy to be spotted like that. Out in the open with it hanging out.
In any case,
the tour de force,
Aserai,
I mean. Yeah.
I'm glad you cleared that up. You know? Well, what else could have it meant? We leave nothing to the imagination, apparently, ladies and gents. Absolutely nothing.
I think I'm getting reprimanded by Laika and Trix.
Is
I
she
mean,
really?
It's the tour de force.
It is the tour de force.
Yeah, it is.
What else would it be?
Nothing else. I know nothing else but the Tour de Force, man. That's how it's pronounced, right? It's not like any like eau de toilette, like for perfume. It's not like Tour de Force. I have no French in me.
Where did that come from? Where did that come from?
You help me out with this one. You're the multilingual one, I feel. Out of the two of us.
Don't expose me like this. I feel like Tour de Force is fine, but no, I don't want to get into this. No, we'll save it for another time. As the halftime pause, it is winding down, I believe. But again, Asarai, let's keep that under wraps.
Yeah. Got it.
I knew it. I was not gonna say anything. He just went on with it.
Oh, sorry. And I don't really watch a lot of TikTok, but somehow the TikTok songs, they are watching me.
You know, I feel like a lot of people would find that very hard to believe. Because you have been making the most TikTok references out of any single person here. Any single caster, any single panelist. And look at this violent reaction from AE. What, Asarai? Not watching TikTok? Let's just fire the guns off in disapproval. Again, jokes aside.
Alright. Get back into the nitty-gritty of it all, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, use of the KO Blade for that close contact just to make sure. Going to come in. Actually gets a good tag onto Cruz, and no one else is left onto the site. Ooh, that's a lot of them. Oh, that is so bad! Oh, that's a really big punish, and AE might be forced to just push right in. Cruz, though, out in the open, will back away. Knows that somebody is right on top of the site here. As the rest of Xerxia come into play.
Whoa.
Trades overall, but really good adjustment by Alter Ego as they finish it off. That was very close. The TP back from Nox, and I thought that they might have botched their chances to win that round.
Not a shooting star press from Brock Lesnar from the top rope, so no necks have been broken in that execute. As Alter Ego, I like the aggression coming in now, and a new look. Maybe they've found a little bit of grace in their journeys, and that's definitely given them a bit of a one-up. Xerxia operating on limited weapons. Now it's their turn to march forward, even though they should be holding the line. Noxy, once again, the first point of contact, the 0 point from Adrian King. Not gonna find anyone, but that's probably gonna push them back into the site. Doesn't matter, as Cruz will find the gunsmoke of his Spectre, and Delby coming alive. They break into the site. I thought they already saw Noxy. But in any case, Alter Ego taking the first swing. But this is where it gets a little more difficult, considering that Xerxia have all their main rifles in hand now.
True enough, it's still going to be a challenge, but you do see I think the second wind here for Alter Ego invigorated once more as they just look confident in that round. Again, it still is the weak bye for Xerxia, and as you mentioned, this is the time for the Thai team to bring out the rifles in hand. So we'll see how this unravels. And correct me if I'm wrong, Raph, but Xerxia is the only left team from the Thai region, right? Because both Myth and FWE have been eliminated, respectively.
Well, they say the top is very lonely, as both these teams are vying for that spot. A crown, a chance. But look at this, Asarai. Still, they haven't really got into the site. They found Cruz and Fox. But Noxy and Axe, I think they're backpedaling a little bit. Now they equal out the numbers and making this incredibly expensive. If they line up, it could be another collateral. No happy birthdays abound is scary. Gets the last few members. And Xerxia, they hit double digits now. And potentially free upgrades, question mark? No. Still an expensive endeavor on both sides. But I think you're right. I think this is the last great hope of our Thai region. Let me just check the stats before I mess that up, actually.
It's okay. You got this. I believe in you. As we all believe in the teams that are competing here in the APAC region. Let's see how this goes. So they're just gotten themselves Again, still a pretty sizable lead that Alter Ego will have to overcome. Nice little spot of player there by Noxy. Delby taking quite a bit of a beating here. No healer, I believe, for Alter Ego, so he's gonna just play full contact with very minimal HP. So he's got to hit these shots. Can't really plan anything just yet. Everybody from Xerxia now in position on the B side, except for Surf, who's actually still looking for a lurk, mayhaps. And Noxy comes into play. Ooh, that is a tight little angle, and somehow Scary gets away. They could flush out Noxy here from danger, but he is holding this on like a total baller. Backs away. Now Xerxia are in a 4 versus 5. Surf, though, he's right in the wave, and he is riding it high. As finally now he tramples to the roar of the ocean. As 3 versus 3 pursues. Great little flash there overall. It actually was a flash from a Durking to his own teammates. That's a little bit terrible on that own end, and somebody has got to be on the spike already. The top of the shot, Noxy coming out, but nobody was there. And Delby, oh, this is quite important. Maybe they could line up.
He's still sticking it.
He's still going. You're right, Raph. You're absolutely right. Scary pros don't fake, and this man, hell hath no fear. Like Scary's fury. Love it.
Like you said, a wave that Surf was looking to command, but Mother Nature prevails. And Xerxia, despite having a bit of a head start on that flank, just could not find the right moment. Or not Xerxia, rather. Alter Ego just lost to the size up. A little bit of a snatch back. Now they have to reconsider what are their options here. This is getting dangerously close to match point again. And their economy doesn't have a strong backbone at the moment. This is do or die for them potentially. Because everything after this is potentially force buys if they don't get that round win.
It has to be, right? Wondering why Noxy... I mean, maybe he could drop his teammate. He does have the tour de force once again, but Noxy, it's been mild. I think the reception of the tour de force against Xerxia, right? As you saw with some of the rounds that they've played, he does tend to be outpositioned by Sushi Boys from time to time. But again, the timeouts haven't been working as favorable as Alter Ego have been wanting them to do so. Like the kills, if you can look at the spread, I think it's still pretty somewhat even. Maybe just like a 5-kill difference from like 2 players, but that's about it. But maybe that's enough for Xerxia here, rather. Anyways, as the round does continue, Surf, well, he's waiting for some contact. He's trying to get a rile out of Alter Ego here. Has the very risky position, but he's all confidence right now. They can hear him jumping, by the way, so they're a little bit afraid, but if this blade hits...
Oh my lord!
That's what we call the fly swatter. One shot.
I just can't help but writhe in pain. Oh my god. Oh, the humanity of getting denied your own Blade Storm. And Xerxia, how vile! As they absolutely annihilate Alter Ego here. Push was the last person alive, but he will get eliminated with extreme prejudice. And Xerxia, one more round again. That first map was a lot more competitive, but this time around, put their big boy pants on. Oh gosh, that Blade Storm is gonna be something that's gonna haunt every single Jet player watching. But now Surf is like, oh yeah, silence this.
Well, they got their false sense of security there, and I will say once again, Raph, Delby has yet to use this showstopper, if I'm not mistaken. This thing has been collecting rust. Collecting rust in his back pocket, while Surf's operator has been a thing of absolute beauty. He will get flushed out here now. That's gonna be a 4 versus 4. Cruz immediately with the wall. Gonna have to respect the positioning as of the moment, and there it is. Boom shakalaka. It actually finds Cruz and Delby. Now, as the dust settles, it's only Sushi Boys to remain. He's in the flank, on the back, and they do not expect him to come in there. And Alter Ego They're gonna go to the lower brackets as Xerxia still remain undefeated.
Truly an immovable object and an unstoppable force at the same time, Asray. Both a masterclass at defense and offense. The top is looking very, very well. And you see the boys, they're quite happy with their performance today. And I have to say, man, again, I'm still somewhat recoiling from that Blade Storm. A bit of a blanket. That's like, oh yeah, we got the Blade Storm. Wait a minute, guys. This is not how we wanted it to turn out. But nonetheless, we did talk about the veto going in the way of Xerxia, and having a 2-0 definitely reinforces that point. Nonetheless, I believe Alter Ego played pretty well today, but you cannot bring anything less than perfection when fighting, again, or at least punching towards the very top of APAC.
Top of APAC, and the last bastion of hope from Thailand has performed indisputably amazing in this particular series. So again, they're going to be undefeated for now. We'll see how that goes, but for the moment, we're going to be passing it on to the panel after this break. So guys, hold on. We still have another series for you to come, or for you to watch.
Boy, when I go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s, and now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pot. For me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move at the bits. Boy, when I go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized.
Wow. Just wow. That is not the way I wanted that series to go, but Xerxia Esports was just something else. I understand how they made it to Masters. If this is that team, then this is the team. It is the final panel of the day with Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix. Dad Femina, it's time to release your feelings once again for Xerxia one last time today.
Okay. Now this is a combination of the amount of feelings that I got in that Ascent map, plus what we just witnessed on the Icebox game, right? So this, in the Icebox game, is a complete 180 of what I usually see Xerxia play. Now, they're looking like a bit more bloodthirsty, they're more proactive, they're more keen on taking map control. It might be because it's their map pick, but it's just clear that AE's best chance at this series, in my opinion, was at that Ascent map, their own map pick there. But even then, it just felt like the map picks enhanced the strength of Xerxia overall.
Yeah, honestly, oh my god. I love watching Xerxia play. If you guys didn't believe me yet, I hope you understand why now. Like, the way that they play, it's so good. I feel like there are things that they definitely faltered on. To go back to kind of like their mistakes on Ascent that actually carried over on Icebox. You find that sometimes in Xerxia, they tend to separate from the rest of the team. Like, you'd have that one player, sometimes it's a Sova, sometimes it's a Killjoy. Earlier in Icebox, before it was usually the Astra or the KO. And what happens is AE was capitalizing on these mistakes. And I mentioned this before the match or the series started, that that's what's going to be happening against Xerxia and Alter Ego. Is that Alter Ego is going to watch out for those mistakes that Xerxia does. They might overcommit, they might overextend, overheat, and they're going to punish that. And that's how the Ascent game got so close. Moving on to Icebox, I feel like Alter Ego on the defender side, they weren't taking enough space. You saw it later on that they got switched on, right? Noxy was starting to peek that B-Long, he was starting to punish that aggression, he was punished, and then, you know, they punished, they also punished Fox for lurking a bit too long in A when everyone was rotating to B. So that's what I wanted to see more from Alter Ego, and that's the kind of playstyle they need to have in order to kind of like move forward from this, is to really be more aware of those kinds of angles. If you want to push together, they were doing that, but there were many moments where I felt like they were trying to get one pick and there was only one player picking it. But when you watch Xerxia play, you'll see that two players are always cross-firing the same target.
I feel like this could be like the type of game that really does humble the boys over at Alter Ego. I mean, they really did the best that they could, especially on that Icebox map. You can see that they were definitely trying a lot of proactive stuff. I mean, trying to surprise Xerxia at the pace that they wanted to. But again, since like this was their map pick, this was Xerxia's playground, I would say, it's just really hard for Alter Ego to even come up online whenever they wanted to. I mean, they had like glimmers of moments, they had like shimmers of brilliance, I would say, as well, but it came into a point where Alter Ego, in those moments where they needed to shine, they just weren't able to just get those final moments that would have actually pivoted over towards their way. And I feel like it also plays into the factor of how their mental is doing right after a very tight series in the Ascent map, then translating over to the territory of Xerxia. Just maybe the game was just half of how I'd say Alter Ego would just play that game. I mean, for Xerxia, it was mental diff at that point.
Oh my god, though, the MVP going too scary. I know I pointed it out during the reveal of the lineup, but Scary's Viper was so good on Icebox. And I just want to point out that one round where he actually picked up his smoke that was on the spike and just pushed it a little bit forward so that the opponents, if they wanted to spam or if they wanted to check, they had to push through. Got the kill and got the second kill as well because they just weren't sure what was like happening there. And I just thought that was brilliant. That's the kind of split decision you need to make to get that edge on your team. And I feel like everyone on Xerxia is able to make those decisions.
Yeah, I mean, Scary. Come on. This guy just does not fake. He diffuses the spike, he sticks it, he puts in the smoke, he does everything. I'm not saying that this is a one-man team, obviously, because we've seen the team play that this team can always bring to the table. But I'm just saying, I do think that he's one of the greatest smokers that we've seen so far here, right, Dad Femina?
Yeah, I gotta agree, man. That this guy is just super consistent. I've been putting that word out very lightly all throughout, but you just have to wonder how much value a player offers to a team. And Scary is that type of person. Well, yeah, Xerxia has been, well, I would say all of the players of Xerxia have been contributing all throughout very evenly, but it's just that a lot of those moments, if it wasn't for the smokes and the utility pushed out by Scary, then a lot of the things that Xerxia were always make it possible to do, it was all on the back of Scary, like making or paving that way over for the team itself. I mean, we always talk about them being that team player or that patient kind of team all throughout the group stages, and it just showcased all throughout that without Scary in the lineup, they wouldn't have made these plays possible. And I feel like if they just get rid of somebody like Scary, Xerxia would be a different team overall.
I think get rid of anyone on Xerxia would be completely different.
True.
I agree. But on Alter Ego side, I do want to commend just the aggression that they had. I remember that one round, I think the Viper's pit came out, they were defenders, and they just rushed the Viper's pit. And I thought that's the kind of confidence I love to see. Because a lot of teams, you know, they see a Viper pit, they're kind of thinking, and they're questioning, should we go in, should we not? But Alter Ego was just like, no, we go in. And they went in there, they got the frags, they got the kills. You know, that's what I was hoping to see them do more often. Get that aggression, especially on that retake. Hold the angles while you're on the defender side. Get that early advantage, but don't overcommit to your angles.
And with all of that, with the Alter Ego, like that's kind of the shining, I'd say, redeem quality that they had all throughout, right? If they are set on doing one thing, they're not gonna do one thing alone. They're not gonna do one thing individually, but they're gonna do just that one thing, focusing on that one goal all together. And that's what the point that I've been pointing out, like before we even started with the series. Like, they play as a family, they hold hands before they could even go towards that leap of faith, and that's pretty redeemable, I would say, for Alter Ego. A lot of things to pick up on this series as a whole, but Xerxia being the better team right here, they definitely show that they deserve it right now.
Yeah, they definitely do. And that concludes the final series of the day. It's been a long day, but here we are. Let's look at how today's matches went on our recap. With the scores on the board and everything set in motion, look at that. 0-2, 2-0, 2-0 once again. We've got Team Secret, ONIC, G, and Xerxia Esports as the victors of today. Valiant effort to all of these teams, and we also do bid goodbye to FW Esports, because as they lost that elimination round, it was just evident that Team Secret is going to be moving forward in the lower brackets. But oh, and I forgot to mention, I didn't get to pinpoint this today or like give it more importance. The winner of game number 2 and game number 3 are actually qualified for the playouts, which we will be seeing in the brackets just a bit. I forgot to touch up on that earlier, which is why the matches today are incredibly important. See, over here, Dad Femina, on Group A, ONIC has already qualified.
Let's look at the consecutive 2-0s they had, and the nature of those 2-0s, just all out aggressiveness out from ONIC, just their identity clear cut ever since the beginning of this group stages. And I definitely had them on my number as being one of the top seeds here at Group A. Seeing this bracket right now, how it's been shaped, definitely all under my own expectations, and ONIC just gonna be proving that they're gonna be one of the biggest monsters coming out of Group A.
They really are. I mean, Monyet with leading the way, as well as all of the rest of the team, just spot on for ONIC, and I can't wait to see them on the playoffs. But Group B, Trix, we just saw them. You gotta talk more about these guys.
Xerxia is so good. I am so excited for them. I feel like they really have proved their worth. But that's not to say that Alter Ego and RRQ haven't done a great job themselves. RRQ really finding themselves. Alter Ego seeming to know exactly who they are, but needing to refine and polish their, just polish their gameplay in order to get that extra edge they need to be alongside Xerxia.
I absolutely agree. Now here on Group C, Dad Femina, I know you've seen Tash Bunny here on the broadcast, and she's really looking forward to Order versus Paper X.
Yeah, she's gonna be filling my spot the next time that you're gonna be seeing the panel right now, and I'm not gonna be surprised that she gets really hyped about the matchups right now, especially with the performance of Paper Rex and Boom Esports right here. Now on the lower bracket, we've seen that Boom Esports is gonna be waiting for whoever is gonna be losing on that upper bracket match. Definitely a banger. Both are gonna be very aggressive and gonna be putting out their best there.
And of course, oh, sorry, do you have something to say, Trick?
Oh no, I was just going to say, that's exactly it. Order really coming in from OCE hot. They're just doing so well. And then you're moving to Group D. We've seen Bleed all the way from play-ins doing fantastic work, improving themselves so much, knocking Team Secret down to the lower bracket. Thankfully for us, Team Secret won against FW Esports. And later we're going to be watching out for that Fancy United Bleed match, and I am excited to see if Bleed will be consistent with the growth they have shown thus far.
Since you already touched up on it, this is actually our schedule for tomorrow. So again, we have some qualifier matches over here. The winners of Game 1 and Game 2 will qualify to our playoffs. So it's really exciting. That means that you're above the rest of the pack right now if you secure that slot already. And of course, if you do lose in this round over here, you will be at the risk, put at the face of risk of elimination. So you guys better take care. And over here on Game 3 rather, that's an elimination game. Not to mention, Tricks, this is the first rematch of the group stage. Am I right?
Ooh. I believe you are right, actually, which makes me a little worried, but also excited because Griffin showing much better form than they have before. So we're going to see how that goes. But my favorite match that I'm looking forward to the most, Paper X versus Order.
Don't worry, you're not alone on that one. I'm sure that our audience out there are feeling just as hyped for that match. But alas, folks, this is where the show ends for today. It has been an incredible journey getting to this point and watching all of the matches. Again, GGWP to FW Esports. We'll see you guys next time here on the show when you guys make it back to APAC one day. But for now, a lot of teams to look forward to, a lot of teams to watch out for. So always stay tuned here on APAC. This has been Likeable, Tad Femina, and Trix here on the panel. Thank you guys and good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Truth, just realize two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever? And ever, and ever.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle.